Chapter 176 When I have mastered the ultimate self, I can avenge you. Vegeta stood in an unmanned area and eavesdropped on the conversation between the two parties through the detector. It turned out that Mulai was caught by Frieza. Vegeta snorted, "I hope you don't blame me for not saving you, although I didn't intend to save you." A short silence. "But when I have almost mastered the ultimate self, I may be able to avenge you." Vegeta smiled lightly. "The area where Frieza is. The allies are obedient. This is impossible." Mulai shouted in disbelief. "Yes, the other elders will never easily give the Dragon Ball to someone like you." Delta also shouted with gritted teeth. "Of course I have a way to tame them." Frieza smiled and looked towards Sabo. Sabo understood, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and in a flash he appeared above Mulai, Delta, and the other two. Bang! Sabo kicked fiercely and directly kicked the other old man on the head. The old man fell to the ground on the spot, his neck was broken, and he had already died. "You bastard!" Delta was furious and waved his hand to attack Sabo quickly. Sabo gently threw the Dragon Ball in his hand into the air, and then immediately took off into the air. Boom! Delta sprayed out a beam of energy from his hand, and the energy hit a little brother behind Sabo. The little brother screamed and died on the spot. Delta looked up at Sabo, who appeared in the air. Swish! Sabo had no reason to be polite, and sprayed a ball of energy from his hand directly onto Delta's body. Delta's body was covered with green smoke, and he fell straight to the ground and died. Sabo fell from the sky, raised his right hand gently, and slowly caught the falling Dragon Ball. Mulai couldn't say anything. What a cruel guy! Krillin gritted his teeth. Too Abominable Son Gohan gritted his teeth in hatred. "What's up? Should you behave yourself now?" Frieza snorted. "What's your purpose in collecting Dragon Balls?" Mulai tried to calm himself down and asked Frieza. "I want to fulfill a small wish, so that I can have an immortal body, that's all." Frieza told the truth. "Don't think about it. I'm afraid Dragon Ball can't fulfill the wish you want." Mulai replied. "Oh? Really?" Frieza narrowed his eyes and smiled happily. "To tell you the truth, Dragon Ball can only fulfill a limited number of wishes, not all wishes can be fulfilled. I'm afraid it's difficult to achieve a wish like this immortal body." Mulai shook his head. "Of course I know." Frieza smiled. He smiled and said lightly, "I told you before that I have a wide range of knowledge. I have also seen Dragon Balls as big as Namek, and the Dragon Balls you made should be the offspring of those big Dragon Balls. So, it is normal that your Dragon Balls can only fulfill limited wishes." "Ya, what did you say? Dragon Balls as big as Namek?" Mulai was stunned. "What? Don't you know? Otherwise, you have no knowledge." Frieza was happy. Mori couldn't say anything, and it was difficult to tell whether what Frieza said was true or false for a while. "Even if the wish of immortality cannot be fulfilled, let my body have the ability to regenerate, just like that Majin Buu. I think such a wish should be fulfilled." Frieza snorted, and the tail behind him swayed gently. "Although I don't know who Majin Buu you are talking about, you should still give up this idea. No matter what, I can't give you the Dragon Balls." Mulai said with a cold face. "Don't hand over the Dragon Balls? Would you rather die?" Frieza sneered. "Are the people on this planet so stubborn? If these two children are killed, will you continue to resist to the end? What did you say? You won't even let the children go?" Mulai was furious. Krillin and Son Gohan were even more angry when they heard such words. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, several signals suddenly came from Dodoria's detector. What a strong fighting power! Sabo also sensed the opponent's fighting power value through the detector. "The other people in the village are back." Dodoria smiled slightly. When seeing the three people appearing in the sky, Elder Mulai showed a relieved smile on his face. "It's the Namekians, they are back to save them. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. 3 young and strong Namekians appeared at the scene. The 3 of them quickly noticed the 2 old men who died at the scene, and endless anger immediately appeared on their faces. I said I had a premonition of uneasiness, and it turned out to be true. The leading young man trembled with anger. What a trouble! You came here to die just when we were about to get the Dragon Balls. Frisia snorted. It's true that someone attacked the village and robbed the Dragon Balls. Another young man said indignantly. I won't forgive you. You destroyed the piece of Namek. The tall young man shouted angrily. Be careful. They are not easy to deal with. Elder Mulai warned the 3 young men. Oh? You 3 want to fight us? Frisia was amused at the time, and asked Dodoria with a smile, what is their combat power? Let me take a look. Dodoria smiled and pressed the button on the detector. Sir Frisia, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. The 3 of them add up to only about 1,000. They are not worthy of fighting with us at all. After hearing Dodoria's words, Mulai seemed to suddenly realize something and stared at the other party's detector closely. I finally know how they can accurately find the location of the village on the vast Namek. It turns out that the instrument can detect humans or animals on the planet. He, don't make us laugh. The 3 of them only have a combat power of 1,000, and you want to defeat us? Frisia's brothers burst into laughter. No, those 3 people just hid their breath, and they didn't know it. Krillin was stunned. I remember that my bad uncle was also surprised by the hidden breath. Son Gohan nodded. Kill them. Sabo gave an order. The brothers present rushed towards the 3 young Namekians with great momentum. Bang! The leading Namekian kicked the brother in front with a fierce kick. The brother plunged into the stone mountain behind him and died on the spot. Such a scene made the brothers who had just rushed over dumbfounded, and they immediately braked on the spot. Dodoria also showed a look of confusion. The 3 young Namekians quickly rushed to the front of these brothers and started fighting with them. These brothers were no match for these 3 Namekians, and they were beaten one by one. One of the brothers named Kulanberry was also beaten and flew backwards, and flew to where Sabo was. Sabo saw it and kicked the brother away. The brother fell into the lake behind him and died on the spot. The 6th universe, destroying the divine world. Luo Tian took the scepter and roughly observed what happened on Namek in the 7th universe through the crystal ball on the scepter. Luo Tian still had a good impression of this Frisia brother named Kulanberry. This person was resurrected by chance in the original plot. According to the plot at that time, after the appearance of the dragon, the wish made was to let all those who were the people killed by Frisia and his gang were resurrected. Cranberry was kicked to death by Sabo, so he was resurrected along with the Namekians. After resurrecting, Cranberry was lucky to find a spaceship of the Jinya Force and escaped from the planet just before the explosion of Namek. Later, Cranberry committed evil in the universe and was arrested by the Galactic Patrol and sent to the Galactic Prison. Several years later, Moro recovered a little bit of magic power and successfully escaped with Cranberry. With the help of Cranberry, Moro found Namek and made a wish to restore all his magic power. Luo Tian did not go to the scene to stop the fight between the 2 sides. As an angel, it was a little small to stop such a fight. Then, Luo Tian looked at Broly and others in the 2nd universe and found that they gathered together to enjoy the food, so he took back the scepter and chatted with Bardos. The 7th universe, Namek. What's going on? Didn't they say that their combined combat power is only 1,000? Sabo turned his head and asked Dodoria, looking surprised. I don't know what happened, but the 3 of them added up to 3,000. Dodoria pressed the button on the detector and restated their combat power values. The 3 young Namekians fought more and more bravely, and soon wiped out all the younger brothers present. Well done! Beautifully done! Krillin was happy for the 3 Namekians. Son Gohan also clenched his fists excitedly. They are not simple. Frisia smiled indifferently. I understand, Namekians are a race that can control combat power. Dodoria suddenly realized, there are very few races of this type. Mori looked at the several detectors present. There are only 3 detectors that are not damaged at present. As long as these 3 detectors are destroyed, they will not be able to collect the Dragon Balls. Children, let me go first. Mulai whispered to the 2 children beside him. One of the children was afraid and tightly grasped Mulai's clothes. Hurry up! Mulai shouted in a low voice. The child quickly let go. Damn guy, I have to do it myself. Dodoria put the Dragon Ball in her hand on the ground and asked Frisia's opinion, do you want to kill all 3 of them? Whatever you want. Frisia replied indifferently. Ha! Muley shouted, stretched out his finger, and a stream of light sprayed from his fingertips, instantly hitting Dodoria's detector. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, Dodoria's detector was destroyed on the spot. Frisia and others were slightly stunned, and for a moment they did not understand the other party's intentions. You bastard! Are you trying to sneak attack? Dodoria snorted, with your little tricks, you can't break my defense at all. Pa! Mori ignored him and immediately flew into the air. 2 streams of light shot out from his hands again, hitting the other 2 detectors. The only 2 remaining detectors were also smashed to pieces. The 3 young Namekians were stunned and looked up at Elder Mulai. I know, his target is the detector. Sabo suddenly realized and shouted loudly. Mori showed a smug smile. You can't find the Dragon Ball now, right? Detector? Krillin was stunned. The instrument that can detect the opponent's position, location, and strength? Son Gohan opened his mouth slightly. I understand. They don't know the exact location of the Dragon Ball. The detector can only be used to find Namekians. Krillin immediately realized, so the old man on Namek knew this and destroyed their detector. This bastard! I won't let him go. Dodoria was furious, I'm going to kill you, wipe you all out. As he said that, Dodoria soared into the air and rushed towards Mulai with great momentum. Mulai's face changed color. Elder! The 3 young Namekians exclaimed in surprise and worried about the elder. Dodoria, wait a moment. Frisia shouted hurriedly, kill these 3 young people first. Dodoria was stunned, and immediately stopped in the air, rolled several times, and landed opposite the 3 young Namekians. Mulai was silent. He. It only takes 10 seconds to get rid of all 3 of you. Dodoria sneered. Do you think the 3 of us will let you get what you want? The leading Namek snorted, but his expression became more and more vigilant. Do you think you can win? How ridiculous! Dodoria snorted contemptuously, and with a flash of his body, he instantly appeared behind the young Namek who had just spoken. Puff! Dodoria's big hand pierced through the opponent's body on the spot, and his claws stretched out from right in front of him. The other 2 Namekians were so scared that their faces changed color. Pa! Dodoria pulled his hand out of the opponent's body, opened his mouth, and a Qigong wave sprayed onto another Namekian. The Namekian was unfortunately hit, or it can be said that he had no time to dodge and was killed at the time. Son Gohan, Krillin, Mulai, and the 2 Namekian children were all scared. Dodoria sneered, waved his hand lightly, and grabbed the last young Namekian. The last young Namekian was very alert, dodged with all his strength, retreated continuously, and jumped on the ground several times, quickly distanced himself from Dodoria. Dodoria chased after him calmly. The young Namekian raised his hands high, condensed 2 huge balls of energy, and hit Dodoria fiercely. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a big explosion occurred at the position where Dodoria was, raising a large cloud of dust and smoke. The huge energy explosion blew a big pit in this area. Namekian smiled, and his smile was a little proud, feeling as if he had succeeded in the sneak attack. However, when the smoke gradually dissipated, Dodoria walked out of the pit safely. The name Kian looked extremely ugly, and his body couldn't help shaking. No, this attack won't work at all. Krillin sighed. Hey! Dodoria flew up, hit the Namekian's chest with his head, and drove his body directly to a stone mountain behind him. Puff, the Namekian was covered in blood and died on the spot. Ahamulai felt endless fear and broke out in cold sweat. Ha ha ha, do you understand now? It's too late to escape. Let's talk about it. Come down first. Frisia smiled and looked up at Mulai. Molly's face was extremely ugly. Knowing that what Frisia said was true, he had to slowly fall from the air and appear in front of Frisia. You finally gave in, that's good. Frisia said with a smile, you destroyed our most important detector, so hand over the Dragon Ball as compensation. You should understand what kind of people we are now, right? If you continue to resist, the two children will not survive. The two children hugged each other, their faces pale. Muley was speechless, deeply shocked by the other party's powerful strength. I can promise to give you the Dragon Ball, but you must promise not to hurt the children. Muley said in a deep voice. Of course. Frisia agreed at once, and his smile became more and more brilliant. There are really such idiots now? Do you think my promise is true? Wouldn't it be better if you did this at the beginning? Frisia looked at Muley with a smile. These bastards! Son Gohan's face was full of anger. Gohan, don't get angry, and don't release your aura. After all, we are not with Goku and the others. Krillin hurriedly persuaded, besides, didn't Goku say that? Even he may not be a match for the guy sitting in the stroller. Muley went to the room and took out the Dragon Ball and handed it to one of Frisia's brothers. Take the Dragon Ball and leave quickly. Muley said coldly. You have worked hard. Frisia smiled and said, can you tell us where the other two Dragon Balls are? Don't be delusional. We Namekians would rather die than betray our companions. Muley shouted, okay, that's all, leave here quickly. Since you don't want to betray your companions, then I have to kill you and the children. Frisia showed a helpless look on his face and shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, what did you say? Why don't you keep your word? Muley was stunned and shouted loudly. Chapter 177 Best Combination Skills, Sun Fist, Chi Yuan / Bang. Dodoria punched Elder Muley in the face. Muley fell to the ground, blood flowing from his nostrils. Didn't you just agree? If I hand over the Dragon Ball, you won't kill us? Muley asked unwillingly. But what's the point of not having 7 Dragon Balls? Frisia sneered, you destroyed our detector, so if you find the location of the 2 Dragon Balls, how can we find them? I said, I will never betray my friends even if I die. Muley got up from the ground with gritted teeth. Then let you die according to your wishes. Frisia snorted. Sir Frisia, can we find the Dragon Balls without the detector? Sabo asked on the side. There are only 2 Dragon Balls left. As long as we find other villages or Namekians, there will be no problem. Frisia smiled indifferently and ordered, kill all 3 of them. Yes. Dodoria stepped forward with a ferocious expression. How despicable. Krillin couldn't stand it anymore. Run away. Muley ordered the 2 children behind him. Dendi and another child nodded repeatedly. Let you see the anger of the Namekians. Muley used his body to block the 2 children and shouted at Frisia. Swish! A stream of light shot out from Frisia's fingertips and hit one of the children. That thick smoke came out of the child's body and he died on the spot. Kalu! Dendi was horrified, his legs trembling constantly, and he was too weak to run away. You bastards! Son Gohan could no longer bear it. Hey! Dodoria stepped forward and hooked Muley's neck, twisting it hard. Crack! Muley's neck was dislocated and fell softly to the ground. He, you didn't have time to show off, and I beat you to death. Dodoria smiled contemptuously. Gohan, be patient. Even if we go to help, we can't do anything. Krillin hurriedly comforted him. Aha! Dendi trembled with fear and felt endless helplessness. Wow wow wow! The next moment, Dendi fled. Dodoria chased after him calmly, landed right in front of Dendi, and blocked his way with his teeth and claws. He, killing a little thing like you is meaningless. Dodoria smiled contemptuously, raised her hand high, and was about to slap Dendi to death. Stop it! Son Gohan could no longer bear it, roared, and jumped up directly from his hiding place. Krillin beside him was so scared that his face turned green. This reckless guy! The sudden appearance of Son Gohan shocked Frieza and others present. No one thought that there was a person hiding there. Who is it? Is it an accomplice? Where is it? Dodoria looked for Son Gohan everywhere. Because Dodoria was bloated, she didn't find Son Gohan's location for a while. Son Gohan rushed up quickly and kicked Dodoria's fat face hard. Dodoria's face was twisted and deformed by the kick, and he plunged into the house behind him, smashing the house with his head. Idiot, this reckless guy! Krillin gritted his teeth and rushed up in a hurry. If I leave it alone, Goku's son will die. Dodoria quickly climbed up from the house, looked at Son Gohan angrily, and shouted, "Who are you? You fat pig, I'm here to deal with you." Son Gohan shouted angrily. You dare to scold me? You're dead. Dodoria sneered and was about to attack in the direction of Son Gohan. Suddenly, Krillin fell from the sky and kicked Dodoria's face hard with his feet. Dodoria was knocked to the ground again. Uncle Krillin! Son Gohan was stunned. Dandy was also confused. Idiot, what are you still doing there? Run! Krillin shouted at Son Gohan, and then went forward to pick up Dandy. Son Gohan immediately came to his senses. Without any hesitation, the two of them quickly jumped into the sky and fled far away. They are not Namekians. Frieza narrowed his eyes and looked over. These two beasts. I will not forgive you. Dodoria felt endless humiliation, rubbed his head, got up from the ground, and was furious. Dodoria, hurry up and catch them. Frieza ordered loudly. Ah! Dodoria screamed wildly, with bloodshot eyes, and quickly chased in the direction where Son Gohan and the others disappeared. Gohan, we must fly at full speed. If we are caught, it will be completely over. Do you understand? Krillin told Son Gohan. Got it. Son Gohan nodded immediately. Krillin carried Dendi and moved quickly in front, and Son Gohan also followed closely. Dodoria's speed was extremely fast. In less than a minute, she had already seen the three people in front and was getting closer and closer to them. No, he flies faster than us. Krillin's face changed again and again. He will catch up with us soon. We have tried our best, why not fight him on the ground? Son Gohan suggested. We are no match for him, let's run away. Krillin shook his head. Dodoria laughed wildly behind him. These two little things dared to kick me, I want to let you know how powerful I am. While flying, Krillin looked up and suddenly noticed the sun in the sky, and a plan came to mind at that time. Gohan, you hold this child first. Krillin said, and immediately threw Dendi to Son Gohan. Son Gohan quickly caught it. Gohan, don't look into my eyes next time, do you understand? Krillin reminded. Oh, I know. Son Gohan nodded. Krillin slowly turned around, looked at Dodoria who was getting closer and closer to him, and put his hands on his cheeks. Dodoria was slightly stunned, not understanding what the other party wanted to do. Sun Fist. Krillin immediately released the Sun Fist. A blinding light spread out from Krillin's head. Dodoria was caught off guard and was hit on the spot. Her pupils suddenly turned white and she could not see anything. Ah, my eyes! Dodoria covered her eyes with both hands. Qi Yuan Zhan. Krillin raised his right hand high, condensed a Qi Yuan Zhan, and threw it towards Dodoria. After doing all this, Krillin did not have time to look closely, and hurriedly pulled Son Gohan to the mountain below to hide. Swish! Qi Yuan rushed towards Dodoria. Dodoria seemed to feel when an inexplicable crisis hit his heart, his face turned pale instantly. Almost subconsciously, Dodoria dodged to the side. Then, Dodoria let out a shrill scream, and one of her arms was cut off like tofu by the Qi Yuan. Oops, only one arm was broken. Krillin gritted his teeth. It's a pity that there was not enough time just now. If there was enough time, I would have released a few more Qi Yuan, and maybe I could have killed him. Uncle Krillin, you are so great, you almost killed another person who is much more powerful than you. Son Gohan looked at Krillin with admiration. Hehe, didn't Luo Tian say it? Namek is my stage. Krillin smiled. The sixth universe, destroying the divine world. Luo Tian still held the scepter and watched the situation on the scene through the crystal ball on the scepter. When he found that Krillin almost killed Dodoria with the Sun Fist and Qi Yuan, Luo Tian couldn't help but sigh for a while. I didn't expect that my casual words would make Krillin perform so well. Luo Tian looked carefully again. Dodoria lost an arm, and screamed loudly in the air like a pig being slaughtered, rolling around in pain. But soon, Dodoria calmed down, gnashed her teeth, and her eyes were about to spit fire. This bastard! I won't forgive you! Dodoria's face was particularly cold, looking for Krillin and the others. Uncle Krillin, that guy has broken an arm. Let's go together, we will definitely defeat him. Son Gohan suggested. Don't think about it. Although he lost an arm, we are still not his opponent. Krillin shook his head. You can feel how strong his breath is. Although he only has one arm, it is still easy to eliminate the two of us. What should we do now? Son Gohan asked. He couldn't find us, so he went back by himself. Krillin smiled. Why don't you use the trick just now again? Son Gohan had an idea. Gohan, the same trick may not work on the same person, he will definitely dodge. Krillin shook his head solemnly. Fortunately he doesn't have a detector on him now, otherwise he can easily find us. Dodoria was anxiously turning around in the sky, and couldn't find Krillin and others after searching for a long time. The severe pain in his arm made Dodoria even more angry. I'm going to raise this place to the ground. It really makes me angry. I won't forgive you. Dodoria was so angry that she immediately flew into the sky. Is he going to give up? Son Gohan was stunned. It doesn't feel right. Krillin had a bad premonition. You bastards! Die! Dodoria shouted, and a huge ball of energy sprayed out of his one-armed hand, covering the bottom. Danger! Krillin exclaimed. The three of them immediately flew into the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the island where Krillin and the other two had just hidden was blown into a vast ocean in an instant. The surrounding sea water poured in, the waves were rippling, and the sound of the water flow was endless. Ha ha ha! Are you all dead this time? Dodoria laughed. Although I really want to torture you, you are lucky to die. It's a pity that Lord Frieza ordered me to take you back, but I can't find your bodies anymore. But who are they? The trick of that little bald guy is too hateful. It caused me to lose an arm. Dodoria rubbed her broken arm, and her face became uglier. This way I will be ridiculed by Sabo when I go back. Dodoria talked to herself while flying away. Looking at Dodoria's gradually leaving figure, Son Gohan and Krillin were slightly relieved. It's almost an hour now, let's go back to the cave and wait for Goku and Piccolo. Krillin suggested. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Can you fly? Krillin asked Dendi beside him. Yes, I can. Dendi replied. Krillin then slowly let go of Dendi. Dendi floated in the air and thanked him. You should thank Gohan, I didn't dare to save you because I was afraid. Krillin said to Dendi with a smile. But if it weren't for Uncle Krillin, we would both be dead. Son Gohan replied embarrassedly. You go back with us first, we won't hurt you. Krillin suggested. Dendi didn't object. The three flew towards the direction of the cave they were in before. Dodoria was also moving slowly in the air, intending to report back to Frieza. However, while flying, Dodoria was suddenly hit hard. Ouch! Dodoria fell from the sky. Boom! Dodoria's body immediately fell into the lake below. The lake water rose several meters high. After Dodoria entered the water, the pain in his broken arm was even more heartbreaking. But then, Dodoria climbed out of the water to the shore, gasping for breath, and looked closely, saw a familiar figure on the shore. Vegeta! Dodoria exclaimed, climbed up the shore, gritted her teeth and glared at Vegeta. Why are you here? Dodoria, long time no see. Vegeta smiled. What happened to your arm? Who broke it? None of your business. Dodoria would never say such a shameful thing. The last time I saw you was 25 years ago, right? Vegeta snorted coldly. Dodoria's eyes were blazing, her teeth were clenched, and her fists were clenched tightly. Do you still remember your good brother, Xiao Xiaolia? Vegeta taunted. I killed him. Of course I remember this account, and I will settle it with you. But Lord Frieza thought you were still useful, so I didn't kill you. Dodoria snorted coldly, his face was particularly ferocious. Today you actually came here to die, then you can't blame others. Do you think you can beat me by sneaking up on me? Even if I lose an arm, I can easily break your leg. Oh? Really? Vegeta snorted, his face a look of disdain appeared on his face. You and Sabo are always following Frieza, I've been waiting for the opportunity to see you alone. Without Frieza, it would be too easy for me to kill you. Are all Saiyans so arrogant? Dodoria smiled contemptuously, but I can give you a chance to live. Hand over your detector and I'll let you go. Anyway, I just said I'd let you go verbally. When you leave, I'll chase you and beat you up, and then break your legs. Is that okay? This is what you get for provoking me. Detector? No wonder I can't receive your information suddenly. I was wondering. Vegeta suddenly realized, and when I approached you just now, you didn't know at all, like a fool. It turns out that you lost the detector, that's great. As he said that, Vegeta took off the detector on his eyes calmly. It will take at least several days to get the probe back to the nearest Frieza planet. I'll give it to you. Vegeta said, throwing the probe to the ground. Oh? You finally know the value of life. That's right, bring the probe to me. Don't worry, I said I would let you go, and I will definitely let you go. The sneak attack just now and the fact that you killed my brother are over. Dodoria laughed grimly and waved at Vegeta. Crack! Vegeta didn't hesitate at all, stepped on it, and crushed the probe into pieces. Dodoria was stunned at the time, with disbelief in her eyes, and asked loudly, Vegeta, what are you doing? Why did you destroy the probe? I don't need this thing anymore. Vegeta smiled. What did you say? Don't you also want to collect the Dragon Balls? Dodoria asked in confusion, how do you know the location of the Namekians without a detector? When I arrived on Earth, I learned that the people there could sense the strength and location of their opponents without using a detector. The Saiyans on Earth have this ability, so I can do it too. Vegeta snorted coldly, as long as you master the skills, you can learn this kind of thing. Dodoria stopped talking. Also, about 25 years ago, Luo Tian and I came to Namek, and I accompanied him to find several Dragon Balls. Vegeta said with a smile, more than 20 years have passed, and Namek is still the same. Even if I can't sense the location of the Namekians, I can still know the location of some Dragon Balls with my own memory. What did you say? You and Luo Tian came to Namek a long time ago? Dodoria suddenly realized, did you fulfill any wishes at that time? Nothing, Luo Tian just asked for a wish to survive in the universe. Vegeta felt heartbroken when he thought of this. Why didn't I want such a wish back then? Hey? How about I make such a wish this time? No. I don't want to make the same wish as Luo Tian. If I fulfill the wish of immortality, I can also survive in the universe. And the wish of immortality was my idea, and Frisia learned it from me. So the little guy I was chasing just now is an Earthling, right? Dodoria understood. You teamed up with the Earthlings? Humph, it's just a short cooperation. Vegeta snorted. Let's stop chatting here. Next, I'm going to beat you up and send you to Lord Frisia. Dodoria smiled coldly. You shouldn't provoke me. With your fighting power, you can't even beat Chuyi, let alone me. Then how did Chuyi disappear? Vegeta's mouth corners slightly raised, and a light arc appeared. Please vote, an update in 2 days. Chapter 178 God of Destruction. Are you still dreaming? Ya, what did you say? Dodoria seemed to suddenly realize something, and her face changed color. Dodoria, you are the second person to feel my destruction. Vegeta's smile became more and more brilliant, and his right hand gently raised upwards, and a purple-red destructive light spot immediately appeared in his hand. The purple-red light spot was only the size of a sesame seed, but the moment it jumped out of his hand, it carried with it an endless breath of death. That what is that? Dodoria's pupils shrank. Destruction. Vegeta grinned, and with a flick of his hand, the destructive energy in his hand whistled towards Dodoria. Destruction? What for? Dodoria said so, but his body was not careless at all, and he dodged with all his strength. Shua! The purple-red energy light brushed Dodoria's body and hit a cliff behind him. The next moment, the purple-red light hit the cliff. Pop! The cliff instantly shattered like a soap bubble, turned into nothingness, and disappeared without a trace under Dodoria's gaze. Dodoria was stunned at the time, rubbed his eyes, and felt endless shock. This what is this trick? Dodoria stuttered. Although Dodoria can also use energy to blow up the mountain. But it is just a blow up, the mountain will turn into rubble. And Vegeta's move actually turned the whole mountain into nothingness, without even a slag left. Also, the thing released by Vegeta was only a sesame-sized light spot. Such a small thing hit a mountain that was 10 meters long and 8 meters wide, and the mountain disappeared in an instant. It's really terrifying. Isn't what I just said clear enough? This is destruction. The new skill I just realized. Not bad, right? Vegeta looked at Dodoria with a smile, but he was a little unhappy in his heart. This thing is quite powerful, but it's a pity that the speed is too slow, and Dodoria actually dodges it. It seems that I have to keep fighting to improve myself. By the way, I destroyed the ally Dilanyu Chuyi with this move, without leaving any slag. Vegeta said, and a sesame-sized destructive light spot condensed in his right hand again. Dodoria rubbed the broken arm, his face was extremely ugly, and endless fear appeared in his pupils. Prepare to die. You can dodge once, can you dodge it a second time? Vegeta snorted coldly. Swish! In just a moment, Vegeta appeared behind Dodoria and was kicked hard on his butt. Dodoria did a standard dog eating shit and ate a big mouthful of mud. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Dodoria struggled to stand up, his eyes were about to burst. Why can't I beat you? Bang! Vegeta kicked Dodoria with a big foot and kicked him high into the air. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Vegeta instantly appeared right above Dodoria, and with a heavy punch, he knocked Dodoria down from the sky. Boom! Dodoria's body fell to the ground, leaving a big hole on the ground. Vegeta landed calmly and appeared right in front of Dodoria, smiling more and more proudly. How could this happen? Why is your fighting power higher than mine? Dodoria looked at Vegeta in disbelief. Humph, it's a surprise, isn't it? Go to another world and think about this problem slowly. Vegeta looked at him with a smile, stretched out his hand and aimed it at his body, the purple-red light in his hand flashing particularly brightly. Your brother died without much pain, and I won't let you suffer too much. I am still very kind. The destructive energy in Vegeta's hand was about to be released to destroy Dodoria. Dodoria panicked and waved her hand and said, "Wait a minute, Vegeta. If you can let me go, I will tell you a secret. The secret of your Saiyan planet, Planet Vegeta." Oh? Vegeta smiled slightly, and did not release the destructive energy immediately. He said with interest, "Tell me about it. You won't kill me after I finish, will you?" Dodoria asked with lingering fear. "Then you'd better not say it." Vegeta snorted coldly, and murderous intent emerged. "I'll tell you." Dodoria was anxious and responded, "Your Saiyan planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a huge meteorite as Lord Frieza said." "What? Are you trying to tell me that Frieza was afraid of the birth of Super Saiyans among us Saiyans, so he destroyed our planet? Is that what you mean?" Vegeta snorted. You know everything?" Dodoria was stunned. "It is indeed like this. It is indeed what Luo Tian said." Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, and anger appeared in his eyes. How did Luo Tian know this? Dodoria was puzzled. "Humph, you don't need to know so much, prepare to die." Vegeta snorted coldly, and swung his hand violently to hit Dodoria with the purple-red energy in his hand. Dodoria was so scared that her soul flew away. She wanted to dodge, but she felt that her body was already seriously injured and it was difficult for her to move. Pa! The next moment, Dodoria was hit by the purple-red light spot. In just a moment, Dodoria's body turned into stars and scattered like soap bubbles. Even before Dodoria could exclaim, she had completely dissipated. After killing Dodoria, Vegeta's mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled even happier. "Dodoria, Xiao Xiaolaya, you all died in my hands." Vegeta was very proud, "I have become so powerful. Next, I should find a way to deal with Frieza. Guy. I'll go find a Dragon Ball and hide it first. As long as I find a Dragon Ball and hide it, Frieza won't be able to collect 7 Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish. That's it. I remember there is a village in that direction, and I found a Dragon Ball in that village before. And I can indeed sense the presence of breath at that location." Swoosh! Vegeta flew quickly towards the location in his memory. At the same time, after Vegeta released the sense, he immediately sensed that there were about 20 people in the village. Vegeta was flying fast in the air. "Great, Frieza lost the detector. No matter how I act, they won't find it." Vegeta laughed. It didn't take long for Vegeta to appear above the village, overlooking the entire village. Pop! The next moment, Vegeta fell from the sky and landed in the village. "Who are you?" The face of the village elder changed color. "What? I haven't seen you for more than 20 years. Don't recognize you?" Vegeta snorted. "You are Vegeta? The one who was with Luo Tian?" The elder quickly recognized Vegeta's identity. After all, Vegeta's hairstyle is too unique, it is still easy to distinguish. "Finally I remembered." Vegeta snorted. "You came here, are you looking for Dragon Balls again?" The elder asked with some vigilance. "Humph, you are lucky to meet me. If you meet Frieza, no one in your entire village will survive." Vegeta snorted and strode into one of the houses. Bang! Vegeta kicked the door open and walked straight into the room. In just 3 or 5 seconds, Vegeta came out holding a Dragon Ball as big as a basketball. "Still put the Dragon Ball in the same place as before?" Vegeta smiled. "Elder, the other people in the village were speechless. This Dragon Ball belongs to me." Vegeta was not polite. "Has Luo Tian come to Namek as well?" The elder asked excitedly. "He is the benefactor of our Namek people. I don't know whether Luo Tian has come to Namek, but there is a very scary guy who has come to Namek. Vegeta said lightly. A very scary guy? Who is he? The elder was stunned for a moment. Frisia. After Vegeta said these 3 words, he slowly flew up. Frisia? Who is that? The elder asked again. The guy who claims to be the emperor of the universe. Vegeta replied, you can only wish for good luck, or find a place to hide, that's it. Swoosh. After Vegeta finished speaking, he took the Dragon Ball and quickly left the scene. A few minutes later, Vegeta looked around and threw the Dragon Ball into the lake below. Great, no one will know the location of the Dragon Ball. Vegeta smiled more and more proudly. Krillin and Son Gohan had already returned to the cave with Dendi. However, Son Goku and Piccolo did not come back. Krillin simply chatted with Dendi. By the way, what's your name? Krillin asked. My name is Dendi. I'm Krillin, he's Gohan. Krillin introduced himself. Thank you. Dendi thanked him. After waiting for a while, Goku and Piccolo haven't come back yet. It's been an hour since the appointment. They won't run into any trouble, right? Krillin said with some concern. Maybe the Great Elder's location is far away. Son Gohan guessed, it takes a long time for Dad and Uncle Piccolo to go back and forth. Great Elder? Do you know the Great Elder? Dendi looked at Son Gohan in surprise, then at Krillin. Is there really such a person as the Great Elder? Krillin asked. Yes, the Great Elder is the one who gave birth to all of us Namekians. Dendi explained, in the past, due to abnormal climate, there was only one person left here. It was he who brought Namek back to life. I am the 108th child of the Great Elder. How can one person give birth to a child? Krillin asked curiously. How else can one give birth? Of course, spit out an egg from his mouth. Dendi looked at Krillin strangely. Don't you Namekians have the concept of men and women? Krillin asked. What is a woman? Dendi was puzzled. Gohan, you said that Piccolo has lived on Earth since he was a child. Could it be that he has always wanted to find a girlfriend? What he didn't expect was that he was actually a hermaphrodite. Krillin said to Son Gohan with some gossip. It's Uncle Krillin who wants to find a girlfriend. Son Gohan replied. Krillin, Uncle Krillin, don't talk about this for now. Son Gohan stopped him and asked hurriedly, Dendi, is the location of the Great Elder far away? It's not far to fly over. Dendi replied, but it will take several hours at my speed. Gohan, should we go to find the Great Elder together? Krillin asked, this way we can meet up with Goku and the others as soon as possible. Okay, Uncle Klee, I'll listen to you. Son Gohan nodded without objection. The 3 of them flew into the sky at the same time, and flew quickly in the direction of the Great Elder. In Mulai's village, Frisia and the others waited for a long time, but did not see Dodoria come back. What's wrong with Dodoria? Why hasn't she come back yet? Is she still looking for those guys? Sabo frowned. That idiot is simple-minded and strong-limbed. He should have lost her. He is afraid of being punished by me when he comes back, so he is trying hard to find her. Frisia sat in the stroller and analyzed with a cold face, don't worry about him, let's find the remaining 2 Dragon Balls first. Yes, we will go to other villages to look for them, and we will definitely find them. The only surviving little brother hurriedly stepped forward and responded respectfully. Sir Frisia, the 2 of us will go to find the village. Sabo suggested. Then I'll take these 5 Dragon Balls back to the spaceship and wait for you. Frisia looked calm. Thank you for your trouble. Sabo stepped forward to help collect the Dragon Balls together. I'll leave the matter of the Dragon Balls to you. There are only 2 left, and my wish can be fulfilled. Frisia smiled. Yes. Sabo and his younger brother bowed together. Then, the 2 flew into the sky. Go over there and search. If you find a village, don't do it for now. Be sure to come back and tell me, because you are no match for the strong name Kians. Sabo solemnly instructed, whether you find the village or not, gather on the spaceship in 3 hours. Yes. The younger brother replied. The two flew away in different directions. Frisia returned to the spaceship with 5 Dragon Balls. After getting a Dragon Ball, Vegeta went to look for the second Dragon Ball. Just then, Vegeta suddenly sensed the breath of Krillin and Son Gohan. Who are these two guys? Are they Kakaroto's accomplices from Earth? Vegeta was stunned and frowned. I'm a little worried, so let's go and take a look. Swish! Vegeta quickly caught up. The faces of Son Gohan and Krillin, who were walking in front, changed color. No! We've been discovered! Krillin exclaimed, this breath is from Vegeta. Let's hide first. Son Gohan suggested, Dad is not here, we can't beat him. The 3 of them hurriedly landed on the ground and found a place to hide. While flying, Vegeta suddenly sensed another powerful breath rising from another location. Without any hesitation, Vegeta immediately changed direction and flew towards the location of the other breath. What's going on? Son Gohan was stunned. He changed direction. Uncle Krillin, there is another powerful breath over there. Son Gohan pointed to another high place in the sky. Is it the accomplice of Frisia? Krillin guessed. Vegeta's smile became brighter and brighter, and he increased his speed to the extreme, whizzing towards the direction of another breath. Not long after, Vegeta met Sabo in the air. Vegeta. Sabo was a little surprised. Long time no see, Sabo. Vegeta greeted with a smile, Dodoria has been killed by me, and it's your turn next. You killed Dodoria? Sabo's face changed again and again. Of course. Vegeta nodded. I don't believe it. Sabo shook his head. You believed it very quickly. Vegeta snorted. Vegeta, why did you betray Lord Frisia? Sabo looked at Vegeta and asked strangely. How ridiculous. This prince will be the god of destruction of this universe in the future. Frisia is nothing. Vegeta sneered contemptuously. God of destruction? Are you still dreaming? Sabo showed a disdainful smile. I know, you want to realize your wish through the Dragon Ball and become the god of destruction of this universe? Don't think so naively. Oh? Why do you say that? Vegeta was stunned. Lord Frisia once saw a Dragon Ball as big as a planet. And the Dragon Ball of Namek is just a small child under the Dragon Ball of that planet. The wishes that can be realized are limited. Sabo explained briefly. After all, these words are not a secret, so just say it out loud. I thought you were going to say something. Of course I know that the Dragon Balls on this planet can only fulfill a limited number of wishes. Because I collected all the Dragon Balls a long time ago. Vegeta snorted, with a look of accustomed to it. You said you have collected all the Dragon Balls? Sabo looked at Vegeta with some doubts, and then a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. What's that expression on your face? Vegeta was a little angry. You collected all the Dragon Balls a long time ago, didn't you make a wish? Sabo smiled lightly, if you fulfilled your wish, you wouldn't be so weak. Vegeta felt heartbroken at the time. Let me tell you one more thing. The power of Mr. Frisia is definitely not something that people like you can surpass. Sabo looked contemptuous. You will never know the power of Mr. Frisia. And there is one thing you may never know. Lord Frisia once represented our universe to run for the God of Destruction. God of Destruction? Vegeta was stunned. Why? From your expression, it's obvious that you don't know about this. Sabo chuckled said, you still want to compete with Lord Frisia? Vegeta, you should wake up from your dream. Stop talking nonsense. I'll shut you up right away. Vegeta was furious, and with a flash of his body, he quickly appeared in front of Sabo. Sabo's reaction was also very fast, and he suddenly punched Vegeta. Vegeta raised his left hand and caught Sabo's fist. Then, Vegeta grabbed Sabo's fist tightly and threw it into the air with force. Suddenly, Sabo rolled several times in the air, and hurriedly raised his energy to stabilize his body. Sabo pressed his right hand downward, and a huge ball of energy in his hand whizzed towards Vegeta. Looking at the huge energy falling rapidly, Vegeta suddenly had an idea, and a purple-red light spot quickly condensed in his hand. Destruction. Vegeta threw the destructive energy onto the energy released by Sabo. A surprising scene happened to Vegeta. The energy released by Sabo was like a soap bubble, shattered in an instant, turned into nothingness, and disappeared without a trace. Sabo widened his eyes and showed a look of disbelief. "Yeah, what is that trick?" Sabo felt that he was stuttering. "The God of Destruction's divine control technique." Vegeta raised the corner of his mouth. "Why? Didn't Frieza participate in the election of the God of Destruction? Didn't he tell you about this magical skill?" Sabo was silent. "Prepare to die, Sabo," Vegeta said, rushing up quickly and hitting Sabo's face with a fierce elbow. Sabo's face was twisted and deformed, and his face was bloody. "Humph, you are so weak, Sabo." Vegeta showed a contemptuous smile. Sabo was furious and kicked Vegeta quickly. Vegeta dodged easily, even laughing wildly. "What do you think, Sabo? You can't do anything to me." Bang! As he said that, Vegeta kicked Sabo again and kicked him down from the air. Sabo quickly adjusted his body, supporting the ground with both hands and feet at the same time, so as not to fall. Then, Sabo immediately looked up at the sky. But at this glance, Sabo suddenly found that Vegeta had disappeared in the air. The next moment, Sabo's face changed again and again, because he clearly sensed the subtle movement behind him. I don't know when Vegeta ran behind him. Bang! Vegeta kicked and hit Sabo's butt at that time. Sabo fell to the ground all of a sudden, almost having a dog eating shit. "Ha ha ha, Sabo, you are only at this level." Vegeta sneered contemptuously. Sabo climbed up from the ground with difficulty, revealing a ferocious face, and sneered, "Your strength has indeed increased a lot, which surprised me, but do you think this is my real strength? Then you are very wrong." "Oh? You didn't show your real strength? Then show it to me quickly." Vegeta didn't believe it. "Let me tell you why I didn't show my real strength," Sabo said calmly, "because if I want to show my real strength, I need to transform. But the image after the transformation is too ugly. I like beautiful appearance and can't stand that ugly appearance. But if I don't transform, I will be killed by you. I have no choice now." "You said transformation?" Vegeta was stunned and smiled more brightly, "Like us Saiyans? Ha ha ha. There are always people who say something impossible when they are helpless." Chapter 179 Great Elder, Divine Power. "I don't need to become as big as a giant ape, I just increase my energy through transformation," Sabo said with a smile. "Then let me see your transformation." Vegeta looked indifferent. "You will regret this." Sabo grinned. "Pa." After the words fell, Sabo changed into another appearance in just a moment. His face turned into a toad face, and his body became bloated and strong. Vegeta was shocked. Swoosh! Sabo rushed towards Vegeta. Vegeta's pupils were dilated several times. Before Vegeta could react, Sabo had already rushed to the opposite side of Vegeta and pressed his head with both hands. Bang! Sabo hit Vegeta's face heavily with his forehead. Suddenly, bright red blood oozed from Vegeta's face. Sabo threw Vegeta into the air with force. Vegeta quickly adjusted his body in the air and dived down from the air unwillingly. Sabo soared into the sky. Bang! The two met in the air and each gave the other a heavy punch in the face. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The energy of the two spread outward, and the shaking ground trembled. The next moment, the two separated. Vegeta was breathing heavily, his face was extremely ugly. Sabo seemed to be fine. Humph, when I knew I was a person who could transform, even I felt surprised. Sabo said with a smile. Vegeta, with your level, you still want to challenge Lord Frieza? By the way, let me tell you something more terrible, Lord Frieza is also a person of transformation type. Ya, what did you say? Vegeta's face changed again and again. I still say the same thing, you can't even beat me, do you still want to challenge Lord Frieza? Sabo said, waving his big hand forward, and a huge ball of energy sprayed towards Vegeta. Vegeta hurriedly flew high into the sky to avoid, and at the same time condensed destructive energy in his right hand. However, Vegeta's destructive energy had just condensed, and he was hugged from behind by Sabo. Your so-called destructive energy, now there is no way to hit me? It's still a divine control skill. Sabo said, and immediately swooped down from the air with Vegeta. Vegeta was shocked. Sabo loosened his hand in mid-air. Boom! Vegeta's body was like a howitzer, piercing deep into the earth, leaving a bottomless crater on the ground. The nearby lake water poured in, drowning Vegeta. Looking at Vegeta being swallowed by the lake, Sabo showed disgust on his face. I can't see him anymore. Maybe he's dead. Even if he's still alive, he'll be more honest knowing the gap between us is so big. Sabo returned to normal and said to himself, I'll report this to Mr. Frieza first. Swoosh! Sabo quickly left the scene. Vegeta climbed out of the lake with difficulty, his eyes full of unwillingness. I want to get stronger, I want to get stronger. Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling that his body had been severely injured. Snap! Just then, a shadow suddenly condensed in front of Vegeta. The shadow gradually transformed into the appearance of a young man. The young man had silver-white hair, wore an angel costume, held a scepter, and had a silver-white tail behind him. Luo Tian. Vegeta was surprised and happy, hurry up and treat me. Even if you are cured, can you defeat Frieza? Luo Tian smiled. Vegeta, don't say such hurtful words. Vegeta, there are many ways to fight. Don't you like to use the giant ape transformation? Luo Tian said calmly. I want to use the giant ape transformation. Vegeta nodded and gritted his teeth, but that transformation has a big disadvantage. Once the tail falls off or the artificial full moon is destroyed, I will recover immediately. Do you still remember Broly's transformation? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Humph, of course I remember, the guy with golden and green light coming out of his body. Vegeta said unwillingly, it's a pity that the legendary Super Saiyan is not me. No, I'm talking about the transformation with enlarged body. Luo Tian shook his head. Body enlargement? Is it the transformation in which his body suddenly becomes larger? Vegeta finally understood. Yes, that's it. Luo Tian nodded. Is there anything special about that transformation? Vegeta asked curiously. After asking, he suddenly felt unwell. No, now is not the time to talk about this. I am seriously injured now. You should treat me first. My current body is just a phantom projected from the 6th universe. It is difficult to treat you. Luo Tian shook his head. Vegeta, no, then what is the meaning of you saying this? Vegeta was really speechless. Luo Tian said no more, just looked at Vegeta without saying a word. You can talk, I'll listen. Vegeta shivered slightly and said hurriedly. Broly's transformation directly uses the power of the giant ape, and does not require a full moon. Luo Tian explained. Really? As expected, the legendary Super Saiyan doesn't play by the rules. Vegeta snorted, why are you telling me this? It makes me feel like I can use his ability. Although you are not the legendary Super Saiyan, don't forget that you are a genius warrior of the royal family. Luo Tian encouraged, since Broly can do it, I believe you can do it. Vegeta was silent. Can I really do it? Next time you turn into a giant ape, comprehend the power of the giant ape well, which will be of great help to your future growth. As Luo Tian spoke, his voice gradually became illusory. Shua. The next moment, Luo Tian disappeared from the spot. Vegeta, hey, Luo Tian. What you said is true. The problem is, I'm dying. Vegeta wanted to cry but had no tears. Why are you telling me so much? I feel like I'm dying. Another little brother of Frisia successfully found the village that Vegeta had been to before. However, the elders of the village listened to Vegeta's advice, and immediately evacuated with their companions and found a place to hide. There is no one in the whole village. There is no Dragon Ball. Maybe Vegeta came here before, took the Dragon Ball, and asked the villagers to evacuate. Frisia's younger brother searched the village, but did not find the Dragon Ball. I have to report this to Lord Frisia quickly. Frisia's spaceship. Frisia floated in front of the huge glass window of the spaceship, silent. Mr. Frisia, sir, I'm Sabo. Sabo's voice sounded outside the door. Come in. Frisia ordered without looking back. The door opened and Sabo walked in from outside. Have you found the Namekian village? Frisia slowly descended from the air and turned his head to look at Sabo and asked. No, Lord Frisia, I haven't found the village yet, but I found Vegeta and defeated him. Sabo replied with a smile. Oh? Really? You defeated Vegeta by transforming, right? So is he dead? Frisia asked. I didn't confirm whether he was dead or not. Even if he was still alive, I'm afraid he was already on the verge of death. Sabo replied. Why didn't you confirm it? Frisia frowned. Because Vegeta sank into the water. Sabo lowered his head. Why don't you just dive down and take a look? Do you hate getting your body wet and don't want to confirm it? Frisia was a little unhappy. I'm really sorry, I'll go check it right away. Sabo observed the expression and responded hurriedly. Just then, another of Frisia's brothers came back and reported loudly, Sir Frisia, I found a village, but the people in the village have disappeared. I have been looking for the Dragon Balls in the village for a long time and couldn't find them. It is very likely that Vegeta has been to that village, took away the Dragon Balls, and asked the villagers to leave. What did you say? This is not like Vegeta's style. Frisia's face turned cold. He didn't take the Dragon Balls. Sabo was shocked, and then said in a deep voice, I know, he must have hidden the Dragon Balls somewhere. Sabo, please bring Vegeta here immediately, alive this time. Frisia ordered, and said to another brother, contact the Jinya force immediately, let them come here, and bring some detectors by the way. They will be able to arrive in 5 days, right? Ah? Sabo's face changed color. Yes, the younger brother was also shocked. Sir Frisia, why do you want to mobilize the Jinya force? Sabo asked hurriedly. Do you think there are still people around me who can be used now? Frisia glanced at Sabo and snorted coldly, hurry up and bring Vegeta here. Yes. Sabo quickly flew into the sky. It didn't take long for Sabo to appear next to Vegeta. Great, Vegeta. You're still alive. Sabo was overjoyed, your vitality is quite tenacious, I'll save you back. You're so lucky. Sabo grabbed Vegeta's wrist and flew into the sky, and returned to Frisia's spaceship. Then, Sabo stuffed Vegeta into the treatment cabin. After a long journey, Son Goku and Piccolo finally arrived above the room where the Great Elder was. This location is quite conspicuous, Son Goku pondered. I wonder if the Great Elder of Namek is here. Piccolo muttered. The two were just about to fall from the sky. Suddenly, Son Goku and Piccolo simultaneously sensed Krillin, Son Gohan, and others who appeared behind them. Both of them were slightly stunned. Not long after, Krillin and Son Gohan followed up with Dendi from behind. Krillin? You guys are here so fast. Son Goku looked at Krillin with some surprise. Piccolo stepped forward and rubbed Son Gohan's head, showing a doting look. Didn't you say you should hide your breath? You are flying so fast, it is easy to expose your aura. Piccolo asked in surprise. Then, Piccolo immediately noticed Dante, who appeared at the scene. Dent also looked at Piccolo in surprise. In short, the man we saw before was called Frieza. He was indeed collecting Dragon Balls, but fortunately, their detectors were destroyed, so now we can fly fast and they can't sense it. Krillin laughed, introduced Dante again, and asked, Dent, is this the residence of the Great Elder? Dent nodded solemnly. Let's go down and take a look. Piccolo said, slowly falling from the air. Sun Wukong and others landed one after another and appeared at the door of the Great Elder's room. The door opened, and a Namekian walked out of the room. Niru. Dante said excitedly. You came at the right time. The Great Elder already knows everything that happened. Nero nodded, his eyes swept over Sun Wukong and others one by one, and stayed on Piccolo for a few seconds. Piccolo also looked up and down at Nero, feeling that this person looked very similar to himself. Great Elder, you are really as good as a god. Dandy said. Great, we don't need to say more, but Piccolo looks very similar to you. Krillin lowered his voice and whispered to Piccolo. Really very similar to Piccolo. Sun Wukong also laughed. Come with me. Nero said, taking Sun Wukong and others into the room of the Great Elder, and respectfully said to the Great Elder, Great Elder, Dandy and the guests are here. So burly. Krillin couldn't help but sighed after seeing the Great Elder. So big. Sun Wukong Sora nodded thoughtfully. Pico remained silent, silently looking at the Great Elder of Namek. Welcome everyone, you are all from Earth, right? First of all, I would like to thank these two little guys for saving my child Dendi. The Great Elder sat on the chair, closed his eyes and spoke, his voice was a bit old. More than 20 years have passed, the Great Elder has reached his twilight years, and his life is almost over. Now the Great Elder can no longer fly, and even moving is very difficult. Those bad guys killed all my children, it's really sad. The Elder's voice was particularly low, their purpose is very simple, they want to seize our Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls are the symbol of Namek's wisdom and power, and are our hope. I'd better be frank, Elder. Piccolo really didn't want to have a long speech with the other party, the reason why I came to Namek is very simple. Luo Tian told me that as long as I assimilate with many Namekians, I can give birth to a powerful warrior called Super Namekian. Luo Tian? Do you know Luo Tian? The Elder was slightly stunned and tried to open his eyes. Yes, Luo Tian said this is the fastest way to improve my strength. Piccolo nodded. About 25 years ago, Luo Tian came to Namek once. The Elder sighed, how is he? I remember that his goal back then was to become a great god. After so many years, has he done it? Yes, Luo Tian has become a god. Sun Wukong answered on the side. He is really amazing. He finally fulfilled his wish. The Elder nodded gently. Let's talk about assimilation. Piccolo urged. You are Kata's child, right? I didn't expect you to have successfully arrived on Earth. That's great. The Elder couldn't help but sighed, and continued, Luo Tian is right. At the beginning, we Namekians encountered many crises. Basically, we resisted foreign enemies in this way, allowing our race to continue. So, you agree? Piccolo asked. It's a pity that you came too late. There are only a handful of Namekians left, at most 20 people. The Elder sighed helplessly, if you only assimilate with these 20 people, your improved strength will be very limited, and you may not be the opponent of the Universe Emperor Frieza. Pico, give you my body. The Elder suddenly made a decision. Pico was slightly stunned. Although the power I can give you is limited, I will provide you with wisdom. The elder said seriously. Elder. Neru's expression was moved, and he hurriedly said, Elder, you can't do this, and if you do this, the Dragon Ball will disappear immediately. You come here not only for assimilation, but also for Dragon Balls, right? The elder waved his hand and asked Piccolo again. Yes, Elder, I heard that the Dragon of Namek can revive people who have died twice. One of our friends died in the battle with the Saiyans. He died twice, and the Dragon Balls on Earth can't revive him. Krillin took over and explained to the elder. Did you make the Dragon Balls on Earth? The elder asked Piccolo. I can't make Dragon Balls. Piccolo replied lightly. The elder, a short silence. You can't make Dragon Balls, where do the Dragon Balls on Earth come from? Only Namekians can make Dragon Balls. Neru couldn't help but said, You don't want to tell me that Dragon Balls were made by these Earthlings, right? This is what happened. Krillin stepped forward to explain. Sorry Earthlings, please come here. The elder interrupted Krillin's words and pointed to the side of his left hand. Krillin was slightly stunned, but still walked forward obediently. Let me know about your past. The elder said, putting his hand on Krillin's bald head. Krillin, the elder quickly learned about what happened to Piccolo through Krillin's memory. So that's it. In order to abandon sin, Kadaz's child became two people. The elder suddenly realized, I can indeed sense that there is still a little evil in your heart, but there is very little left. Pico's expression was calm and he didn't speak. You are a genius of Namek. If you can assimilate with the person before, your strength will also be greatly improved. The elder said to Piccolo. It's useless to say this now. It took us more than 30 days to get to Namek. We can't go back now, right? Besides, I don't want to assimilate with that guy. Piccolo shook his head. I'm glad that your wish is pure, and these two little guys are very brave. I'll give you this Dragon Ball. The elder said, raised his hand to take down the Dragon Ball embedded above the chair, and handed it to Krillin. Krillin immediately took the Dragon Ball with both hands and thanked him. Regarding assimilation, if you need the Dragon Ball to fulfill your wish, you may have to wait for a while. The elder said in a deep voice, but unfortunately, my life will end in a few days. In these few days, can you snatch the Dragon Ball from that terrible guy? And you should know that once I die, the Dragon Ball will disappear. So if you want to assimilate, stay with me for a while, and I will be with you. Assimilated me before dying. Piccolo didn't say anything, which was considered as tacitly agreeing with the elder's statement. I'm afraid this is the best choice. Neru was also silent. Of course, Neru at this time couldn't selflessly dedicate his body to Piccolo. After all, Neru was not injured and was still alive. Now let's pray together. The elder sighed, if that man named Frieza comes here, even if Mr. Piccolo and Neru join forces, they may not be his opponent. However, although you are all Earthlings, you have very powerful strength. It's a pity that these powers of yours have not been fully exerted. I can help you awaken the dormant power. Awaken the dormant power? Krillin was stunned. Yes, in your words, it is potential power. The elder smiled. As he spoke, a layer of mysterious energy covered Krillin's body from the elder's hand. Krillin was surprised and delighted at the time, with a look of disbelief on his face. This great. I feel my power has become stronger. It's great. Krillin cheered loudly. Krillin, it's amazing, I can sense your powerful energy. Sun Wukong was also happy for Krillin. Wukong, come on. You try it too. Krillin hurriedly stepped forward and held Sun Wukong's hand, and suddenly thought of something, and asked with some concern, Elder, can you continue to awaken the dormant power? Won't this reduce your lifespan? As long as it is dormant power, it can be awakened. The elder smiled, just now it was just a guide, it won't affect my lifespan. Great, Elder, please awaken all the dormant powers of Wukong. Wukong is the most powerful person among us. Krillin was very excited. Okay, Mr. Sun Wukong, please come over here. The elder nodded without objection. Sun Wukong walked to the elder's side. The elder put his hand on Sun Wukong's head. Then, the elder was silent for a while, unable to say anything. What's wrong? Don't I have dormant power? Sun Wukong scratched his head in distress. I drank super divine water before, that thing said it can awaken dormant power, is it because of that reason? No, it's the power in your body is too weird, I can't awaken it. The elder shook his head slowly. What do you mean? Sun Wukong was puzzled. To put it simply, the power in your body is somewhat similar to Luo Tian's power. Maybe this is a special kind of divine power. Please forgive me for being powerless and unable to guide the divine power. The elder replied solemnly. These 2 days are indeed a bit boring. Tomorrow will be exciting. Chapter 180, The First Surrendered God of Destruction, Divine Power. Sun Wukong held his chin and thought about it. It seemed to be true. Wukong, you are practicing divine power. Is it the power of God? Krillin was surprised. It seems so. It is completely different from the energy in my body before. Sun Wukong nodded. That's a pity. There is no way to awaken your dormant divine power. Krillin said regretfully. Who are you? Why do you have divine power? The elder asked in some confusion. Sun Wukong was about to speak. Awaken Gohan's power. Piccolo suddenly interrupted Sun Wukong's words. Yes, Gohan, come and try. I feel that Gohan must have a powerful energy hidden in his body. Gohan must be fine. Sun Wukong nodded quickly. Sun Wuhan walked forward and stood beside Sun Wukong. The elder put his hand on Sun Wuhan's head and silently sensed the energy in his body. Under this sense, the elder was surprised again. Is the little guy really an earthling? I can sense that your body contains extremely huge energy, but with my ability, I can only awaken a small part of it. The elder was deeply moved. As he said, the elder no longer hesitated and immediately awakened a small part of the energy in Sun Wuhan's body. Suddenly, extremely powerful energy burst out from Sun Wuhan's body. After sensing Sun Wuhan's powerful energy, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Krillin, who were present, were immediately stunned. Well, it can only be regarded as the tip of the iceberg. If the little guy can meet a destined person in the future, it is possible to awaken most of his dormant energy. The elder took a deep breath and said, when that time comes, the little guy's strength will be unimaginable. How much energy does Gohan have? Is it only a small part of the dormant power that has been awakened? Sun Wukong was surprised. Yes, he is indeed the one I am optimistic about. Piccolo nodded with satisfaction and patted Sun Wuhan on the shoulder. But Piccolo, the one who is optimistic about Gohan is Luo Tian, right? Krillin told the truth mercilessly. Shut up! Piccolo shouted angrily. Pico, do you want to try to awaken the dormant power? Sun Wukong asked Piccolo. Child of Kadaz. Come here, I will try to awaken your dormant power. The elder said to Piccolo. You should call me Piccolo. Piccolo didn't say much, and walked to the side of the elder. The elder put his hand on Piccolo's head, and an invisible energy covered his body. Suddenly, Piccolo's dormant power was also fully stimulated by the elder. Piccolo silently felt the powerful energy in his body, and the surprise in his eyes was visible to the naked eye. I have become stronger. I can clearly feel that I have become very powerful. With the help of the elder, except for Son Goku, the strength of the other people has been greatly improved. Goku, now all of us are going to challenge that guy named Frieza together. I'm afraid we still can't beat him. Krillin smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's true that we can't beat him. Son Goku nodded, let's think of other ways. The third universe, the food planet. More and more food was brought to the table by the waiters on the planet. Broly, Bu, and Bardock ate with relish. Sure enough, the food here is very good. Bardock praised it highly. Bu stuffed his mouth with chocolate, then bit it and ate it. The tentacles on his head circled in place, just like eating melon seeds for a long time, leaving only the melon seeds and eating them together. Xiao Ai, this planet is really good. Bu smiled, although the chocolate here is not as good as the chocolate Satan gave me, it is crispy and almost the same as the chocolate of the god of destruction. Really? I know you like it. Xiao Ai nodded, stared at Broly, and asked, Broly, what do you think? Is it delicious? Delicious. Broly nodded in agreement. I'll pack it for you when we go back. Xiao Ai's eyes curved. Broly didn't object, which was considered as agreement. However, at the moment when Xiao Ai's voice fell, Broly suddenly frowned and looked up to the sky. Bu also felt it and looked up at the sky with Broly. Bardock's expression slightly changed, and he looked up at the sky. Xiao Ai looked at the two people in the sky with a cold look. On the red sky, two people wearing the costumes of the god of destruction appeared. Both of them looked strange. How to describe one of them? He looked a bit like the weird guy who could play Ego in the Street Fighter game console. He was the god of destruction Arak from the 5th universe. The other god of destruction was a fishman with a fish head and a human body, and seemed to be evolved from a piranha. The fishman was the god of destruction Gold from the 12th universe. Broly quickly took out the card and looked through it. The strength of the gods of destruction of these two universes has reached the height of level 54. After seeing this level, Broly's face became extremely ugly. Broly could still tie with one god of destruction, but if two level 54 gods of destruction joined forces, it would be difficult to deal with. Pa! Arakan King slowly fell from the sky and appeared in front of Broly and others. Are you Broly, the god of destruction who wants to become the great god of destruction? King looked at Broly with a smile, and then glanced at Bu and others present. It's me. Broly stood up suddenly and nodded. You don't deserve it. King smiled contemptuously, waved his big hand forward, and a ball of destructive energy quickly covered it. Looking at the destructive energy coming at a fast speed, Broly's body immediately burst out with dark green light, and lightning wrapped around his body. Bang! Broly kicked hard and kicked directly on the destructive energy. The destructive energy flew back. Oh! Interesting! King was surprised and happy, and slapped it hard. Bang! With a muffled sound, the destructive energy was slapped back by King again, and once again whistled towards Broly's direction. Broly snorted coldly, thrust his right hand forward fiercely, and inserted his fingers into the purple-red destructive energy. The next moment, Broly's left hand pulled and directly tore the destructive energy into two halves. Broly grabbed a destructive energy with one hand, squeezed it hard, and squeezed the destructive energy in both hands into purple-red slag. With such little strength, at most about the same as mine, you think you can become a great destroyer? Jin smiled contemptuously and looked at Broly with narrowed eyes. Broly had no reason to be polite and rushed towards the other party at a high speed. Jin's reaction was also very fast. He flew backwards, opened his mouth, and ejected a stream of energy from his mouth. The energy rushed towards Broly again at a very fast speed. Broly slightly turned his body to avoid the invasion of energy, and the distance between him and Jin was getting closer and closer. Pop! The energy ejected from Jin's mouth just now hit the chocolate of Majin Bu. In just a moment, the chocolate on Majin Bu's table turned into nothingness and disappeared completely. Veins popped out on Majin Bu's forehead soon, and he squinted his eyes, and white steam came out of his head in hatred. You broke my chocolate. I won't forgive you. Majin Bu turned around, looked at Jin angrily, and jumped up, ready to rush over there. Swish! However, someone was faster. Bang! With a muffled sound, Majin Bu unfortunately, he was kicked down from the air. Boom! Majin Bu fell to the ground below, leaving a large crater on the ground. Let me tell you here, that's the battle between Jin and Broly. If you dare to get involved, I don't mind taking action against you. Arak crossed his arms and smiled coldly, of course, you can all come together. Xiao Ai and Bardock naturally couldn't sit still and stood up immediately. That's a personal grudge between the two of them. I hope you don't meddle. Arak snorted and squinted his eyes and said to Xiao Ai and others. Personal grudge? Xiao Ai was stunned, raised her eyebrows, and was a little puzzled. To put it simply, Jin's favorite little lover was transformed from a goldfish raised by the one you killed, Mayul. Arak explained, few people know this. Xiao Ai, Bardock, Bu? It can be said that Jin's little lover is basically equivalent to Mayul's daughter. They developed feelings for each other since childhood, and later Jin took her away. Arak smiled slightly, until some time ago, Jin's little lover Mayul suddenly had a nightmare one night. In the dream, her adoptive father waved goodbye to her and never met again. Mayul woke up from the dream and contacted the third universe through the communicator left at that time, but found that there was no information at all. Bu nodded vigorously, with a gossipy expression on his face. Bardock did not speak, and glanced in the direction of Broly and Jin's battle. At present, the two seemed to be tied. Xiao Ai showed a worried look on her face, watching Broly and Jin fighting from a distance. Then what? Bu asked. Miao Xiaohu naturally contacted Jin immediately. After investigation, Jin found out that the third universe had undergone earth-shaking changes. Arak snorted, and not only the third universe, but even the god of destruction of the ninth universe was killed by you too. At this point, Arak's eyes stayed on Bardock for a few seconds, and he already knew that he was the new god of destruction of the ninth universe. Originally, Jin wanted to seek revenge on you immediately, but after thinking about it carefully, he had to give up. Arak continued, after all, I'm afraid the High Priest already knows that you killed 2 destroyers. But the High Priest did not punish you, and selected 2 more people to become the new destroyers of the 2 universes. The High Priest's behavior is somewhat intriguing. Bu nodded thoughtfully, scratched his head in confusion, and asked, why is it intriguing? Arak didn't want to explain too much, glanced at Bu, and continued the previous topic, but fortunately, Broly wants to become a great destroyer, and the High Priest announced that even if he is killed, it does not violate the rules of the God realm. So, to put it simply, Jin is taking revenge for his little lover, his most beloved little lover, and I'm afraid Broly will be very tragic today. Xiao Ai pursed her lips, revealing a worried look. Oh? The 2 sides are fighting back and forth now, and it seems that they are evenly matched. Arak also turned his head to look over there and said with a smile. The battle between Broly and Jin is still going on. Both sides quickly flew away from the planet and appeared in the universe. Pa! Broly stretched out his big hand and grabbed Jin's head, and embedded his head deeply into a meteorite. Bang! Broly punched again and smashed the meteorite into pieces. Jin felt dizzy and many little stars appeared in front of his eyes, and those little stars were spinning around him. Bang! Broly flew up and hit Jin's chin with another uppercut. Ouch! Jin screamed, and blood was already oozing from the corner of his mouth. Do you accept it? Broly said lightly. Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, looked at it in front of his eyes, and showed a strong fighting spirit. Broly frowned slightly. It seems that if you don't take it seriously, you don't know how powerful the old god of destruction is. Jin snorted coldly, and purple-red light appeared on his body. Shua! Jin's figure flashed, and he quickly appeared behind Broly. Bang! Jin's fist hit Broly's back with a heavy punch. Puff! Broly's mouth was filled with blood, and the whole person rushed forward. Destruction! Jin waved his hand in the air, and a ball of destructive energy whizzed towards Broly. Broly seemed to have sensed it long ago, and hurriedly turned around and sank downwards to avoid the invasion of destructive energy. However, just when Broly just breathed a sigh of relief, Shua! Jin's figure flashed again, and in the blink of an eye he appeared beside Broly. Broly's reaction was also very fast, and he kicked fiercely. Snap! Jin raised his hand and caught Broly's attacking kick. Humph! Nothing more than that. Jin smiled contemptuously. Bang! However, just as Jin's voice fell, Broly's other foot kicked him in the face, leaving a big shoe print on his face. Jin was so angry that he grabbed Broly's ankle and swooped down in the starry sky, crashing into a nearby meteorite. Boom! The meteorite broke into pieces on the spot. Broly endured the pain and kicked, hitting Jin's chest. Bang bang bang! The two once again engaged in a fierce battle in this area. For a while, it seemed difficult to tell the winner between the two, and the fight was indistinguishable. About an hour later. Pa! The dark green light on Broly's body dissipated all of a sudden. This was the first time Broly encountered an equally matched opponent. It can be said that Broly's physical strength was almost overdrawn in this battle, and his energy was consumed to the extreme. Broly has never experienced this before. Huff, huff! Broly gasped and felt exhausted. King didn't look too good either, his gills kept swelling and shrinking. What? The green light on your body is gone? King snorted, good opportunity, let me show you how I can punish you. As he said this, purple-red light burst out from King's body, and he was about to attack Broly. However, just when King just took off. Pop! The purple-red light on King's body suddenly dissipated. The next moment, King's physical strength was also consumed to the extreme, revealing a face full of fatigue. King flew over tiredly and landed opposite Broly. The two men's fists hit each other's faces at the same time. Bang! The two men's fists collided with each other's faces. However, the two men now had very little energy and physical strength left, so the fists hitting each other's faces did not cause much damage to each other's faces. You're not much better. Broly snorted. The two slowly retracted their fists. The next moment, they looked at each other, sparks flashing in their eyes. Both Broly and King looked extremely embarrassed, with bruises all over their faces. Are you convinced? Broly asked, gritting his teeth. Haha! King laughed, and seemed to be very happy. If you don't agree, let's fight again. Broly clenched his fists, but felt that his fists were weak. Broly, I'm convinced. I admit defeat. King suddenly said, and patted Broly's shoulder weakly. Broly, I'm deeply moved by your persistence. King laughed, I haven't felt so happy for a long time. In these universes, there are not many gods of destruction who can fight me like this. Broly didn't say anything, mainly because he didn't know how to respond, and for a while he couldn't keep up with the other party's rhythm. Although our strengths are not much different, I know that you have only been a god of destruction for a short time, and you are currently just an intern god of destruction, practicing only pure energy, and you have not even practiced the god of destruction's divine control skills. Jin smiled brightly, you can reach this level in just over 20 years. Just for this point, I absolutely admire you. Broly was speechless. And Jin's performance also caught Broly off guard. You're so impressed? Your little lover meows Iowa, Broly asked. What's the saying? Brothers are like hands and feet, and wives are like clothes. Jin smiled and replied, a wife is just a piece of clothing, let alone a little lover, who is not even worthy of clothes. Broly was shocked by Jin's words. That little lover named Miao Xiao was not even worthy of a piece of clothing. Ya, what are you talking about? Xiao Ihan gnashed his teeth, and suddenly felt that his status seemed to have been lowered invisibly. Broly, since you want to become the great destroyer of the universe, I, King, will be the first to support you. King smiled and patted Broly's shoulder. Broly was a little embarrassed. I beat you like this, and you still support me. From now on, I, King, will be your best ally, Broly. King smiled happily. This Broly scratched his head. You probably don't know yet, Broly. King added, I am the third most powerful god of destruction in the 12 universes. Broly silently looking at Jin. He suddenly felt that his fish face was so pleasing to the eye at this moment. I believe that if the two of us join forces, although we may not be the opponent of Quitra, it will definitely not be a big problem to wipe out the other destroyers. Jin suggested with a smile. Broly nodded thoughtfully. If Jin is really the third most powerful destroyer, then there is nothing wrong with his words. Joining forces with Jin, other destroyers can definitely surrender. Your little lover Broly was still a little embarrassed. Before this, Broly heard what Arak said and knew that Jin's little lover was the adopted daughter of Mulu. I killed Mulu. How could Mulu not hate me? Didn't I say it? My little lover doesn't even deserve clothes. Jin smiled and comforted, don't mind it, the universe is so big, when you become a great destroyer, can't you find me a little lover as compensation? Broly nodded, thinking that Jin was right. Just pity his little lover. Besides, Miao Xiao has been spoiled since she was a child. To describe her in the language of humans on a certain planet, she is a fairy. I don't like her at all. If it weren't for her body, you are a man, you know. Otherwise, why didn't I let her follow me? Jin explained with a smile. Body? Broly was stunned. How could Broly, who had never been in love and had never seen related plots, know these things? For a moment, Broly was a little confused and didn't know what Jin meant by body. After all, Luo Tian usually behaved just enough. Broly didn't learn this kind of thing, mainly because he didn't get it. Except that Xiao Ai looked very beautiful after her rebirth, there was really no special thought. Xiao Ai snorted sullenly, feeling a little unhappy. What do you think of us women? This annoying fish. However, although Xiao Ai was unhappy, she was still very happy for Broly. At least Broly had a very powerful companion. I'm afraid this is Broly's first true surrender to the god of destruction. No, it can't be considered surrender. He was moved by Broly's bravery and strength. Bu looked at Broly, then at King, and said nothing. Bardock was even more silent. Neither Bu nor Bardock thought that Broly and King's desperate battle would actually establish a deep friendship between them. In this way, Broly's future path to becoming the great god of destruction will be a little smoother. Arak, give us the healing potion. Jin turned his head and called to Arak, and then explained to Broly, I have healing potions. As long as we drink these potions, our injuries will be fully recovered in no more than an hour. Fortunately, no other gods of destruction have come to this universe, but they should all be looking for you. It's better to be careful. When our strength is restored, I will take you to sweep other universes. However, after Jin finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and found that Arak had gone somewhere and was not at the scene. Arak, where did you go? Jin shouted loudly. It's okay, I have senzu beans. Broly said, reaching out to take the senzu beans from his arms. Eat the senzu beans, our injuries and physical strength will be restored immediately. You still have such a good thing. Jin was a little surprised. However, just when Broly's hand just reached into his arms and had not yet touched the senzu beans, Shua! A figure suddenly appeared behind Broly. Broly seemed to sense something and frowned. Arak, where have you been? Jin looked behind Broly and found that the person who appeared was Arak. However, when Jin saw Arak's cold face, he suddenly had a bad premonition. Arak, what's wrong with you? Jin frowned slightly. Bang! Arak sneered and poked his finger fiercely. His right hand directly penetrated Broly's back and came out from his chest. Jin's face changed again and again, and he shouted angrily, "Arak, you are crazy!" Bang! Arak's big hand swung forward fiercely, and his palm hit Jin's chest on the spot. Puff blood spurted out of Jin's mouth. Originally, King and Broly had little physical strength, and they were both seriously injured. For Arak, it was too easy to destroy them. Humph! Arak pulled his hand out of Broly's chest and looked coldly at King opposite. The palm strike by Arak just now left a sunken handprint on King's chest. The handprint had been deeply embedded in King's heart, causing blood to spurt out of King's mouth. Broly's whole body was shaking, and his heart blood dyed his body red. Broly! Xiao Ai exclaimed. Chapter 181 The third universe was dyed dark green. Such an incident made Xiao Ai, Bu, and Bardock present. The three people's faces changed color. Is this the senzu bean that can heal injuries? Arak smiled lightly, and there was already a senzu bean bag in his hand. The next moment, purple-red energy flashed in Arak's right hand. Suddenly, the senzu bean bag turned into nothingness in an instant, and was completely destroyed by Arak. Now you have no way to heal, right? Arak sneered repeatedly, and a playful taste appeared in his eyes. Broly! Xiao Ai exclaimed, and rushed up without hesitation. Bang! Arak looked at Xiao Ai who rushed up, and suddenly punched her in the abdomen heavily. Ah! Xiao Ai screamed, and the whole person flew backwards, leaving a light and shadow in the vast starry sky. The pores on Bu's body sprayed white gas, raising the energy to the extreme. Bardock's body was covered with crimson flames, lightning bolts quickly wrapped around him, his hair stood up high, and he transformed into Super Saiyan God 2. You attract his attention, I'll treat Broly. Bu whispered in Bardock's ear. Bardock nodded slightly, turned into a crimson stream of light, and flew quickly towards Arak. When he was about to approach Arak, Bardock suddenly pressed his hands down, and his body suddenly flew up to a height. Humph! You want to deliberately attract my attention and let that fat man treat them? Arak smiled disdainfully, waved his hand in the air, and a powerful energy instantly acted on Bardock's body. Bang! Unfortunately, Bardock was hit, and was hit by Arak's huge energy at that time. Bardock didn't even have time to hum, and the whole person flew backwards, and soon disappeared in the vast starry sky. As Bardock flew backwards, the red light on his body instantly dissipated and returned to normal. A level 30 god of destruction is also here to pass as a fake? Arak sneered, not even looking at Bardock. Even if he is not dead, he is probably seriously injured. It depends on your luck. Bu's eyes widened, his expression solemn. At this point, Bu dared not be careless anymore, and immediately rushed up and punched Arak. Snap! Bu just rushed up, and before he stretched out his arms, Arak grabbed his neck. Bang! Arak punched over and directly blew up Bu's head. Then Arak kicked Bu's fat body again, kicking him backwards. As Bu flew out, his arms suddenly stretched several times like rubber bands, and he grabbed Arak's body at once. A hand knife emerged from Arak's right hand, and he slashed it over, directly cutting off Bu's two arms. Suddenly, only two hands of Bu remained on Arak's body. Arak grabbed one hand, rolled it into a ball of plasticine, and threw it towards Majin Bu who was still flying backwards. Bang! The piece of meat hit Majin Bu's stomach, leaving a deep mark on his stomach. Arak went to grab Majin Bu's other hand. However, when Arak grabbed it, he suddenly found that the hand was gone. Arak was stunned and immediately looked around for the hand that Bu escaped from. Majin Bu's remaining hand quickly transformed into a palm-sized him, and quickly appeared behind Broly, with two small claws to treat Broly's wounds. However, Broly's injuries were too serious, his chest was pierced, and his energy was almost exhausted. Broly's consciousness was getting weaker and weaker, and his expression was beginning to blur. Although Bu knew healing skills, he only had one hand left and his body had flown far away, so his ability was limited. In a short period of time, Bu only saved Broly from the state of near death and repaired the wound on his chest, but it would take a long time to completely heal him. Pa! Just as Bu was secretly treating Broly's wound, a big hand suddenly grabbed over and grabbed Bu, who was only the size of a palm. What a magical physique, secretly running here for treatment. Arak sneered. Bu kept struggling in Arak's hand, trying to break free from the other's big hand. However, the gap between Bu's strength and Arak's was too big. And the current palm-sized Bu's strength was only 1% of the overall strength. No matter how Bu struggled, he could not break free from the other's big hand. Bu was so angry that he kept spitting on Arak's face. However, when the saliva approached Arak's body, it was evaporated by the invisible energy on his body. Destroy! Arak sneered, and the purple-red light flashed in his hand, and immediately destroyed Bu, who was only the size of a palm. The next moment, Arak looked at Broly with a smile, and then fixed his eyes on Jin. Broly gritted his teeth and woke up. The severe pain and weakness in his body almost made him faint. However, Broly's strong will made him stand firm and not fall down. He was still suspended in the starry sky, staring at Arak. Jin's expression was also solemn and angry, and even a little unwilling and confused. Similar to Broly, Jin was injured. It was quite serious. Although the heart was not pierced, the body was also seriously injured. After a brief treatment by Bu, who was as big as a palm, Broly's fatal injury was at least cured, and his heart was restored. Arak, what do you want to do? Of course I want to avenge Xiaoyu. Arak snorted coldly. Revenge Xiaoyu? Jin was slightly stunned, and his brows were tightly locked together. Xiaoyu, come out! Arak suddenly said. Okay. A female voice with cold arrogance suddenly came from Arak's mouth. Arak opened his mouth. Pa! A fish with golden light all over its body jumped out of Yalak's mouth. Jin, this is disgusting. After jumping out of Yalak's mouth, the little goldfish transformed into a beautiful mermaid in an instant. The mermaid has long golden hair, a human body on the upper body, and a long fish tail on the lower body, which is covered with golden scales. Xiaoyu, your enemy has been seriously injured by me. Yalak said to the mermaid with a smile. Thank you, Lord Yalak. Miao Xiaoyu hurriedly thanked him, and looked at Jin with some resentment, and said coldly, sure enough, Lord Jin is not reliable at all, but Lord Yalak is reliable. I don't love you in vain, right? Yalak smiled. Yet. Miao Xiaoyu nodded again, and the golden fish tail swayed. You too. Jin suddenly felt a green on his head. Since I tasted the deliciousness of a mermaid, I can never go back. Yalak looked at Jin with a smile. You guys. Jin's mouth was spurting blood. Jin never thought that his best friend Yalak, who was also a destroyer of a certain universe, would do something shameful with his little lover. Jin was really shocked, and more of an endless anger. Such a delicious mermaid, Jin, why don't you know how to pity her? Yalak shook his head and sighed. Yalak, I told you before, in my opinion, she is just a little lover, if you like, I can give her to you. Jin said with a cold face, his eyes full of grief and indignation. This is your fault, Jin. Yarak snorted coldly, his eyes looked particularly empty, although we gods of destruction don't have too many feelings, but you give such a beautiful mermaid as a commodity. I can't stand your behavior. Jin was speechless for a while. So, when I heard that Broly was going to become the great god of destruction, I deliberately set up such a situation. Yarak smiled and said, I know your character, and I have also carefully analyzed the strength between you and Broly. With the strength of the two of you, it should be almost 50-50. In the end, you will be convinced by Broly's strength. Then, you will become Broly's ally. In this way, you will not be punished even if you kill me, is that what you mean? Jin finally understood. Yes, that's what I mean. Eric snorted, and his smile became more and more brilliant. Jin, I'm sorry, Xiao hates you so much, she wants you to die, I have no choice but to do this, I hope you don't blame me. As he said this, Ye Lak stretched out his hand and pointed it at Jin's body. Actually, I want you to die too, because I feel very upset when I think of the time when you and Xiao were together. Only when you die can I be with Xiao better. Ye Lak kept snorting coldly, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Is it just because of this reason? Jin frowned. Of course it's not just this reason. My hatred for you is increasing invisibly. Ye Lak snorted, his eyes full of resentment. What else? Is it because our 12th universe ranks higher than your 5th universe in the Universe Comprehensive Index? Jin asked calmly. So you know. Ye Lak gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and said, no matter how hard I try, I can never surpass your 12th universe. I'm not willing to accept it. And what makes me hate the most is that you often mention in front of me that our 5th universe is not as good as your 12th universe. Every time the comprehensive index is only 0.1 away, your 12th universe will once again leave us behind with your efforts. I thought my doing this would make you work hard and develop your own universe, so, am I wrong? Jin was at a loss for words. You are just showing off in front of me. I hate you. I hate arrogant and conceited gods of destruction like you. Arak shouted angrily. In that case, then kill me if you can vent your anger. Jin sighed, took a deep breath, endured the severe pain in his body, looked in Broly's direction, and winked at him secretly. Broly saw it and quickly understood the other party's intention. Jin was ready to die. Besides, he wanted to hold back Arak before he died so that he could escape smoothly. As long as Broly could get treatment and recover to his peak state, he might not lose to Arak. Although the senzu beans had been destroyed by Arak, Bu knew the healing technique, so there would be no problem as long as he ran over and asked Bu to heal him. Broly was just about to implement King's plan. This plan. However, the next moment, Broly's mind suddenly recalled what the High Priest had said. Broly, if you really want to become the leader of all the gods of destruction, that is, the great god of destruction, the most important thing you need to do is to make these gods of destruction willingly obey you. Broly's brain CPU was running fast, and he immediately denied Jin's plan. I can't let the friendship I just established disappear like this. Since I want to be the great god of destruction, I can't watch him die in front of me. Oh? What? Jin, we have known each other for so long, don't I know what you are planning? Arak smiled, you want to entangle me before you die so that Broly can get treatment, right? Don't worry, neither of you can escape. Since I want to kill you, Broly will also die. Destruction. Arak said, no longer hesitating, a ball of purple-red energy the size of a basketball in his hand whistled towards Jin. Jin immediately opened his arms, intending to use his exhausted body to directly resist the invasion of destructive energy, so as to buy time for Broly. Snap! Broly stretched out his big hand and grabbed Jin back, pulling him behind him. Boom! Dark green light emerged from Broly's body, lightning wrapped around his body, and his hair instantly turned dark green. The legendary Super Saiyan 2. Activate! What? How is this possible? How can you still have so much energy? Aren't you seriously injured? Arak was surprised, his pupils shrank sharply, and his face changed again and again. The mermaid was even more frightened and quickly hid behind Arak. Quick! He is already seriously injured, kill them quickly. Miao Xiao said a little anxiously. Arak nodded, thinking that Broly was bluffing. Swish! Although Arak was surprised, the destructive energy in his hand whistled towards Broly. Bang! Broly gritted his teeth and slapped hard, knocking the destructive energy flying away. This is impossible. Arak was shocked. Miao Xiao was stunned, and her beautiful face became a little paler. Jin was also surprised to see Broly slapping the destructive energy away, and was a little puzzled for a while. It is said that Broly does not have much energy left. Even if Majin Buu treated him, he only repaired his broken heart and chest. And his other serious injuries were still retained. When Jin was in a daze, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be something in his hand. He looked down and found that it was a watch. "Put it on!" Broly shouted, "Press the green button!" King was stunned for a moment, then immediately put the watch on his wrist and pressed the green button as Broly said. "Cool, cool, cool." In just a moment, a set of red armor quickly covered King's body. This is not." King's eyes widened, and the voice came from the red armor. After seeing this set of red armor, Mu Xiaohu's eyes flashed with endless resentment. Mu Xiaohu has lived with Mu Lu and Muses for many years, and he can see the specialness of this set of armor at a glance. It is said that it seems to be refined by Luke. When thinking of Muses, Mu Xiaohu's eyes were a little wet. The friend who grew up with him, Muses, who was like his younger brother, was ruthlessly killed. The problem is that Mu Xiaohu only knew about this a few days ago. And they have been dead for more than 20 years. Mu Xiaohu hated these murderers to death, and didn't care who was the first to make trouble. "Even if my brother Muse was rude to you, he is the biological son of Master Muru. It is your honor that he did that, you should be grateful. You actually killed him. I'll hold this guy back, you go find Bu for treatment." Broly grinned. King was stunned again, and hesitated for a while. "Can you hold him back? Go!" Broly shouted loudly. Yes, King no longer hesitated, and immediately flew away quickly. "Don't even think about it." Arak's face changed again and again, and he hurriedly flew up to stop him. Arak knew clearly that as long as one of Broly and King recovered to his peak state, he would be the one who was unlucky today. Arak's strength was slightly weaker than King. Once either Jin or Broly recovers, as long as he can hold himself back, the other can get treatment. Arak didn't dare to think further. Swoosh! Arak immediately chased in the direction of Jin. However, Broly flew up quickly and appeared in front of Arak in just a moment. Bang! Broly punched hard and hit Arak's face at that moment. Instantly, Arak's face was distorted and deformed, and his whole body rolled rapidly in the starry sky. Broly was kicked over and hit Arak, who was rolling rapidly. Puff! Then, blood spurted out of Broly's mouth. Shua! In just a moment, the dark green light on Broly's body dissipated. It can be said that Broly had used up all his potential energy just now, which was able to stop Arak a little. Jin did not dare to be careless at all, and hurriedly controlled the armor and flew towards Bu. Arak also reacted very quickly adjusted his body, no longer paying attention to Broly, who had little energy, and chased in the direction of Jin. "Broly, you really scared me just now." Arak's voice came out immediately while he was moving quickly. "I thought your energy had been fully restored. It turns out that you are just showing off your tendency." Broly gasped heavily, and bright red blood spurted out of his mouth again. Broly was already seriously injured, and this time the energy was greatly increased, making his injuries even worse. "If you don't get treatment, although your vitality is very tenacious, you will die, right?" Arak kept sneering, and his body was not idle, chasing Jin at a high speed. While he was moving at a high speed, a destructive energy slammed into Jin's body. Bang! Jin's physical strength was already seriously overdrawn. How could he have the ability to dodge? With only a muffled sound, Arak's destructive energy hit Jin's body at that time. Crack! The armor of the strength of the god of destruction appeared cracks under the attack of this destructive energy. However, because Jin was protected by the armor, the damage he suffered was very light. Damn it! Arak was furious and increased his speed to the extreme. At the same time, Arak turned back and slashed Broly fiercely. If this guy hadn't provided the armor to Jin, Jin would have been killed by me. Swish! While chasing Jin, Arak waved his hand, and a powerful destructive energy whistled towards Broly. Humph, although you are a dying god, let me send you off. So that you don't have too many dreams at night. Go to another world with your dream of the Great Destroyer. Arak snorted coldly, and immediately corrected, no, your soul may not be able to escape. To be precise, it should be with your dream of the Great Destroyer disappearing into thin air. After saying this, Arak sped up again and went to chase Jin. The purple-red destructive energy whistled towards Broly at a very fast speed. This time, the destructive energy released by Arak reached a diameter of at least 30 meters. Broly was seriously injured and had nowhere to hide. Broly! Xiao Ai cried out, her voice heartbreaking. However, Xiao Ai was too far away from Broly, and there was no time for her to save him. At this critical moment, Xiao Ai bit her lips and no longer hesitated. Shua! Xiao Ai disappeared from the spot and appeared beside Broly in an instant. Ka ka ka! The next moment, Xiao Ai's body quickly disintegrated and condensed into a brand new set of armor, covering Broly's body. Teleport? Arak glanced back and couldn't help but sneered, God of Destruction Xiao Ai, do you know what kind of punishment you will receive for using teleportation without authorization as a God of Destruction? You violated the rules of the God realm. After saying that, Arak stopped looking at Xiao Ai and Broly. Broly's pupils shrank sharply, looking at the bright red armor on his body, his mouth slightly opened, his throat dry, and he couldn't say anything. At the same time, the words that the high priest had said to Broly alone immediately appeared in his mind at this time. God of Destruction, it is forbidden to use instant teleportation. A god of destruction who uses instant teleportation without authorization will disappear. The god realm has its own rules. Violating the rules will result in a corresponding price. Under the rules, the universe can develop well. Otherwise, the universe will become a mess, and the final consequence is that it will be wiped out by the Lord of the Omni. Swish! After Xiao Ai transformed into a battle armor and wrapped Broly up, she used instant teleportation again and disappeared from the spot. Swish! The destructive energy that flew over hit nothing, leaving a purple-red flame in the dark starry sky. Jin finally found Majin Buu on a very distant planet. Before, Buu was knocked away by Jin, and was captured by the gravity of a nearby planet and fell to the ground of the planet. Jin flew towards the direction of the planet at a high speed. When he got closer, he tragically found that Buu had fainted. Moreover, Buu's head was gone. Jin felt endless despair in his heart. After much difficulty, he found Buu, but he didn't expect such a result. Hey, Buu, wake up! Jin shouted in the air, heal me quickly, Broly is in danger. This shout really worked a little. Snap! Buu's head, which had disappeared, suddenly recovered from his neck and opened his eyes immediately. How do you have Broly's armor? Buu climbed up from the ground with difficulty, glaring at Jin who was falling from the sky. He gave it to me. Heal me quickly. There's no time. Jin shouted loudly. Because Jin knew clearly that if he didn't take the time to treat at this time, everyone would probably die in Arak's hands in the end. Xiao Ai saved Broly at the cost of violating the rules of the God realm. Jin saw it clearly. Now is the best opportunity, and he must not miss it. Buu nodded, without any hesitation, and immediately released a healing flame to the falling Jin. Just when Buu's healing flame covered Jin. Don't even think about it. Arak followed up from behind, and a destructive energy was released, smashing down on Buu and Jin below. Get out of the way! Jin hugged Majin Buu and jumped to the side. The two rolled together and landed on the nearby sand. Majin Buu treated Jin again. However, Majin Buu was also seriously injured, so the treatment was slower. Arak fell from the sky, rushed forward quickly, and grabbed the tentacles on Majin Buu's head. Snap! Snap! Arak slapped Buu's face several times in a row, and his face was deformed at the time. Bang! Arak gently threw Bu up to a height and kicked him. Swish! Bu instantly flew out of the gravitational range of the planet, rushed into the universe, and soon disappeared. The next moment, Arak walked step by step towards Jin, who was wearing armor. Jin took a deep breath and prepared for the battle. Although Jin's injuries and energy were not fully recovered, after being treated by Bu, his strength was at least restored to about 70%. Jin felt that he still had the ability to fight. As long as Arak was delayed during the battle, and then Bu went to treat Broly, the defeat could be saved. Arak, since you hate me, this matter has nothing to do with Broly and his companions, you can kill me. Jin looked at Arak and said, but please let them go. You are now Broly's ally. Do you think that if I kill you and Broly recovers, he will let me go? Arak sneered. However, the two had just finished speaking. Swish! Suddenly, the color of the starry sky and even the entire third universe turned dark green in an instant. Even the entire planet changed color in the blink of an eye. The planet, which originally looked like black sand, seemed to be covered by layers of dense green light and turned into dark green. Ah, then, a heart-wrenching sound came from the distant starry sky. Crack! This black planet, which is about the same size as Mars, broke into pieces and shattered in the shock of this sound. Boom! The planet exploded, and the fiery red light flashed, and was swallowed up by the dark green light. Today is not water, right? Do you like to watch Sun Wukong and others, or Broly and others? Or the drama between the protagonist and the angels? Chapter 182 Explosion. The legendary Super Saiyan 3. What happened? Yalak exclaimed, and quickly covered his ears. What is this sound? Why is it so harsh? Jin widened his eyes, looking at the distant starry sky in surprise, and felt a burst of tinnitus in his ears. Yarak and Jin stared at the starry sky at the same time, and it was too late to fight for the time being. The starry sky was dark green everywhere. It was not just this starry sky, it seemed that the entire third universe had been dyed dark green. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, a vast energy came from the distant starry sky, with endless momentum. However, the explosion of these energies seemed to be wailing, with endless sorrow, which made people burst into tears. What? Arak was stunned, confused for a moment, his nose felt sore, and he wanted to cry. Qin wiped away tears. For some reason, Jin also felt inexplicably sad. And above the distant starry sky, Broly's body was covered with dark green light, and his hair grew rapidly backwards, and soon it was longer than his waist. Swish swish, dark green lightning filled Broly's body. The legendary Super Saiyan 3, activated. Broly's eyebrows were deeply embedded in his eye sockets, forming two thin lines, his eyes were burning with anger, and his expression was sad. At the same time, the sweet voice of Xiao Ai came out of Broly's mind. It seemed like he was back to 2 minutes ago. You deserve it. Your body is made of the essence of the universe of Lord Moscow, right? The mermaid's face was cold. This is the price you deserve. Now you are being punished. Xiao Ai ignored him. Broly had no time to care about a mermaid. Her body is fading. She will disappear soon. Cherish her dearest sister and let her be with you forever. The smiling fish tail kept swinging. Broly's body was tightly wrapped by the armor transformed by Xiao Ai. It seemed that at this moment, the bodies of people merged together and would never separate again. Muse is equivalent to my younger brother. You should feel honored that he provoked you. He is the son of the god of destruction. Instead of being grateful, you killed him. I really don't know what you are thinking. How can there be people like you in these universes? Now you are being punished, right? The mermaid pointed at Broly and Xiao Ai and said righteously. Shut up! Broly shouted. I won't shut up. This is my right to speak. You have no right to control it. The mermaid snorted, raised her chin high, and pointed her nose at Broly. Broly was furious and was ready to tear her apart. Broly, don't pay attention to her. I don't want our world to be disturbed by other irrelevant people, Xiao Ai said softly. Broly stopped talking. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 2 or 3 pieces, 3 pieces, 4 pieces, 5 or 6 pieces, 7 pieces, 8 pieces, 90 pieces, and they all disappeared when they flew into the plum blossom. Xiao Ai's voice was very soft and weak. Broly? Broly, when I was created, Tais was only 3 years old. I was her companion robot. I accompanied her to recite poems and taught her knowledge. Poetry? Broly didn't understand. Later, Tais graduated from university, and I grew up with her sister Bulma. Xiao Ai said softly. Broly remained silent. When Bulma was 5 years old, I met you, opened the intelligent system, and had my own thoughts. Broly didn't answer, but listened carefully to Xiao Ai. There are many poems, all stored in my storage unit. Although I can explain the meaning, I don't understand them. Broly didn't speak. It's like that sentence, I wish to find a person who is like-minded and will never leave each other until we grow old. I didn't understand it at the time, now I understand. Broly didn't understand. Looking at the red armor on his body that was gradually losing color, he opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but he couldn't say anything. And this sentence, I only wish your heart is like mine, and I will never let you down. Thank you, Broly, you made me understand the meaning of these poems. Broly's body trembled violently. You are buried in the abyss, and I live in the world with snow on my head. I don't want. Xiao Ai doesn't want this ending, Xiao Ai said softly, but her voice became weaker and weaker. It's great to know you if there is an afterlife. Broly, can you stop growing up? Snap! The armor on Broly's body suddenly disintegrated, and disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had become nothingness. Broly watched Xiao Ai disappear in front of him, and after a brief stagnation, he let out a shocking cry. The sound shook the entire universe and shook violently. Snap! Broly's body was filled with increasingly dense dark green flames, and the flames spread rapidly around Broly. In just a few seconds, the entire universe was infected by the dark green and changed color. Broly wailed, and his hair grew rapidly backwards, and soon it was longer than his waist. Sizzle sizzle, dark green lightning filled Broly's body. At the same time, Broly's eyebrows were deeply embedded in his eye sockets, forming 2 thin lines. The legendary Super Saiyan 3. Broly, in grief, finally broke through the limit and activated the legendary Super Saiyan 3. You deserve it. You lost your beloved. This is your retribution. Miao Xiao saw it, but her mood calmed down, and she even sneered proudly. Broly's angry eyes immediately swept towards the mermaid, and he stretched out his hand in the air. Come on, kill me. I have long put life and death aside. Miao Xiao straightened his chest, with an expression of facing death. Broly slowly withdrew his hand and ignored Miu. Everything that happened today was closely related to this mermaid. At least more than 30%. Broly didn't want to kill her so easily, that would be too easy for her. What Broly had to do now was to save Bu and Jin as soon as possible. As for Miu, don't worry about her, she can't run away. Where can you run? In the space where Jin and Arak were. Arak looked at the starry sky dyed dark green, and was in doubt for a while. What made Arak most uneasy was that an extremely huge energy was rising in a distant area, with endless momentum. This energy was so huge that it was impossible to look directly at it. At this time, how could Arak care about killing Jin? Suddenly, Arak suddenly sensed that the powerful energy was roaring towards him. Swish! In just a moment, Broly appeared in front of Arak. It was so fast that Arak didn't even come back to his senses. After seeing Broly's strange changes, Arak was stunned and opened his mouth, unable to say anything. Until Broly was very close to him, Arak suddenly woke up, his eyes full of fear. Yu, how did you become like this? Where did you get so much energy? Arak stuttered. Let me ask you, you are buried in the mud and my bones are rotten, and I am living in the world with snow on my head, what does it mean? Broly said coldly, suddenly asked. Arak? What do you mean? Broly asked again. Ya, what are you talking about? Arak didn't understand. What do you mean? What exactly do you mean? Broly continued to repeat what he had just said, and his big hand suddenly grabbed forward, grabbed Arak's arm, and gradually increased the strength in his hand. I don't know what you said. Arak exclaimed, and at the same time felt the other party's powerful strength. What do you mean? Broly shouted angrily. Crack! Then, Broly pulled hard and pulled Arak's arm off. Arak screamed in pain, and blood spurted out of his broken arm. Tell me, what exactly does it mean? Explain it. Broly grabbed Arak's broken arm and hit it hard with his forehead. Snap! Suddenly, the broken arm of Arak shattered directly, turning into dark green slag, floating in the starry sky. Destruction! Arak endured the severe pain, and swung his other hand forward fiercely, and a huge ball of destructive energy covered Broly's position. Broly did not dodge, but floated directly above the starry sky. The next moment, the destructive energy released by Arak appeared and hit Broly's body. Ha ha ha, no matter how strong you are, you will be finished if you are hit by my destructive energy. Arak laughed loudly, and his laughter became more and more brilliant. Even if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. Speaking of this, Arak was a little confused. Didn't I kick that Majin Buu to another direction? How did Broly's injury heal? How did the energy recover? It's really strange. According to the information I investigated, except for Majin Buu who can heal, the other few people present can't heal. Forget it, it's not important. This guy was so arrogant that he got hit by my destructive energy. It's going to be a tragedy. It's a destructive skill, but it's the God of Destruction's divine skill. I don't believe you can resist it. The huge destructive energy swallowed Broly's body in an instant. Arak laughed wildly. Jin was silent on the side, and didn't intervene. Because Jin seemed to know what happened. The destructive energy gradually dissipated, revealing Broly's safe and sound body. Broly didn't hide, and he didn't bother to hide. It seemed that the destructive energy hitting his body would make him feel better. It felt that his heart was not so painful. Arak's pupils shrank sharply, and his face turned pale in an instant. Let me ask you, you are buried in the mud and your bones are rotten, and I live in the world with snow on my head, what does it mean? Broly asked coldly. I don't know. Arak flew backwards, his legs trembling with fear, and he couldn't even feel the pain at the position of his broken arm. How is this possible? Why was he not hurt at all after being hit by my destructive energy? Level 58. Jin suddenly said in surprise. What did you say? Level 58? Arak widened his eyes and was completely dumbfounded. This level has surpassed that guy Beerus. Jin said excitedly. Arak was really scared and his whole body was shaking violently. Level 58. Can his transformation increase his level so much? Greetings to the Great Destroyer. Jin immediately knelt down in the starry sky without any hesitation. Arak is totally out of his mind. You make me look stupid by doing this, right? What should I do? Greetings to the Great Destroyer. Arak did not dare to be careless and knelt down with Jin, kneeling in front of Broly. Level 58. This level is simply terrifying. In this world where one level higher can crush the opponent, level 58 is definitely the top level among all the destroyers. Not to mention level 58, even level 55 can easily crush Arak, a level 54 god of destruction. Arak finally knew why his destructive energy didn't work. If he doesn't become the great god of destruction, who will? Answer my question just now. Broly looked at Arak coldly and asked. I Lord Great God of Destruction, I really don't know what it means. Arak shook his head hurriedly. What does it mean to wish to find a person who is like you and stay together until old age? Broly asked again. Arak's mouth twitched and shook his head immediately. Then I only wish that your heart is like mine, and I will never let you down? Broly stared at Arak with red eyes. I have never heard of these sentences. What are you talking about? What? I don't know, I really, Arak answered hurriedly. However, before Arak finished speaking, he let out a sad wail. Arak looked down and found that one of his legs had been blown to pieces. Do you understand now? Broly asked with narrowed eyes. Arak was sweating profusely from the pain. Bang! Broly used his hand to block with a single finger. Sora blew off Arak's other leg again. I know what it means. Arak was anxious and shouted loudly. I don't want to know any more. Broly snorted coldly and was about to blow off Arak's last arm. However, at this moment, Broly suddenly glanced and found that the mermaid was escaping rapidly in the starry sky. Go and catch the mermaid. Broly ordered in an unquestionable tone. After saying that, Broly's figure flashed and quickly appeared beside Majin Buu. Majin Buu almost fainted again. Fortunately, this time Buu gritted his teeth and persisted. Seeing Broly suddenly appearing in front of him and Broly's strange changes, Buu widened his eyes and showed a look of surprise. Your eyes are so fierce. Buu said hurriedly. Are you okay? Broly asked calmly. Buu shook his head. Bardock is over there, can you bring him here? Broly said. Buu nodded in agreement. Tell Bardock that I'll treat you to fish. Broly patted Buu's shoulder gently. Eat fish? Buu didn't quite understand. Go ahead. Broly ordered. Buu nodded vigorously, feeling that Broly's words were like issuing an order, which made people dare not resist. Swoosh! Buu staggered towards Bardock and soon appeared beside him. Bardock was hit hard by Arak and disappeared. He collided with an asteroid and fell on the asteroid, fainting at the time. As Arak said, Bardock was only a god of more than 30 levels, and his level was pitifully low. It was a blessing in disguise that he was not killed directly. Majin Buu quickly found Bardock and restored some of his strength through simple treatment. Bardock opened his eyes and thanked Majin Buu. But then, Bardock sensed an extremely huge energy rising in the distant starry sky. What is that? Whose energy is this? Is it Broly? Bardock was stunned. He transformed, and transformed again. This time he became fierce. Buu said, and his eyes immediately turned into Broly's. Look, it's like this. Bardock looked at Buu and didn't say anything. And his hair has grown longer. Buu gestured at the length of Broly's hair. What happened? Why did he transform again? Bardock asked in surprise. I don't know. Buu shook his head, and suddenly thought of something, and added, by the way, Broly said he would treat us to fish. Eat fish? Bardock was a little confused. But no matter what, let's go and take a look first. Buu and Bardock took off and flew towards Broly. Soon, King, Buu, and Bardock all gathered around Broly. A relatively far-away place. Mermaid Maya was going to escape. It would be better to hide on a random planet than to stay here and die. However, the mermaid flew for a short time before being stopped by Arak, blocking her way. Lord Arak, what's wrong with your body? The mermaid asked in surprise, her face becoming paler. It's okay, I won't die. Arak sighed helplessly, I never thought that Broly would be so powerful. I miscalculated. I saw him transform, but fortunately, the robot named Xiao Ai seems to be dead. That's great. The mermaid gloated. She used teleportation, which is not allowed by the god of destruction, to save Broly, and she used it twice in a row, so she disappeared. Arak endured the severe pain, nodded and explained the reason, if she only used teleportation once, she might be able to save it, but now, even if the high priest comes, the god of destruction named Xiao Ai can't recover. She is a robot transformed by Lord Moscow, right? She deserves it. This is what she deserves. The mermaid said fiercely. Arak didn't say anything. Lord Arak, let's stop chatting here, take me away quickly. The mermaid said, and was about to turn into a little goldfish immediately. Snap! Arak pointed at the mermaid with his hand. Suddenly, the mermaid's body, which was about to shrink, was fixed on the spot again, and could no longer turn back into a little goldfish. Lord Arak, what do you mean? The mermaid frowned and asked. Broly asked me to take you there. Arak said in a deep voice. Are you going to take me back to him? The mermaid understood and her pretty face turned pale instantly. I can't help it. I have already worshipped him as the great god of destruction. Arak sighed, he is too powerful. I am no match for him at all. I hope you don't blame me. Take me back. He will kill us. The mermaid panicked. Noise, at least he won't kill me. Yarak smiled and replied, the high priest said that in this election of the great god of destruction, Broly's side cannot kill the god of destruction of the other camp, but we can kill them. Besides, it's just a robot that died, it's nothing. The mermaid stopped talking. However, Broly may not forgive you, you'd better pray for your own good fortune. Eric sighed. You want to survive through me, right? The mermaid raised her eyebrows, her expression dimmed, and her pretty face turned pale. That's about it. Although I don't think he will kill me, if I contribute you, I think my chances of survival will definitely be greater. Eric sighed helplessly, forgive me, Xiao, I had to do this. Don't you have a healing potion on you? Drink the healing potion quickly and recover your body. Then escape from this place, isn't it good? The mermaid suggested hastily. Just now, the mermaid saw Xiao Ai disappear, and felt that her great revenge had been taken, and she was very happy in her heart. Originally, the mermaid held the mentality of dying, and at that moment she was not afraid of life and death. However, people's mentality will change with the environment and time. The mermaid found that Broly did not intend to kill her immediately, and her desire to survive became stronger and stronger. The mermaid did not want to die again. Do you know what level that guy is now? His transformation has reached the height of level 58, and I am only level 54. Arak shook his head, even if my body recovers to its peak state, I can't break his defense. Let's not toss it. Arak really wanted to drink the healing potion, but he didn't dare. If his body recovered at this time, Broly's anger would not subside, and he would still break his arms and legs. So Arak would rather let his body be incomplete. I hope you don't blame me, Xiao, I love you. Arak said, stepped forward and grabbed the mermaid's arm, and flew with her towards Broly. You said you would treat me well forever. The mermaid was anxious and shouted in a tender voice. Arak said no more. You hurt me. The mermaid murmured. Arak looked firm and unmoved. At this moment, love or beauty was worthless in the eyes of this god of destruction. Lord Great Destroyer, I have brought her here as you ordered. Arak said respectfully. Bu and Bardock were glaring and gnashing their teeth at Arak, wishing they could tear him apart. Broly waved his hand to stop Bu and Bardock. At this moment, Broly looked like a king. Seeing Broly's serious expression, Bu and Bardock were silent for a while. Follow me. Broly didn't say much and led the way. Hey, is there one person missing? Bu looked around and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He hurried to Broly's side and asked. Broly said nothing. Where's Xiao Ai? Bu asked again. Broly suddenly let out a roar. Boom! The two nearby galaxies instantly shattered and turned into cosmic dust. Bardock glared at Bu fiercely, signaling him not to say anything more. Xiao Ai is not here. Broly has become like this again, don't you still understand what's going on? You ask this kind of question at this time, are you stupid? Broly's roar scared Arak and the mermaid so much that they trembled and their faces turned pale instantly. Swoosh! Broly increased the speed of his flight and brought them to land on the gourmet planet. Then, Broly came to a big tree silently. This tree was once the place where Xiao Ai leaned against and watched Broly enjoy the food. Broly flew up slowly, caressing the tree lovingly, as if he was caressing Xiao Ai's face. Bardock and others were also silent, not knowing what he wanted to do. Where is Xiao Ai? Bu couldn't help it and asked Bardock in a low voice. I'm afraid it's dangerous, don't ask any more. Bardock looked heavy and lowered his voice. Bu widened his eyes and his face changed again and again. Crack! Broly gently cut off a branch and whispered softly, when the flowers are in bloom, you must pick them immediately, don't wait until there are no more flowers. As he spoke, 2 lines of hot tears burst out of Broly's eyes and dripped slowly from the air. Broly slowly fell down with the branch, and turned his head to stare at the mermaid hatefully. Miao Xiao was trembling with fear. Broly took the branch and took steps, step by step, towards the direction of the mermaid. The mermaid didn't know what Broly wanted to do, and her tail swung rapidly, and she kept backing away. Snap! Broly reached forward with his big hand, grabbed the mermaid's head, and slammed it to the ground. Ah! The mermaid screamed. Then, Broly pressed his big hand on the mermaid's chest, pinning her firmly to the ground. Broly grabbed a scale of the mermaid. A golden scale. Snap! Broly forcibly pulled the golden scale off the mermaid's tail. Ah! The mermaid screamed again. Uttered a scream. However, Broly felt unsatisfied after pulling off one scale, so he pulled off several more in a row. Each time he pulled off a scale, Broly was not idle, muttering quietly, 1 scale, 2 scales, 2 scales, 3 scales, 4 scales, 5 scales, 6 scales, etc. The mermaid screamed continuously. Broly counted the golden scales one by one. 7 scales, 8 scales, 90 scales, etc. Broly pulled off the scales from the mermaid's tail one by one. Chapter 183 Great Destroyer, Spare Me. The mermaid wanted to die. If you keep counting like this, there are not enough scales on my tail for you to count. Are you going to pick them off one by one? 7 scales, 8 scales, 90 scales, flying into plum blossoms. Broly said this, looking around, his eyes confused and dazed. Where are the plum blossoms? Without plum blossoms, what happened to the little Ai Mi Fu Chun Tong? Ah! Broly wailed. Snap! At the same time, Broly's other hand picked up a branch and attached a layer of dark green light to the branch. SHH. Broly put the branch on the scales of the mermaid's tail and scraped it upside down. Ahaha! The mermaid screamed again, and her tail kept swinging. However, no matter how the mermaid struggled, she could not break free from Broly's restraints. Soon, the mermaid's tail with golden scales was scraped clean by Broly's knife. Bright red blood flowed out of the mermaid's tail, covering her entire tail. The mermaid fainted several times from the pain, but was awakened by the pain again. The heart-wrenching and severe pain made the mermaid live a life worse than death. Pop! Broly waved his hand in the air, and a flame hit the pile of wood next to him. A raging flame burned. Then Broly grabbed the mermaid's body and grilled her tail on the flame. Aha! The mermaid was in so much pain that she screamed continuously. Soon, the smell of fish slowly drifted out from the fish's tail. Everyone present was shocked to see such a terrible scene, and they couldn't say anything for a while. Arak was even more frightened and trembling. He never thought that Broly would torture a human being like this. Arak wanted to shout bravely, "Are you still suitable to be the Great Destroyer if you do this?" In just a few minutes, the mermaid's tail was roasted. The mermaid fainted several times from the pain, and seemed to be awakened by the smell of meat, and she smacked her lips. However, after seeing that the fragrance came from her own tail, the mermaid fainted again. "You, eat the fish!" Broly ordered the four gods of destruction in an unquestionable tone. The four looked at each other, and no one dared to move. "You first." Broly looked at Arak coldly. Arak shivered slightly, and immediately stepped forward to grab a piece of fish meat and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it in one gulp. "Pa! Pa!" Broly slapped the mermaid twice, waking her up immediately. The mermaid's face was pale, but the fish's vitality was very tenacious, and she wouldn't die for a while. When she saw Arak eating the meat on her fish tail, endless resentment emerged in the mermaid's eyes. "Arak, you beast!" The mermaid cursed. Arak's mouth kept twitching, and he didn't dare to fart. "I don't want to eat. The problem is, if I don't eat, I feel I will be killed by him." However, after Arak swallowed the fish, the remaining taste spread all over his mouth, and he suddenly felt that the taste was very unique. "It smells so good, can I have another bite?" Arak's eyes lit up. Broly didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit agreement. Arak immediately grabbed another piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth, tasting it beautifully. "Arak, you bastard!" The mermaid screamed heartbreakingly. "Is it really that fragrant?" Bu was moved by it and also grabbed a piece of fish to taste it. "It smells really good." Bu was very happy to eat it, touched Bardock with his arm, and said to him, "Give me your share, I'll eat it for you." Bardock nodded repeatedly. "I'll give you my share too." Jin hurriedly said to Bu. "You are so sensible." Bu did not object. The sixth universe, the realm of destruction of the gods. Luo Tian held the scepter and had already observed what happened to Broly. Seeing Xiao Ai disappear and Broly in grief, Luo Tian felt bad and was about to leave for the third universe. Swish! Suddenly, a figure flashed beside Luo Tian. The High Priest appeared. "Greetings, Lord High Priest." Bardos was a little surprised and hurried forward to salute. Luo Tian did not salute, but frowned. "Why are you here at this time? Are you trying to stop me from going? I already know what happened in the third universe." The High Priest looked at Luo Tian and said. "So you want to stop me from saving Xiao Ai?" Luo Tian asked bluntly, "Who made the rule that the god of destruction will disappear when using teleportation? You don't think it's a rule I made, do you?" The High Priest looked at Luo Tian with a smile. "Isn't it?" Luo Tian asked back, "Is it easy to train a god of destruction? Just let her disappear?" "Luo Tian, it's really not the rule set by the High Priest." Bardos explained on the side. "Yes, it's not the rule set by the High Priest," Linglong also said in Luo Tian's body. "Then who made it?" Luo Tian asked Linglong curiously. "The person Luo Tian trusts the most now is Linglong." As for the words of the High Priest and Bardos, Luo Tian feels that they are less credible at this time. "The rule set by the god of space-time destruction." Linglong gave the answer. "God of space-time destruction?" Luo Tian was stunned. After all, the power of the god of destruction is too strong. If he can use teleportation at will, every time he moves, it will have a huge impact on time and space. Linglong explained, "It's just like the cosmic rift that Sidera released to you before. It's similar to that principle. Because of the powerful energy of the god of destruction itself, it may cause a collision between time and space when moving. So under the rules, as long as the god of destruction uses teleportation, it will cause a huge punishment to the god of destruction, resulting in the disappearance of this god of destruction." Luo Tian didn't speak. Even angels are forbidden to use teleportation because of their own powerful divine power. Linglong added, "Because angels use teleportation, it will also affect time and space." "Isn't the High Priest very good at teleportation?" Luo Tian asked. Linglong, "That's because when the High Priest uses teleportation, it will not affect time and space. He has solved the collision of time and space that occurs during teleportation. Ling Long replied. Luo Tian understood. Now that he knew the reason, Luo Tian certainly couldn't get angry and vent it on the high priest. I know everything about Xiao Ai. The high priest put his hands behind his back and nodded gently. Before she disappeared, I had already gone to the third universe to collect Xiao Ai's storage unit. As he spoke, the high priest raised his hand lightly, and a chip the size of a fingernail appeared in his hand. It's just that the chip has been broken into more than a dozen pieces. You take it to repair it. The high priest handed the chip to Luo Tian. Try not to use the power of angels to try to repair this chip. This is a technological product created by humans. Using the power of angels without authorization may cause some irreparable damage. Luo Tian quickly caught the chip with both hands and put it in the alien space. After returning to Earth, let Bulma see if it can be repaired. This chip should contain Xiao Ai's memories of this life. As long as the memory does not disappear, Xiao Ai will not die. It should be like this. If the chip cannot be repaired and the data is lost, there is another way to bring Xiao Ai back. The high priest pondered. Please speak, high priest. Luo Tian has regained his composure and his words have become more polite. The high priest said a few words to Luo Tian. Luo Tian was silent for a moment. Your universe jump wormhole, try not to use it as much as possible. Fortunately, you have not touched the space-time collision these few times, the high priest sighed. Once it has a major impact on space-time and provokes the space-time destroyer, even I can't save you. Swish. The high priest said no more, and immediately used teleportation to disappear from the spot. Luo Tian fell into deep thought. After a few seconds of silence. Isn't he exaggerating? Luo Tian immediately asked Bardos. Oh, no, it should be true. Bardos shook his head. I said before, try not to create wormholes through this method. When did you see me use it? I used the Dragon of God to make the Earths of the two universes pass through one way. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Luo Tian said unhappily. Oh, there are many things I told you, but you may not care. Only when you really experience it yourself and suffer losses, you will feel the same, gain experience, and achieve the effect of training. Bardos said with a smile, just like Mel's, hasn't he suffered less losses? It's not that we didn't tell him how to do something before, the problem is, no matter how much you say, it's not as practical as experiencing it yourself. Luo Tian felt that what Bardos said was correct. This is just like the way parents educate their children. You tell your child many truths, but he may not listen to them. But once there is a problem in something, he will remember it clearly. People teach people, but they cannot learn. Things teach things, and they can learn them. But these are not important at the moment. Let's see if Xiao Ai's core chip can be repaired. Luo Tian immediately contacted Bulma on Earth through the crystal ball on the scepter, and told her about Xiao Ai. At the same time, Luo Tian also scanned the chip through the scepter for Bulma to see. This I have to get it and analyze it, Bulma said with red eyes. My sister's reading companion machine people just died in a strange universe. I'll be back soon, wait a moment. Luo Tian said, no longer hesitating, and gently knocked the scepter in his hand on the ground. Swish! Luo Tian turned into a stream of light as bright as a star, and flew quickly towards the direction of the earth. Looking at Luo Tian's disappearing figure, Bardos sighed helplessly and didn't say much. The third universe, the food planet. Miao Xiao was tortured to death by Broly. Broly was still not satisfied, and ordered Bardock to go to the underworld and tell the king of hell there to let this mermaid reincarnate as an ordinary food fish. And this fish will be fried and eaten by humans. Bardock did as he was told, flew to the underworld, and told the king of hell what Broly said. Miao Xiao's soul was trembling with fear. By the way, when reincarnated, keep her memory, but become an ordinary food fish. Bardock added to the king of hell. Then what if she dies again? How to deal with the soul? Yama asked respectfully. Repeat it. Keep her memory until her soul completely dissipates. Bardock groaned. Yes, Lord God of Destruction. Yama kowtowed. After Bardock finished his explanation, he quickly left the underworld. Miao Xiao have fainted at the time. I am going to suffer and torture in endless pain? At this moment, Miao Xiao regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Why did I provoke this demon? Is he a god of destruction or a demon? While Bardock was heading to the underworld, Broly squinted at Arak. Arak now only had one arm left, unable to stand, and could only float in the air. Seeing Broly's terrible eyes, and thinking of the torture that Miao Xiao had just suffered, Arak was trembling with fear and knelt down in a hurry to salute. Lord God of Destruction, spare my life. Arak begged for mercy. Now you can tell me what that poem means, right? Broly asked coldly. Arak almost cried. You are buried in the underworld with your bones rotten in the mud, I live in the human world with my head covered in snow. I really don't know what this sentence means. However, Arak still forced to explain, this June may be a respectful title according to human meaning, the underworld seems to be the underworld. The meaning of the word rotten in the mud is that the bones are gone when buried in the ground. Broly raised his eyebrows and motioned Arak to continue. I live in the human world with my head covered in snow, that is to say, I am in the human world, my head is covered with snow, maybe this is what it means. Arak said tremblingly. Bang! Broly couldn't listen any longer, and slapped Arak hard, knocking him into the ground, leaving only his head. Arak was stunned for a second, and then he suddenly felt the severe pain and screamed. Today, I will make your head full of snow. Broly gritted his teeth, full of grief and anger, and ordered Jin, carve a snowflake on his head. Jin immediately bowed to show that he understood. Then, Jin no longer hesitated, a knife flashed at his fingertips, and carved a snow-white snowflake on Arak's head. Every time he cut, Arak felt heartbroken and in pain. When the snowflake was carved, Broly turned his head and looked at Bu. How about turning it into chocolate and eating it? Bu smacked his lips, it's a waste to kill it. Broly didn't object, and nodded in agreement. Hee. Bu felt that happiness came too suddenly. Broly actually agreed. I can eat chocolate again. I can eat the chocolate of the god of destruction again. You Broly! You can't kill me! Arak panicked and shouted hurriedly, killing me will violate the rules. Jin also wanted to persuade him, but finally gave up. Don't meddle in other people's business at this time. If things go wrong, Broly might even hate me. I'd better keep a low profile. If you don't die, the hatred in my heart can't be eliminated. Broly's face was cold and his eyes were determined. Turn into chocolate. The tentacles on Bu's head flashed with lightning and instantly covered Arak's body. Arak screamed, and his whole body twisted and deformed rapidly. In just a moment, Arak turned into a human-shaped chocolate. Snap! Bu stamped his feet hard, shaking the chocolate out of the ground. This human-shaped chocolate was missing arms and legs, and the image didn't look very good. But it didn't matter to Bu anymore. Bu grabbed the chocolate and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch crunch! Bu bit the chocolate into pieces and ate it. Boom! The next moment, Majin Bu suddenly emerged with more and more huge energy. The vast breath spread out from Majin Bu to the surroundings, as if it had set off layers of storms. After everything calmed down, lightning flashed on Bu's body, crackling on his body. However, these lightning flashes soon disappeared. Bu held his belly and laughed. Then, Bu stared at the god of destruction king with a fiery face. Broly, I want to eat another one. Bu patted his belly. King was trembling with fear, and his face turned pale instantly. At the same time, King was also terrified by the improvement of Majin Bu's strength. After eating Arak, Bu's strength was forcibly raised to the height of 55. This is more than when he absorbed Xiangpa. Bu was so excited that he licked his lips and looked at the god of destruction king. He wanted to turn him into chocolate and eat him. One is not enough. Bardock, can you hear me? Broly ignored Majin Bu and spoke suddenly. Bardock, who was about to return from the underworld, soon heard Broly's voice. Bardock was slightly stunned and quickly responded, I heard it. Arak's soul should have gone to the underworld as well. Deal with him in the same way as the fish. Broly ordered. Okay, I'll tell King Yama right now. Bardock nodded and did not object. Then Bardock turned back and explained to King Yama. However, Bardock did not leave immediately, but personally escorted Arak's soul to the King Yama hall. After all, it was the soul of the god of destruction, and its strength was still very powerful. Bardock was worried that King Yama could not suppress him, so he stayed to help. Do you know who I am? I am Arak, the god of destruction of the fifth universe. You are so presumptuous. Arak shouted. Bang! Bardock punched Arak's soul body and almost broke his soul body apart. Although Arak was a relatively powerful god of destruction, after his physical body disappeared, the remaining soul was a little weak and was no match for Bardock. Arak was dizzy and felt unwell. The corners of King Yama's mouth kept twitching. This is a big deal. You gods of destruction came to our underworld to settle the grudges between you? However, King Yama did not dare to disobey Bardock's orders, because he knew very well that Bardock seemed to have received instructions from another god of destruction to do this. And this unlucky god of destruction from the fifth universe should have been killed by that god of destruction. Take him away. Deal with him together with the fish. King Yama gritted his teeth and pressed the seal. Bardock personally escorted Arak's soul to the reincarnation area, and watched him and Miao Xiao reincarnate into two fish for food before leaving the underworld. The third universe, the food planet. Looking at the approaching Majin Bu, Jin's mentality exploded. I am one of your gang. Don't let Majin Bu eat me. Jin's body trembled violently, and he knelt down quickly, begging for mercy, Great God of Destruction, spare my life. Broly returned to normal, the dark green light on his body dissipated, and he stepped forward, yelled at Bu to retreat, personally helped Jin up, and helped him put on the God of Destruction's armor. Jin was still trembling with fear. After all, the experience just now was too terrible. Pa! 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 However, at this moment, the sound of applause suddenly rang from the sky. Broly slowly looked up. I saw three figures slowly emerging in the sky. One was the god of destruction of the fourth universe, Quitella, one was the god of destruction of the second universe, and the other was the god of destruction of the eighth universe, Legere. The three of them also took a lot of effort to find Broly under the guidance of the ninth universe's king god lore. Isn't this the god of destruction king of the 12th universe? Quitla looked down with a smile. King looked up at Quitla, not knowing what to say for a moment. King, you spineless guy, you called Broly the Great Destroyer so quickly? Do you think that if you admit that he is the Great Destroyer, he will be the real Great Destroyer? It's ridiculous. Quitla sneered continuously, and then his eyes slowly turned to Broly. Broly said nothing, and the grief in his heart had not completely subsided for the time being. Heels and Legere looked at each other with a complicated look. As a woman, Heels' mind was still more meticulous. She keenly discovered that Broly's state was a little bit wrong. Feeling that he looked like that, just looking at him, I couldn't help wanting to cry. What happened to him? Legere's prototype is a fox, a very cunning fox. The fox's intuition is also very sharp, even not inferior to that of a woman like Heli's. Legere feels the same as Heli's. The sad atmosphere emanating from Broly gives people an irresistible sadness and sorrow. Heli's and Legere look at each other, their eyes conveying feelings. Then, the two nodded at the same time, thinking that they must not make trouble at this time. Quitla slowly fell from the air and appeared in front of Broly. Broly ignored him, his expression was still the same as before, so sad. What? What's that expression on your face? You look like your father has died. Quitla snorted and couldn't help but mock. Jin kept winking at Quitla, telling him not to talk nonsense. As a result, Jin heard this sentence. At that time, Jin felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he was not feeling well. Quitla, do you want to live? You are going to be killed. Sure enough, after hearing Quitla's words, Broly stared at Quitla opposite him fiercely. I didn't say it, did I? Quitla laughed, and laughed more and more happily. Jin hugged his head helplessly, feeling that Quitla would definitely be in trouble next. Eat another one. Bu turned his head and asked Broly. Broly didn't answer. What do you want to eat? It's already this time, and you're still thinking about eating? Quitla snorted, I tell you, I spent a lot of energy to find your location. Don't think of running this time. And, even Luo Tian can't help you this time. Hellers and Lijal didn't fall immediately, and they were still suspended in the sky. Hey, Lijal, why do I feel something is wrong? Hellers said in a deep voice. I can see that Broly's condition is not right. It seems that his strength has become stronger. Lijal nodded gently, his expression becoming more solemn. Yes, it does seem to have become stronger, although he hasn't transformed. Hellers responded, and, I don't know why, the moment I saw him, my nose was sour and I wanted to cry. Don't be afraid of you laughing, I feel the same way. Lijal nodded with a heavy expression. Hellers didn't laugh at Lijal. Although Hellers is a woman, he is the god of destruction after all. Having lived for hundreds of millions of years, not many things can easily make a god of destruction cry. So Ligier said he wanted to cry, so Broly must have some problems. Something serious must have happened to Broly. Helles analyzed in a low voice. According to the information given by the King of the Third Universe, there should be two other gods of destruction here besides Broly and Bu. Ligier frowned, the other two, one is the new god of destruction Xiao Ai of the Third Universe, and the other is the new god of destruction Bardock of the Ninth Universe. Where are they? I can't sense their existence at all. Ligier looked around. I don't know. Helles shook his head gently, let's go down first, but don't act rashly. Let's see the situation clearly. You're right. Ligier didn't object. The two slowly fell from the air and appeared behind Quitla. However, the two did not speak for Quitla, but just kept silent and decided to observe first. Don't let me beat him up. Bu looked indifferent. Please give me a monthly ticket. The monthly votes have not been strong recently. I believe you have the ability to vote hard. Chapter 184 Omni King, how is the new throne? You step down. Broly decided to take action himself. Mainly because Broly's anger has not completely subsided. Just then, another guy who was looking for trouble came over. So stingy. Bu pouted, looking unhappy. Broly looked at Bu with sharp eyes. Bu was startled and quickly covered his mouth, not daring to speak again. Oh? Are you going to challenge me, Broly? Quitla snorted coldly, didn't you get enough beatings before? This time I will give you a good beating. Let me know who is the king of destroying the world of gods. Boom. Broly didn't say much nonsense, and a dark green light emerged directly from his body. Layer after layer of dark green light overlapped, instantly dyeing the planet dark green again. When he looked again, Broly's hair grew rapidly backwards, and soon it was longer than his waist. Sizzle sizzle, a series of dark green lightning filled Broly's body, crackling. After seeing Broly's transformation, Quitla was stunned, with a look of astonishment on his face. He rubbed his eyes hard and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. This you transformed? You have a new transformation? Quitla was stunned for a long time before speaking. Hales widened his eyes, and his face changed again and again. Ligier looked at such a terrible scene with lingering fear. The two of them keenly noticed that Broly's level seemed to have reached the height of 58. Level 58? Are you kidding me? That guy Beerus is only level 56. Broly's level has reached 58. It's over. Quitella is going to be unlucky. Level? Quitla suddenly came to his senses, and he didn't know how many fives he said. His yellow rat face turned pale in an instant. Bang! Broly walked forward slowly and slapped Quitla hard, knocking him into the depths of the earth, leaving only his head outside. Ahaha! Quitla let out a scream. Screams and endless fear. Who killed my father? Broly asked with narrowed eyes. Quitla, my father is dead. It's me. My father. It's my father. Quitla kept wailing. Pa. 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 Broly slapped Quitla's face several times in a row, leaving a series of bright red handprints on his face. Quitla's mouth was swollen from the beating, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Bang! Broly kicked Quitla in the chin and kicked him from the depths of the earth to the sky. Shua! Broly's figure swayed and appeared right above Quitla in an instant. Boom! Broly made a hook and kicked Quitla in the chest again. Boom! Quitla fell from the sky like a cannonball, leaving a large crater on the ground at that time. Quitella was lying in the crater, his whole body twitching and foaming at the mouth, and he was obviously dead. Bu, heal him. Broly issued an order. I want to eat chocolate. Bu smacked his lips. Broly looked at Bu coldly. Bu was a little scared, and hurriedly stepped forward and released healing flames with both hands to cover Quitella's body. Suddenly, Quitella's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's okay. Broly ordered again. Bu quickly retracted his hands. The treatment Bu gave to Quitella just now only restored his injuries by about 10%. Quitella, who was already on the verge of death, should not die now, and he opened his eyes and looked at Broly, who was walking towards him with a face full of horror. Quitella was scared at that time. How did you rise to level 58? How can I play with you like this? Greetings to the great god of destruction. Quitella immediately knelt down and saluted. If he kneels later, he might be beaten to death. Broly didn't say anything, but stepped forward and gently knocked on Quitla's head. Quitla was trembling with fear. Quitla, I still like your unruly look. Broly snorted and ordered in a commanding tone, lie down. Quitla? What do you mean? Why do you want me to lie down? However, in the face of absolute strength, Quitla dared not be negligent or disrespectful. Pa! Quitla lay on the ground. Broly calmly put his foot on his head and rubbed his head on the ground. Quitla was trembling with fear and dared not fart. Broly rubbed Quitla's head with his foot, and looked up at Helios and Ligier on the opposite side. The two gods of destruction were startled and hurriedly stepped forward to kneel and salute. Greetings, great god of destruction. After seeing Broly's powerful strength, Helios and Ligier dared not have the slightest resistance. That's level 58. That bastard Beerus is only level 56, and he is usually so awesome. A level 58 god of destruction is so powerful that it is beyond the category of god of destruction. The weakest angel is level 60, right? If Broly is promoted 2 more levels, he can be comparable to the strength of the angel. But is level 58 the limit? After all, it should be very difficult to improve this level. Helios and Ligier thought too much at the moment, and even considered Broly's future training. Broly didn't have a bad impression of Helios and Ligier, the two gods of destruction. The two of them were fighting purely for sparring purposes. Although Helios was a bit fierce at the beginning, since it was a real battle between the gods of destruction, it certainly couldn't be a small fight. However, later, Helios's experience was not very good. He was beaten almost like a man by Broly and Bu. Since the two gods of destruction have surrendered, Broly will naturally not say much. The Great Destroyer needs the consent of 8 gods of destruction to take office. Nowadays, the surrendered gods of destruction are Jin, Bardock, Quitla, Hellas, and Ligir. There are only 5 gods of destruction. Bu is not counted. Xiao Ai is also not counted because she has disappeared. 3 more gods of destruction need to recognize and surrender before Broly can become a real great destroyer. I still need 3 gods of destruction to recognize me. You tell me, which universe should I go to next? Broly asked, looking at Hellas and Ligir, and his feet were not idle, still pressing Quitla's head on the ground and rubbing it. Let me play for a while, Bu said over. Broly glanced at Bu, his eyes were fierce. If you don't let me play, I won't play, Bu pouted, looking unhappy. You play. Broly didn't object, stood up and gave his seat to Bu, letting him play. Thank you. Bu hurriedly thanked him. You talk too much. Broly snorted. I just want you not to be so sad. I don't know how to comfort people. Bu pouted. Broly didn't say anything, and a trace of sadness appeared in his expression again. Seeing Broly's expression, the several gods of destruction present were eclipsed and cried together. The atmosphere was like this. It was a bit depressing at that time. Jin immediately stepped forward and knelt down, and presented the watch with both hands. This was the armor that Broly gave to Jin for protection. Seeing the watch, Broly once again thought of her who had disappeared. Broly picked up the watch with a sense of loss and put it on his wrist. You guys study carefully and decide which universe to go to next. I will deal with the things at hand first and then come back to find you. Broly suddenly thought of something and immediately ordered the several gods of destruction present. During my absence, Bu will fully replace me. Since I am now the great god of destruction, I appoint Bu as the little god of destruction. Broly said a lot in one breath, and after he finished speaking, his expression dimmed again in an instant. Swoosh! Immediately afterwards, a dark green light emerged from Broly's body, turning into a stream of light, and in an instant he left the planet and flew into the universe. After entering the universe, Broly immediately took out the communicator and contacted Luo Tian. The 6th universe, Earth. Universal Capsule Group, Bulma's home. Luo Tian has appeared beside Bulma and handed her the broken chip. Bulma looked at the chip that was broken into several pieces and tried not to let her tears fall. What kind of suffering did Xiao Ai go through? Isn't the metal on her body condensed from the essence of the universe? The chip shouldn't be hurt like this. Bulma asked. She went through the battle of the god of destruction. Luo Tian shook his head, see if you can repair it. Bulma said no more and put the chip on a special instrument for testing. After 10 minutes, the test results came out quickly. One good news and one bad news, which one do you want to hear? Bulma sighed slightly. You can say whatever you want. Luo Tian was speechless. Then I'll tell you the good news first. Bulma pondered. According to the test, Xiao Ai's memory is still preserved, so objectively speaking, Xiao Ai is still alive. What about the bad news? Luo Tian asked. The bad news is Xiao Ai's memory is incomplete. The memories of her and Broly have disappeared inexplicably. Bulma sighed softly. Luo Tian, disappeared? Luo Tian asked. It's not disappeared. Let me rephrase what I said just now. It should be transferred to another storage. Bulma guessed, maybe the computer thinks these memories are special? So at the moment of breaking, these memories were specially processed and sealed in another storage unit. Do you understand? I understand. Luo Tian nodded. Although the technology in the Dragon Ball world is more advanced, Luo Tian can still understand this basic computer knowledge. Even if we put aside the identity of an angel, just for ordinary people like Luo Tian who have been reincarnated, Bulma can understand what he said. To put it simply, Xiao Ai is still alive, and some of her memories have been sealed by her. Maybe Xiao Ai thinks this part of the memory is more precious, and sealing it is to better protect these memories. What should we do now? Bulma asked, "There is no cosmic essence around." "I still have a small piece here," Luo Tian said, and raised his right hand gently, and a small piece of cosmic essence appeared in his hand. What can be made of such a small piece? Bulma was speechless. Make her look like before, let her and Broly get to know each other again, and let Broly awaken her dormant memory. Luo Tian thought about it and suggested. What about the voice? Use the latest voice or the more innocent voice in the past. Bulma asked again. Use the earliest voice. Luo Tian answered. Got it, it will take about 2 hours. Bulma estimated the time and said to Luo Tian. Luo Tian nodded. Bulma took Xiao Ai's chip and went to work. Just when Bulma left, Broly immediately contacted Luo Tian through the communicator. Luo Tian, I'm level 58. Broly said. I already know what happened specifically. Luo Tian nodded, his voice low, it's about Xiao Ai. Broly was silent for a long time again. I want to ask you, if we gather all the Super Dragon Balls, can Xiao Ai be resurrected? Broly asked with courage, fearing that Luo Tian would give a different answer. Let's go back to Earth first, and then we can discuss it slowly when we come back. Luo Tian said. Okay. Broly replied. The call ended there. Ling Long couldn't help it, and asked in Luo Tian's body, Luo Tian, why didn't you ask what the High Priest asked you to ask? If he wants to ask, let him ask it himself, why do you have to let me convey it? Luo Tian said unhappily. You're right, let him ask it himself. Ling Long tapped his forehead lightly. The third universe, Kaishan realm. Cole, Kaishan, your body has become transparent again, Kaishan's attendant exclaimed. Cole was speechless. Is there another destruction? God is dead? The newly appointed god of destruction Xiao Ai is dead? Is this my fault? Why am I so unlucky? I am going to disappear again. The Temple of the Omni King. The High Priest also heard the conversation between Luo Tian and Ling Long clearly. Just at this time, the High Priest was silently watching the movements of Luo Tian. The High Priest was speechless. Just ask me a question. Why do you have to let me come here in person? Hey, High Priest, what's wrong with you? The Omni King ran up and looked at the High Priest curiously. It's okay, Lord Omni King. The High Priest replied with a smile. How is the new god's position? Can the man named Broly be competent? The Omni King blinked and asked. Mr. Broly is now qualified to become a great destroyer. The Grand Priest nodded. He has no problem with his strength, but he still needs time to hone his character. How much difference is there compared to other time and space? The King of All asked again. The gap is a bit big now, but with Broly's talent, I believe that as long as he is trained well, he may be able to catch up with the space-time conference. The Grand Priest smiled. How long do you think the space-time conference will take according to our time? The King of All looked up at the Grand Priest and asked. It will take at least several decades. The Grand Priest pondered, and after saying that, he immediately added, Lord King of All, I will go meet this quasi-great destroyer first. Go, go. The King of All waved his hand cheerfully. Yes. The Grand Priest responded, and his figure immediately became blurred. Swish. In just a moment, the Grand Priest disappeared on the spot. Broly, who was moving forward at a high speed, suddenly felt the void in front of him twist and deform. After seeing the person who appeared at the scene clearly, Broly immediately stopped in the air, returned to normal, and knelt down to salute. After all, it was a bit impolite to transform and salute. For Saiyans, transformation belongs to combat form. You can't go up to a supreme god in combat form to bow and salute, right? Get up, Broly. The High Priest said calmly. Yes, High Priest. Broly saluted again and then stood up. I already know what happened to Xiao Ai, the god of destruction of the third universe. The High Priest put his hands behind his back, looked at Broly and said, "It's really regrettable, however, things like rules, if you violate the rules, you have to pay the corresponding price. The god of destruction who uses instant teleportation will disappear. Is it your rule?" Broly's eyes flashed, and he clenched his fists tightly, with anger on his face. "The High Priest, why do you and Luo Tian both think that I set the rules? It's not me." The High Priest shook his head and denied. "You didn't lie to me, did you?" Broly asked, gritting his teeth. "Do I have a reason to lie to you? Also, do you think that you are qualified to challenge me, a god above level 90, just because you have reached level 58? The High Priest smiled, and released a little bit of the pressure on his body. "Pa!" Broly was fixed on the spot at that time, and he couldn't move even if he wanted to. Broly didn't have time to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan 3. Broly was shocked and struggled hard. "It seems that you still don't accept it, so let you become your strongest state." The High Priest smiled and released a little bit of the pressure. Boom! Broly's body suddenly burst out with extremely huge energy, and his hair grew rapidly backwards, and soon his hair grew over his waist. The legendary Super Saiyan 3, start. It was not until Broly released all his energy that the High Priest used a little pressure on Broly. Broly was once again fixed on the spot. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move. "Now you know the gap between us, right?" The High Priest smiled and withdrew his pressure. Chapter 185 High Priest, if everything could be done again, would you be willing? Broly moved his body, and the horror in his eyes was visible to the naked eye. Then, Broly no longer hesitated, and immediately dispersed the dark green light on his body and returned to normal. "No, the gap is too big. I am not his opponent at all. If there is a legendary Super Saiyan 4 above the legendary Super Saiyan 3, I feel that it is not a match for this guy." "The legendary Super Saiyan 4? Of course he can't be my opponent." The High Priest smiled faintly. "According to your current way of improvement, you must at least reach the legendary Super Saiyan 8 to be qualified to fight me." Broly felt heartbroken at that time. The legendary Super Saiyan 8. Are you human? Do I have to reach this level to be qualified to fight you? Level 90 God. Sure enough, he is so powerful. He didn't do anything, just released a little bit of pressure, and I couldn't move. No wonder the gods were so respectful when they saw this guy. The High Priest, this kid seemed to be very polite to me on the surface, but he complained a lot in his heart. Meanwhile, I was very angry. This word is, did you learn it from Luo Tian? Putting aside the legendary Super Saiyan 8, let's talk about the god of destruction you killed first. The High Priest said this, his face suddenly became serious. At most, one life for another. Broly replied. After killing Iraq, Broly was ready to die. It's so hard to cultivate a quasi-great god of destruction. It's a pity to kill you. The High Priest shook his head. Broly didn't say anything. But the fifth universe is one of the four universes with relatively good development. Because the god of destruction disappears, the king of the Kai will also disappear with him, which will cause the development of the universe to stagnate or even decline. The High Priest sighed slightly, so the next headache should be your best friend Luo Tian. He has to find a new god of destruction again. Broly, a short silence. Isn't there still Bu? He can go to the fifth universe to take office. Broly thought about it and contributed Bu. What about the third universe? The High Priest asked again. Hearing the words about the third universe and the god of destruction, Broly's expression immediately showed endless sadness. If I gather 7 Super Dragon Balls, can I bring Xiao Ai back? Broly asked with courage. No. The High Priest shook his head. Broly's face was full of despair. Even the Super Dragon Balls can't bring Xiao Ai back? Broly, if time can go back, and you can exchange your strength for Ms. Xiao Ai, are you willing? The High Priest asked suddenly. After asking this question, the high priest stared at Broly with his eyes. Really? Broly's eyes lit up. You have to think it over. I'm talking about your strength. Once you exchange, you will return to the planet Vampa, lose all your memories, and become the person who only knows how to eat insect eggs. The high priest said calmly, maybe you will be trapped on that planet forever. As long as Xiao Ai can recover, I am willing to give everything I have. Broly said without hesitation, please start. The high priest nodded gently. Then, the high priest said no more, and his body immediately became illusory. Shua. The high priest disappeared on the spot. Broly? When does it start? Broly asked loudly. However, the high priest has already left. As for whether Broly's voice was heard, it is unknown. Broly looked at the place where the high priest disappeared with some strangeness. When does it start? I want to exchange Xiao Ai back. After waiting for a while, Broly still didn't wait for the high priest to come back. Broly was really speechless. Can you make it clear before you go? Should we wait any longer? The next moment, Broly stopped waiting, a dark green light emerged from his body, and he turned into a stream of light and flew quickly towards the direction of the realm of nothingness. After passing through the realm of nothingness, Broly will enter the 6th universe. The 6th universe, Earth. The headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group, Bulma's home. Ling Long, what is the intention of the High Priest asking these questions? Luo Tian asked with some surprise, don't you really want Broly to return to the beginning? I have trained him with great difficulty. Maybe he asked it to himself. Ling Long replied. Ask it to himself? Luo Tian immediately showed a gossipy expression on his face. A long time ago, a similar incident happened to the great goddess. At that time, the great priest could consume a lot of angelic power to save her, but the great priest hesitated. After all, Ling Long said in a deep voice. So, the great goddess is dead? Luo Tian sighed. Ling Long, not dead, but gone. Didn't I tell you that before? Ling Long answered unhappily. Are you looking forward to the death of the great goddess? That is to say, if the great priest can consume a lot of angel power, the great goddess will not leave, is that what you mean? Luo Tian asked again. Yes. Ling Long nodded, the past is gone, scattered with the wind. There is no wind in the universe. Luo Tian said. Ling Long didn't want to talk anymore. It's true that you are a nitpicker. What exactly happened? Did the great priest cheat? Luo Tian asked again. Cheating? Ling Long was stunned. He just had a new love and threw the great goddess aside and ignored her. Luo Tian changed his statement. Angels don't have love. Your so-called love can only be born among humans. Ling Long shook her head. Isn't there such a thing as love growing over time? Luo Tian asked again. Most angels have lived for hundreds of millions of years, and some have even lived for hundreds of millions of years. If they fell in love, they would have been married long ago. Ling Long replied, have you found any angels who are married or have lovers? Really not. Luo Tian thought about it carefully and replied, then asked, so what was the reason why the great goddess left? I don't know the specific reason. Maybe the great goddess felt that the great priest was unromantic. Ling Long guessed. Luo Tian found that the question there was nothing to gossip about, so I simply stopped talking about it. The 3rd universe, the food planet. Bu stepped on Quitella's head and rubbed it on the ground. Quitella didn't dare to resist. Bang! Bu bent down and punched Quitella. Quitella screamed in pain. How did this fat guy's beating hurt so much? Hey, hurry up and say little god of destruction. Bu laughed. Little god of destruction. Quitella decided to give in. This guy has a very good relationship with Broly. If I disobey him, Broly will beat me to death. I'd better keep a low profile. Hee hee. Bu laughed so hard that he fell backwards, as happy as a child. Then, Bu quickly glanced at the other gods of destruction present. The other gods of destruction immediately stepped forward to salute and said loudly, "Greetings, little god of destruction. Now listen to my orders, go and search for the most delicious chocolate for me. Each of you gods of destruction must find me at least a planet-sized chocolate for me to eat." Bu smiled and issued the first order to these little brothers. The gods of destruction present looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry for a while. "Can you be more outrageous? Little god of destruction at present, the great god of destruction has not been fully recognized. Before he leaves, he wants us to discuss the universe to go to next." Jin mustered up his courage and stepped forward to respond. Bu narrowed his triangular eyes and looked at Jin with an unhappy face. "You still dare to disobey my orders?" Jin trembled slightly, but still straightened his chest and wanted to resolutely carry out the task assigned by Broly. "We have to wait until the Great Destroyer is recognized first, then you, the little destroyer, can also be recognized, right?" Hellas stepped forward and held Bu's arm, saying softly, "What you said seems to make sense." Bu nodded seriously, "Tell me, which universe are we going to next?" While he was talking, Bardock came back from the underworld, slowly landed on the ground, and looked at the several destroyers present. "Bardock, you're back just in time, come and meet me, I'm the little destroyer now." Bu smiled and greeted Bardock. "What happened? Where's Broly?" Bardock didn't mean to meet him, but immediately changed the subject and asked. "He left for something, now I'm the boss here, I'm the little destroyer here." Bu replied. Hellas immediately stepped forward and explained to Bardock some of the things that had just happened. Hellas was more careful. She knew clearly that Bardock and Broly were of the same race, both of them were Saiyans. Even the angel Luotian was also a Saiyan. Is that why Bardock didn't kneel down to the demon Bu? So Hellas had some flattering intentions. Moreover, in Hellas's opinion, people like Bardock were the more handsome type. If he could get along with him well in the future, he might be able to occupy an important position among the many gods of destruction. "Bardock, which universe do you think is good?" Bu asked. "Let's go to the 7th universe. It is said that Beerus, the god of destruction in the 7th universe, is the strongest among all the gods of destruction. As long as he is defeated, I believe the other gods of destruction will retreat and come to meet Broly on their own initiative." Bardock expressed his thoughts. "Then go to the 7th universe." Bu nodded in agreement. "But Beerus is sleeping now. He is the type that can't be woken up no matter how you call him." Legere quickly expressed his thoughts. "It doesn't matter, he's sleeping, but it doesn't prevent us from beating him." Quitla showed a face full of expectation. Bang! Bu kicked hard and buried Quitla's head into the ground again. "Did I ask you to speak?" Bu shouted with a dark face. Quitla felt that his mentality had collapsed. "Are you still angry? But your suggestion is quite interesting. His sleeping doesn't prevent us from beating him." Bu smiled and waved his big hand forward, "Let's go to the 7th universe. Beerus is level 56 once he is really awakened. If the Great Destroyer is not on the scene, so many of us are no match for him." Legere said hurriedly. Quitla's head was deeply embedded in the ground, and his right hand was raised high to ask for a speech. "You speak." Bu took his foot away from Quitla's head. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm here. I'm a level 55 god of destruction." Quitla replied, "I don't believe that we, with so many gods of destruction, can't beat Beerus. No need to say more, let's go now." Bu made up his mind, patted Quitla on the head again, and asked, "You won't betray us at the last minute, will you?" No, Quitla shook his head vigorously. "If you dare to betray us, I will turn you into chocolate and eat you." Bu stared at Quitla with triangular eyes, threatened. After saying this, Bu suddenly burst out with extremely huge energy. Ah! This 55 level! Quitla was stunned, opened his bean-like mouse eyes wide, and showed a look of astonishment. Legere was dumbfounded, his eyes full of astonishment and confusion. Hellers was even more shocked. Before, these few people were hindered by Broly, and then he knelt down and bowed to Bu. It can be said that without Broly, this fat guy is nothing but a fart. We beat you up before. How come this fat guy suddenly became level 55? I ate a god of destruction, so I became level 55. Bu laughed happily. Eat a god of destruction? Quitla and the other 3 gods of destruction were shocked and couldn't come back to their senses for a while. Well, the 5th universe, Iraq. Bu patted his big belly. It's delicious, the chocolate turned into a god of destruction, crunchy. Iraq let you eat it? Quitla shouted. Iraq is dead? Helles was pale. Tell me about it again. Bu pointed at Jin. Iraq was severely injured by the Great Destroyer because he provoked the Great Destroyer. The little destroyer turned him into chocolate and ate him. Jin hurriedly explained, and told the details of Xiao Ai's death. The reason why Xiao Ai's story was revealed was because Jin didn't want them to mention Xiao Ai in front of Broly. Otherwise, he would die without knowing how he died. This is probably the era with the most deaths of destroyers in history. Legere's mouth twitched, and he was very grateful at the same time. Fortunately, I didn't completely provoke the Great Destroyer. Otherwise, I would have died. I just don't know how the High Priest will deal with Broly in the future. It is said that Broly has violated the rules of the Great Destroyer training and should be punished. Let's observe first. What if it is just a mild punishment? Now I dare not provoke him at this time. This guy is already level 58, I can't afford to offend him. Even this fat guy is level 55. They are growing too fast. Quitla's mouth twitched constantly, and he suddenly felt that he could survive. It seems that he is lucky. No. I said before that Broly's father died. It's over. I feel that when Broly comes back, he will beat me to death, right? What should I do? Should I keep Broly's father in good esteem? Before that, I should find out if Broly's father is alive. If he is alive, I will keep him well fed, so as to leave myself a way out. I remembered that Broly used to be from the 7th universe. So if his father is still alive, he should still be in the 7th universe. This time when I go to the 7th universe, I will see if I can find Broly's father, and then take him back to keep him in good esteem. Quitla was a little excited when he thought about it, and felt that he was really smart. Bardock did not propose to go to the 6th universe. Because Bardock wanted to save Raditz through his own efforts. If he relied on Broly or Bu for everything, Bardock felt that he would never grow up. At least Raditz was only imprisoned and should not be in danger of life, so Bardock was still very relieved. Let the kid suffer a little more, so he could learn a lesson. Let's go to the 7th universe. Bu waved his hand forward and rushed into the sky. Yes. Little destroyer. Many destroyer gods answered in unison and followed closely behind. After flying into the starry sky, many destroyer gods suddenly felt that something was wrong while flying. Little destroyer god, the direction is wrong. If you enter the realm of nothingness from that side, you will have to go around a circle to reach the 7th universe. Jin couldn't help it and kindly reminded Bu. Bu slowly stopped in the vast starry sky and squinted at Jin. Jin didn't dare to speak. Quitella was at the back of the team, smiling frivolously. I told you not to talk too much. Just follow me. Why do you have to point out the problem? Jin, you are such an idiot. Bang! Bu suddenly stretched his arm several times longer and punched Quitella in the face. Quitella, why are you hitting me? You, lead the way. Bu waved at Quitella. Quitella gnashed his teeth in hatred, wishing he could go forward and beat up this fat guy. This fat guy is so hateful. Bullying me when he caught me alone. But I can't afford to offend him now. I'd better do what he says. Yes. Little god of destruction. Quitella rolled his eyes and immediately led the way obediently in front. Many gods of destruction, led by Bu, marched towards the seventh universe in a mighty manner. Universe 7, Beerus Planet. The prophecy fish hurriedly flew over on the fish tank and appeared beside Whis, with an anxious expression on his face. What's wrong with you? Prophecy fish. Whis looked at the prophecy fish and asked. I have a bad feeling that soon, our world of destruction will suffer a great hardship. The prophecy fish said hurriedly. Let me see. Whis said, an immediate lithe crystal ball checks what's happening in other universes. Please vote. Please, are they here to beat up Beerus? The prophecy fish took a breath. 6 gods of destruction. Beerus is going to be in trouble. He can really sleep well. Should we go out for a walk? Whis suggested. Then what about Lord Beerus? The prophecy fish asked. We just pretend we don't know. Whis said with a smile. The prophecy fish, I didn't make any predictions just now, did I? The prophecy fish said with a smile. You didn't say anything just now. Whis nodded. Didn't you say you were going to travel a few days ago? Are you leaving now? The prophecy fish asked. Then pack up and leave immediately. Whis didn't object. The man and the fish smiled knowingly. Beerus lay on the big bed in the castle, stretched his waist, turned over and continued to sleep soundly, completely unaware of the impending crisis. Broly soon appeared at the edge of the realm of nothingness, ready to enter the 6th universe. However, just when Broly was about to enter the 6th universe, he suddenly sensed a very familiar breath rising from the direction of the 7th universe. Broly was slightly stunned and didn't want to pay attention to it. However, this breath was too familiar, as if it awakened a very precious memory of Broly's childhood. After a brief hesitation, Broly decided to go to the 7th universe first. Anyway, it was just a turn, and it was not far to return to the 6th universe. Swoosh! Broly turned into a dark green light, quickly entered the space of the 7th universe, and slowly stopped. His eyes swept towards the location of the distant area. Although Broly was hundreds of light years away from that location, with his current identity, it was still easy to see a spaceship that appeared in that starry sky. It was a spaceship of the Frisia Legion, moving slowly in the vast starry sky. Through the glass of the spaceship, Broly saw a girl inside the spaceship at a glance. A girl with green skin. Broly looked at the girl's skin color, and then looked down at the green light coming out of his body. It felt like the colors matched well. Broly was sure that the familiar aura he had sensed before was emitted from this girl. Who was she? Broly didn't have much impression of her. After all, 26 years had passed. The little girl had transformed into a beautiful girl. Besides, Broly first saw Tsurei in the 10th universe, so he didn't associate her with Tsurei. After a brief hesitation, Broly decided to go over and see why this girl had a very familiar smell. Swoosh! Broly flew quickly towards the direction of the spaceship. In the spaceship, in addition to Tsurei, there was also her good friend Remo, and several of Frisia's younger brothers. In addition, there was a member of the Jinya force, his name was Bart. Mr. Frisia asked us to look for planets with life and value. We have been looking for a long time, but we still haven't found a suitable planet. Tsurei sighed slightly. This is undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. Shhhhh. Remer kept winking at Tsurei, signaling her not to say such treasonous words. Sure enough, after Tsurei said this, Bart's eyes immediately narrowed and looked at her. I don't mean anything else. I just want to relieve the boredom of the journey. Tsurei smiled and waved his hand. You dare to complain about Mr. Frisia's orders? Bart snorted coldly. It's been almost a year since the Meiqiang Yu group was established. Don't tell me that you don't even know the basic rules. I absolutely don't mean to disrespect Mr. Frisia. Tsure was pale and hurriedly explained. Yes, Tsure is still young, I don't know the rules very well. I hope Mr. Bart will forgive me. Reamer stepped forward to plead. If everyone can be forgiven for their mistakes, there will be no rules in the Legion. Bart snorted coldly and ordered the two younger brothers, hit her. Hit her hard. Hit her until she learns her lesson. How about I sing a song for you, and you hit me less, okay? Zilla blinked at Bart, laughed dryly, and responded hurriedly. Bart, that depends on how well you sing. Bart snorted. Zilla immediately cleared his throat and hummed a song. The lyrics are as follows: You slowly disappeared from the distant starry sky, your originally blurred face has gradually become clear. If the universe can bring back the love I once had, let me wait for it for my whole life. If you no longer miss the affectionate past, let it drift away with the wind. If the universe can take away my sorrow, just like taking away every galaxy, all the injuries I have suffered, all the tears I have shed, my love, please take it all away. After singing a song, Bart and several Frisia brothers present fell into deep thought. About 3 or 5 seconds passed. Do you think it sounds good? Bart asked several brothers. Several brothers shook their heads together, saying that it was very unpleasant and had no taste. Little girl, you are really unlucky. You sing so badly, so I will hit you harder. Bart smiled contemptuously and ordered the two brothers just now, go, but don't beat her to death, she can still be of some use. If you want to hit me, just hit me. Please let Slay go. Remo knelt down and begged for mercy. Then hit us together. Bart sneered and gave his orders to his men. Remo, just when the two men came forward to hold up Slay and Remo, preparing to beat them up next to them. Pa! The spaceship suddenly stopped slowly in the starry sky. And at the window, a dark green figure emerged. What's the situation? Bart was stunned. Did the spaceship stop? A younger brother came forward and pointed at Broly, who appeared outside the window to Bart, and he stuttered, Master Bart, Sumione is outside. Bart turned his head and saw a human with green light all over his body. Where did he come from? He dared to stop the spaceship of our Frisia Legion. I think he is tired of living. Bart snorted coldly, but he didn't care at all. After all, in Bart's opinion, his strength is enough to rank in the top 3 in the entire universe. From Bart's perspective, Lord Frisia is naturally the strongest person in the universe. In addition to Lord Frisia, the second most powerful person is Captain Jinyu. The third most powerful person is me, Bart. Because I am the fastest person in the universe, GIs and Likum are nothing in front of me. As for that guy Guldo, except for some strange abilities, his combat power is very average. And my combat power has reached a height of 40,000. Lord Bart, look, that person seems to be crying. One of the younger brothers hurriedly whispered to Bart. Bart was slightly stunned, and when he looked closely, he found that Broly's eyes were red and swollen, and his face was full of tears. Broly did cry. You slowly disappeared from the distant starry sky, the originally blurred face has gradually become clear. If the universe can bring back the love I once had, let me wait for it for a lifetime. If you no longer miss the affectionate past, let it drift away with the wind. If the universe can take away my sorrow, just like taking away every galaxy, all the injuries I have suffered, all the tears I have shed, my love, please take them all away. Hearing Psara's singing, this scene made Broly's heart clenched fiercely. Could it be that he is lost and can't find his home and is crying? Bart snorted, and then asked with a smile, what is his combat power? Not showing. One of the younger brothers had already checked Broly's combat power through the detector. Not showing? There won't be a malfunction. I've said that this kind of detector is prone to malfunction. Bart snorted, but it doesn't matter. Let him in. If we help him find his home, maybe we can find a suitable planet. Yes. The younger brother nodded. Immediately, one of the younger brothers stepped forward and gestured to Broly, then pointed to the hatch of the spaceship, indicating that he should come in from the hatch. Master Bart, I don't feel right. Another younger brother muttered thoughtfully. What? Bart asked. This guy stopped our spaceship. How much power does he have? The younger brother pondered. Bart's face froze and he immediately fell into deep thought. What you said seems to make sense. Although the spaceship is not moving at full speed, it should be fast. This guy can actually stop the spaceship. It can be seen that his speed is still very good, and his strength seems to be pretty good. Bring him in and ask if he is willing to join our legion. Bart ordered. Who is that man? Reamer muttered. I feel like I've seen him somewhere, Zilla pondered, but he looks so sad when he cries. I hope they can forget about punishing us. Reamer lowered his voice. Pray that they forget. Zilla nodded vigorously. The hatch of the spaceship opened. Broly returned to normal, stepped into the spaceship, took a deep breath, and rubbed his eyes. The green light on his body disappeared. What a strange change. Bart snorted. Broly ignored Bart, but cast his eyes on Zilla. Zilla also stared at Broly without blinking, as if he had seen him somewhere. Hey, kid, who are you? What are you doing here? Bart looked at Broly and asked. Broly slowly approached, arriving next to Salai. He sniffed her body carefully with his nose. Ya, what are you doing? Salai was startled and quickly covered her chest, like a frightened little rabbit. Who are you? Broly asked. I must have seen you. You have a familiar smell on you. Salai, Remo looked at Salai and Broly with a gossipy look on his face. A familiar smell on his body? This melon seems a bit big. Ya, what are you talking about? How could I have a familiar smell on my body? Salai hurriedly shook her head to deny. No mistake. Broly said seriously. Hey, is there anyone who pursues girls like you? You might as well just say I'm your girlfriend. Salai looked at Broly angrily. Girlfriend? Broly scratched his head. You don't even know what a girlfriend is, do you? Salai blinked her beautiful eyes and snorted. I've only heard of friends, not girlfriends. Broly nodded. Sile, are you two here to do crosstalk? Bart couldn't help it and shouted at the two. Neither of them paid attention to Bart and continued to talk to each other. Bart, I'll let you two talk for a while, and I'll give you a good beating later. Do I have no sense of existence? Just wait for me. I'll make you look good. The official explanation of girlfriend is a female friend in a romantic relationship. Sile explained seriously. The love mentioned here refers to Xiao Ai. When Broly heard the word love, Xiao Ai's voice and smile appeared in his mind. Before, Broly heard Sile singing the Sea of the Universe and thought that the love in it was Xiao Ai. Sile? Who is Xiao Ai? Sile didn't understand. A very good friend of mine. Broly answered. Girlfriend? Sile asked again. Maybe. Broly was not sure. I still don't understand what you mean by girlfriend. You may understand it as a female friend who will be married home as a wife in the future. Tsurei's face was sweating, so he had to change to a popular term. I understand. Broly suddenly realized, just like Luo Tian has always wanted to marry Bardos home as a wife, this should be what it means. Who is Luo Tian? Tsurei was even more confused by what Broly said. My best friend, he treats me very well. Broly replied. So what's your name? Tsurei blinked and looked at Broly with a smile, as if he had already noticed it. My name is Broly. Broly said his name. Sure enough. Broly. It's really you. Tsurei's pretty face showed endless surprise. Hey? Do you know me? Broly scratched his head. I'm Tsurei. Don't you remember me? Tsurei quickly told Broly his name. Xyle? Broly scratched his head and fell into deep thought. Remo, look, he is Broly, I felt he looked familiar when I saw him just now. Zyle was surprised and excited, and walked up to pull Remo and said excitedly. He is Broly? Congratulations, Zyle. Congratulations on finally finding him. Remo was also happy for Zyle. Finally, the hard work was not in vain. I searched all over the universe, and finally found him. Yes, yes. Zyle jumped to Broly's side, stepped forward and gently held his hand. Broly looked confused, as if he suddenly thought of something, and patted his forehead. I remember, you are the little green skin. Zyle, how do you talk? What do you mean by little green skin? Zyle's chest rose and fell in anger. Are you disgusted with my skin color? Broly shook his head quickly. Humph. Do you still remember what you said when you were a child? Salai asked angrily, with his hands on his waist. What did I say? Broly shook his head again. You said that when you grow up, you will come to marry me. This is the agreement between the two of us. Salai pouted and glared at Broly angrily. Broly, it seems that you said let me marry you. Broly thought about it seriously and answered. Did you agree? Salai asked. Broly hesitated and nodded. So? Do you want to regret it? Salai asked with his head tilted. No regrets since you have promised you should fulfill your promise. Broly replied seriously. Humph, that's about right. I have been looking for you for 16 years. How many 16 years can there be in a person's life? The best time for a girl is looking for you. Salai was unhappy, but there was surprise in her eyes, and she cheered like a little woman. Looking for me? Aren't you in the 10th universe? How did you end up in the 7th universe? Broly was puzzled. What do you mean by 10th universe or 7th universe? Tsure shook his head. We were once involved in a huge vortex, and then we came to this star field. Reamer took over and guessed, you mean we used to be in a universe called the 10th universe, and now we inexplicably ran to the 7th universe, is that what you mean? Broly nodding, indicating that's what he meant. So, take me away. Tsure chuckled. Broly didn't object, and immediately called out to Bart and the others, I'll go down. Bart, many Frisia's followers, Bart and the others were eating melons. As a result, while eating, the melon rind fell on their heads. This guy is so arrogant, he actually asked us to go down. Boy, do you think this is here? Do you think you are riding a taxi? You want to get out of the car where you want to get out of the car. Let me go, do you hear it? Do you believe me and I beat you? It's just that this little brother's words have just fallen, and Brilli grabbed his neck, went there to open the space of the spacecraft, and threw his hand to throw him out. The younger brother's voice gradually drifted away in the space. Chapter 187 I finally found you, but the person you are waiting for is not me. Broly closed the hatch, looked around at the Frisia's brothers present, and turned his gaze back to Tsure, and suddenly asked, can you survive in outer space? Tsure shook his head. Then we can only take a spaceship. Broly nodded, and then ordered Bart and others present, what are you all doing here? Get off. Your name is Broly, right? You are really brave, don't you know who I am? Bart pointed his thumb at his nose, I am the best member of the Jinya force. However, Bart hadn't finished speaking yet. Bang! Broly punched lightly and hit Bart's nose on the spot. Immediately, Bart fell straight to the ground and fainted directly. The several Frisia brothers present were dumbfounded. Isn't Lord Bart known as the fastest man in the universe? It is said that he is faster than Lord Frisia. He was knocked out by this man with one punch. Isn't this too sci-fi? Jinya force? Is it amazing? Broly muttered in a low voice. Zila was silent. Of course it is amazing. They are the sharpest swords in Lord Frisia's hands. They are also the most powerful army in the universe. The number 2 figure of this army was knocked out by you with one punch. Zila's mouth twitched, and endless surprise soon emerged in his eyes. My future husband, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. The younger brothers were all scared, looking at Broly with horror, and then looking at Bart, who fell to the ground and fainted. Is Lord Bart so weak? Get out! Broly's eyes became fierce. As he said that, Broly opened the hatch of the spaceship and kicked Bart out. The few Frisia's brothers present were so frightened that they had to put on their respirators and jumped out of the spaceship. Broly closed the hatch calmly. Then, Broly glanced and saw Remo standing stupidly in the spaceship. Remo suddenly had a bad premonition. And you? Broly stepped forward and grabbed Remo, who was standing next to him, and took him to the direction of the hatch. Remo's mentality almost exploded. So you want to drive everyone except Tsurei off the spaceship? Fuck, I'm Tsurei's friend. Remo suddenly felt that the 5 words Tsurei's friend had little value left. Broly, wait a minute, what are you doing? He is Remo, my good friend. Tsurei was anxious and hurried to stop him. Boyfriend? Broly asked. Sile, a male friend, but not a boyfriend. Sile explained. Is there a difference? Broly felt that there was no big difference between the two titles. Since you are going to marry me, you can't have another man. Lemo's mentality was broken. It seemed as if I had a special relationship with Sile. Lemo wanted to shout out loud, I am innocent. Listen to me, Broly, he is really just an ordinary friend of mine, not a boyfriend. Sile cried anxiously. Is it? I can't tell, but Luo Tian can tell. Broly thought for a while and responded, I'll take you to see Luo Tian. If he is really your boyfriend, I won't marry you. Who do you think I am? Sile's chest rose and fell with anger. Broly said no more. Humph, am I that kind of woman? You're pissing me off. Sile was furious. Hurry to Earth, I have something important to do. Broly ordered, this spaceship is too slow. I may fly with the spaceship later. Be careful. Fly with the spaceship? Tsurei was stunned. Can I go with you? Are we really just an ordinary friend? Remo smiled dryly and hurriedly said to Broly. Broly did not object. Remo stepped forward to control the spaceship. Swoosh! The spaceship suddenly accelerated and flew towards the direction of the Earth. In the spaceship, the 3 people were silent for a while. Remo kept winking at Salai, as if to say, you have been looking for him for 16 years. 16 years. Now that you meet, don't be upset because of a small matter. Salai took a deep breath and felt that Remo was right. I have been looking for Broly for so long. In these 16 years, I have been looking for Broly's whereabouts in the universe. The little awkwardness just now is really nothing now. Hey, Broly, what have you been doing these years? Salai asked. Nothing, either fighting or on the way to fight. Broly replied. Zile, pft, I don't know how to respond to your answer. Zile burst out laughing. Seeing Zile's cheerful laughter, Broly was a little dumbfounded for a moment, scratching his head with a red face, and even a little embarrassed. Broly, why is your face so red? Zile stepped forward and touched Broly's face. Broly's face became even redder. Broly, do I look good? Zile tilted his head and asked with a smile. But after saying this, Broly's whole body trembled violently, his face became extremely ugly, and his breathing became more and more rapid. Because, Broly's mind immediately emerged with what Xiao Ai had said. Broly, do I look good? The same words were said by Xiao Ai. Broly, relax, take a deep breath, don't be sad, I'm here. Zile found that Broly was not in a good mood, and hurriedly hugged him and comforted him softly. Feeling the tenderness of Zile, Broly's mood gradually returned to calm. Something very important must have happened to you, right? Zile looked at Broly with a gentle face. Sit down first, if you don't mind, you can tell me your story. As he said, Zile glanced at Remo, motioning him to go to the room first, so as not to disturb the world of two people between him and Broly. Remo understood at once, quietly entered a room next door, and closed the door. In the empty main control room of the spacecraft, only Broly and Xyle were left. Broly had already sat down under Xyle's arrangement. "Broly, do you like to listen to songs? Can I sing for you?" Xyle's voice was soft. "The song just now, return to the little love I used to have, sing it to me again." Broly nodded. "Return to the little love I used to have?" Xyle was stunned, and responded intelligently, "Okay, then I will sing it again for you. If the universe can bring back the little love I once had, let me wait for it for my whole life, all the injuries I have suffered, all the tears I have shed, my little love, please take them all away." Xyle changed all the love in it to little love. Although it was a little difficult to sing after the change, Xyle still grasped the rhythm of the song very well. Broly listened carefully from beginning to end, and tears fell unconsciously while listening. Xyle did not speak, and held Broly in his arms. Broly cried like a child. "Little love is your best friend, right?" Xyle asked softly. "If she knew you were missing her, she would be very relieved." Broly nodded vigorously. "She must be a very beautiful girl," Xyle said softly. Broly nodded again. Xyle wiped his tears and sighed softly. "So many years have passed, I finally found you, but the person you are waiting for is not me." Xyle felt depressed. "My mood is so complicated. I am comforting the person I like to miss his lover. But his lover is not me." Xyle really wants to ask, what happened to Xiao Ai? But the words came to his mouth. Xyle didn't ask after all. It seems that Xiao Ai is in danger, otherwise Broly would not cry like this. Asking such questions now will only stimulate him more and make him more uncomfortable. Broly wiped his tears and suddenly spoke. "Xiao Ai is a robot made by Dr. Briefs. It was originally used to accompany Bulma's sister and accompany her to study." Xyle was stunned. "Robot?" Xyle was at a loss for words. "I was jealous of a robot. I thought I was ridiculous." Xyle's heart was relieved immediately. It turned out that Xiao Ai was a robot. "I was only 5 years old when I met her." Broly looked up at the ceiling of the spaceship. "You were also 5 years old when we met." Xyle nodded gently. "I had a lot of fun playing with her. I didn't know she was a robot at first. I just kept looking at her." She suddenly spoke. "What are you looking at?" I imitated her words. "She used electricity to shock me." Broly fell into memories and said in a deep voice. "Is she a very beautiful female robot?" Xyle asked. "At that time, she was just a ball suspended in the air, this big." Broly gestured the size of the ball with his hands. "Tsure, more than 20 years later, when we met again, I had grown up." Broly continued. "She said the same words to me as a child. I was unmoved. I am no longer the boy I once was, but she is still the same as before. At that time, I believe she must have been very sad, if she had intelligence." Tsure sighed softly. Later, Bulma built her a brand new body, a very beautiful girl's body. Broly said truthfully, and told Tsure everything that happened later in detail. After hearing this, Tsure also burst into tears. "What an infatuated robot! I feel like I have lost to her. I am so unwilling. The one competing with me is actually a female robot. Not a real woman. No, Xiao Ai's behavior is more feminine than a real woman. Everything will be fine, Broly." Salai comforted. "There must be a way to get her back." "Well, Luo Tian should have a way." Broly nodded. "When Xiao Ai comes back, you will marry her." Salai smiled, but his smile was a little unnatural. Broly was stunned and looked at Salai in surprise. "We were just a joke in childhood, don't worry about it." Salai smiled. "Why should I marry Xiao Ai?" Broly scratched his head in confusion. "Salai? Don't you like her?" Salai was stunned. I like her. Broly nodded and replied. If you like her, marry her. Salai sighed softly. No, the person I want to marry is you. Broly said stubbornly, the person I promised first is you. Scumbag. Salai looked at Broly angrily, or do you want me and Xiao Ai to serve you together? Together? Broly didn't understand. Do you want to marry 2 wives? Salai glared at Broly angrily. Broly was even more confused. Can you marry 2 wives? Luo Tian didn't tell me about this. Broly shook his head blankly. From the poems she told you before she disappeared, you can see that she really loves you. Salai pondered, looking up at the vast starry sky, tears sliding down his face. I don't understand, I only know 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Broly replied, finally, I pulled off the scales of the mermaid one by one. Salai's mouth twitched slightly. That mermaid must be in a lot of pain. It really deserves it. Sure enough, after telling you all this, I feel much better. Broly said to Salai. Go, Broly. Tsurei summoned his courage and said to Broly, let's separate now. Broly was stunned. Go and save her. Tsurei said with a smile. But I still want to marry you. Broly scratched his head. Wait until you understand what love is, then we'll talk. Tsurei said, and immediately turned around, with his back to Broly, and whispered, take care, Broly. Broly scratched his head again in confusion. Can you speak more clearly? Do you want me to marry you or not? You mean that you don't want me to marry you? Well, I'm leaving, take care of yourself. Broly hesitated for a moment, turned around and left. The next moment, Broly opened the hatch of the spaceship, and a dark green light emerged from his body, and turned into a dark green streamer, returning to the realm of nothingness. After turning a corner in the realm of nothingness, Broly entered the 6th universe. After Broly left, Remo heard something strange outside, and immediately walked out of the room, looking for Broly. Remo, what are you looking for in the trash can over there? Will Broly hide there? Tsurei said unhappily. Where is he? Remo asked curiously. Gone. Tsurei sighed slightly. Gone? Did he go back to prepare the gift money to come and marry you? Remo asked excitedly. We broke up. Tsurei shook his head, after so many years, the person he loves deeply is a robot. Remo? What robot? Remo was confused. His heart has been occupied by robots, and there is no room for others. Tsurei held back tears. The 7th universe, space. Hello, this is Jinya Force Geese, let Bart answer the phone. A voice was calling Bart. The caller was none other than Jinya Force member Geese. Gi's voice was anxious, and he ordered Bart to contact him quickly. However, the person who answered the phone was not Bart, but one of Frisia's younger brothers. Master Gi's, this is Ruolu, the younger brother replied. Ruolu, let Bart answer the phone quickly. Gi's ordered. Master Gi's, Master Bart fainted. Ruolu looked at Bart, who was still floating in space. You said what? Fainted, what happened? Gi's was a little confused, is it because of eating too much chocolate and high blood sugar? Ruolu, Gi's, stop talking nonsense. Jinyu couldn't help it and interrupted. Gi's shut up quickly. Ah, Captain Jinyu. Ruolu called hurriedly and told everything that happened on the spaceship. Hey! Bart is dead. Jinyu sighed. Bart can't survive in space. Gi's didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This unlucky guy. Likum sighed, it's too random to die. Idiot. Guldo took the opportunity to curse. He must be too careless. He was knocked unconscious by a punch. Gi said angrily, what's the name of that person? He didn't say. Ruolu was standing farther away before, so he didn't hear Broly's name, so he just said he didn't say the name. What should the captain do? Geese asked, should we go and beat that guy? Let's finish what Lord Frisia told us first. Jinyu answered decisively, after we come back from Namek, we'll go and settle accounts with that guy, he can't get away. Yes, Captain. Geese replied. Bullying are Jinyu's Special Forces members. I, Rikum, will be the first to stop it. Rikum said angrily. Me too. Guldo took the opportunity to make himself feel more present. Guldo, if you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. You're just making up the numbers in our team. Don't you know what's going on? Li Kumu said to Guldo mercilessly. Guldo felt hurt at that time. You are too much. Even if I am just making up the numbers, you can't just say it directly. How long will it take to reach Namek? Jinyu asked. It will take at least 5 days. Gi's analyzed. Have a good sleep. It's a pity that it's not on the way to the little girl Tsure from here, otherwise it would be easier to deal with them along the way. Gi's was a little regretful. Should we report this to Lord Frisia? Li Kumu asked. It's such a trivial matter, do we need to report it to Lord Frisia? Do you really think Lord Frisia is free? Gi scolded. Li Kumu, the captain is scolding you. He speaks in a serious tone. Gi's explained. Shut up. Jinyu and Rikum shouted at the same time. Big brothers, the monthly tickets have not been very strong recently. I believe that the monthly tickets in your hands are reserved for me. Chapter 188 Kakarot, let me show you my destruction. In the outer space, 4 spherical spaceships are flying rapidly in the starry sky. The people who just spoke were Jinyu and the other 4 people in the mini spaceship. Currently, the spaceships of these 4 people are flying rapidly in the direction of Namek. The 7th universe, Namek. Vegeta was captured and stuffed into the treatment chamber for treatment. Sabo and Frisia's little brother stood outside, looking at Vegeta in the treatment chamber with contempt. Humph, I didn't expect that I would have to treat you, a traitor. Sabo snorted coldly, and asked the little brother beside him, how long will it take for him to be able to speak? He is seriously injured. It will take at least 30 minutes to make him sober. I answered. I'll report to Lord Frisia first, you keep an eye on him here. Sabo told me, and turned to leave the room. There were only me and Vegeta in the huge treatment room. Gulp gulp. Vegeta was still receiving treatment in the treatment chamber. Hee. The famous Vegeta can only confess the location of the hidden Dragon Ball in front of Lord Frisia. I smiled proudly. Pa! Vegeta suddenly opened his eyes. My pupils shrank and I was startled. Destroy! Vegeta waved his hand forward, and a purple-red light spot quickly acted in the treatment chamber. Pa! In just a blink of an eye, the treatment chamber where Vegeta was turned into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. I was dumbfounded and scared to death. Bang! Vegeta stepped forward and slapped Frisia's little brother to death. Then, Vegeta laughed in the spaceship and shouted, my sister knocked on the hood and the sedan chair, and the saddle box pointed to the window. Boom! After Vegeta finished speaking, he released a Qigong wave, leaving a hole in the spaceship's cabin wall. Sabo, who had just walked over to report to Frisia, immediately changed color when he heard the sound. Frisia was even more surprised. The two found that something was wrong and hurriedly ran towards the treatment room. The next moment, Frisia and Sabo saw the hole that appeared on the spaceship. Oh no, he ran away! Sabo exclaimed. Chase him! Frisia was furious. This bastard! Sabo rushed out from the hole and looked for Vegeta's whereabouts. Vegeta, but he grinned, moved quickly in the spaceship, and entered the main control room, and easily found the 5 Dragon Balls lying on the ground. Frisia, this idiot, still wants to know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls from me? Now I'm going to take all your Dragon Balls. Vegeta's brain was working fast, and he immediately stuck his head out of the room and shouted to Frisia inside the spaceship, "You two idiots have been fooled, I'm still in the spaceship." Frisia's face changed again and again. "What?" Sabo looked down from the air and suddenly had a bad premonition. Boom! After Vegeta finished speaking, he released a Qigong wave without any hesitation. Accompanied by a loud bang, a huge explosion occurred somewhere in the spaceship. "This bastard!" Sabo swooped down from the air and flew towards the direction of the spaceship explosion. Vegeta picked up the 5 Dragon Balls lying on the ground, kicked a hole in the spaceship, and threw the 5 Dragon Balls out one by one. Frisia and Sabo appeared in the area where the explosion had just occurred, but did not find Vegeta's whereabouts. Could it be that Vegeta took the Dragon Balls away? Frisia suddenly realized something, and his face became more and more ugly. The two rushed to the main control room where the Dragon Balls were stored. After arriving at the main control room, Frisia found that the Dragon Balls had disappeared. "Ah, this bastard!" Sabo felt worse than eating shit, and immediately rushed into the sky, looking for Vegeta's whereabouts. Vegeta, however, smiled and hid under a cliff. "You can't find me. Without the detector, you are nothing." "Sir Frisia, is he still in the spaceship?" Sabo asked hurriedly. "Look for him." Frisia gritted his teeth. Vegeta calmly dived into the lake and quietly left the scene. Frisia was so angry that his nose was crooked. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. "I really lost more than I gained. I let Vegeta run away and lost the Dragon Ball. He can't run too far with 5 Dragon Balls. I'll look for him in the spaceship. You have to check outside and under the spaceship." Sabo nodded quickly. "Listen. If you don't find Vegeta within an hour, I will kill you," Frisia said hatefully. "Yes, Lord Frisia." Sabo took the order. Vegeta swam to the other side of the lake and collected the Dragon Balls thrown here. "Great! Frisia, the unlucky guy, didn't expect that the Dragon Balls he collected with great effort would be taken away by me. In this way, plus the Dragon Ball I found before, there is only 1 Dragon Ball left, so I can collect 7. My wish is coming true." Vegeta put the Dragon Ball under a cliff and put it away carefully. Just then, Vegeta suddenly sensed 3 breaths flying from a distant place. "Such a strong fighting force, who is it? Is it Kakarot and the others?" Vegeta was stunned and immediately looked up in the direction of the breath. Vegeta looked carefully and found that Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, and Krillin appeared in the sky. "It's that guy Kakarot!" Vegeta snorted. High in the sky, Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan, and Krillin are flying fast in this area. Vegeta's breath appeared here just now, it should be in this area. Sun Wukong stopped in the air. "No, Goku, why should I follow you? Isn't it good for me to stay with the elder?" Krillin suddenly came to his senses. "That's true." Sun Wukong nodded and smiled, "but since we're here, let's find a way to find the Dragon Balls together." Krillin looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand helplessly, and found that the 5 Dragon Balls were in the same position as Vegeta. Vegeta is not an ordinary guy. He actually snatched all 5 Dragon Balls from Frisia. Krillin said with a smile. "He is really powerful." Sun Wukong gave an objective evaluation. "Let's go down." Krillin and Sun Gohan nodded together. The 3 of them slowly fell from the air and appeared next to Vegeta. After all, although Vegeta can sense the location of the breath, he can't hide the breath to the extent of 0. And there are 5 Dragon Balls next to Vegeta. Sun Wukong and his friends have the Dragon Ball radar in their hands, so it is still easy to find Vegeta. Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists and glared at Sun Wukong. "Vegeta, are you okay?" Sun Wukong laughed. "Where's Luo Tian? Did he come to Namek?" Vegeta asked. "He shouldn't come." Sun Wukong shook his head, "but I'm not sure. The Dragon Ball belongs to me, Vegeta, don't try to snatch it from me." Vegeta snorted. Vegeta, the Shenlong of Namek can grant 3 wishes, we only need 1 wish, to revive Jiaozi. Krillin stepped forward to negotiate. Jiaozi? The little guy who blew himself up? There's no point in reviving him. What can a weakling like that do? It can only waste the food of the earth. Vegeta snorted, his expression full of disdain. How do you talk like that? Krillin stared at Vegeta angrily. Well, anyway, the Shenlong can grant 3 wishes, and the remaining 2 wishes are mine. I want them all. Vegeta thought that giving Kakarot and the others a wish was no big deal. There are 2 more wishes. My first wish is for an immortal body. From what Frieza said, the wish for immortality seems difficult to achieve. This dragon has limited abilities, and I know this very well. After all, this dragon can't make me become the legendary Super Saiyan. It seems that the wish for immortality is a bit difficult. Frieza seems to want to realize a wish that can regenerate the body. I also want this wish. What should I make for the second wish? The second wish is that I also want the ability to survive in outer space. The body can regenerate, but it should not be able to survive in outer space. It was decided happily. Vegeta quickly thought of the 2 wishes he wanted to make. Then, Vegeta looked at the Dragon Ball in Son Gohan's hand and was happy at that time. Great! With the Dragon Ball in your hands and the one I hid, all 7 Dragon Balls are complete. Vegeta snorted. You hid another Dragon Ball? Sun Wukong was overjoyed. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Then let's go and summon the dragon to make a wish. Come with me. Vegeta didn't object, and went forward to pick up 2 Dragon Balls, and then went to pick up the third one. Pa! The second Dragon Ball fell out of Vegeta's arms. Vegeta, Gohan, Goku and I will help together. Don't worry, we won't steal your Dragon Balls. Krillin suggested. After a brief hesitation, Vegeta finally nodded in agreement. Several people held the Dragon Balls and flew into the sky under the leadership of Vegeta, flying towards the place where the Dragon Balls were stored before. Sabo was suspended in the sky, looking for Vegeta's whereabouts. Just then, Sabo glanced and saw several bright streams of light appearing in the distant sky. Sabo looked closely and soon found Vegeta and Son Goku. Vegeta! Sabo felt that the surprise came too suddenly, and besides Vegeta, aren't the other 2 the 2 little ghosts who led Dodoria away? However, Sabo felt that there was another person who looked familiar. It seemed as if he had seen him somewhere before. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The person that Sabo felt familiar with was Sun Wukong. The reason why he felt familiar was because Sabo had seen Sun Wukong's father Bardock. When destroying planet Vegeta, Bardock took the initiative to attack and appeared in the planet's outer atmosphere to challenge Frieza's army. Sabo's eyes flashed with endless surprise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have a total of 6 Dragon Balls in their hands. Great! If Lord Frieza knew, he would be very happy. Vegeta! You can't run away! Sabo was furious and quickly chased after him. Someone is catching up. Sun Wukong looked back. Humph, it's that guy Sabo, he is Frieza's follower. Vegeta is not surprised. I saw him from a distance before and saw him with Frieza. Son Goku nodded. Do you want to stop him? Don't worry, fighting here will attract Frieza's attention. Vegeta shook his head. Wait until we get to where I put the Dragon Balls, and then get rid of that guy. Sun Wukong said no more. Several people increased their flying speed. Sabo was about to speed up to overtake them and intercept Sun Wukong and others. But then, Sabo suddenly realized something. Where are they going? At present, they have a total of 6 Dragon Balls, so, are they flying to the location of the 7th Dragon Ball? In this way, the 7 Dragon Balls can be completely gathered. That's great! I will take all 7 Dragon Balls at once and then return to present them to Lord Frieza. Lord Frisia will definitely reward me well. Sabo smiled more and more brilliantly. My luck is really good. Vegeta, this idiot, should not have discovered me yet. Swish, swish, swish. Several people left several bright flames in the air. 5 minutes later. It's over there. Krillin looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and pointed to the ground below. It should be in the lake. Vegeta turned his head to look at Krillin, then looked at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, and couldn't help asking, what is that in your hand? I said it's a watch, do you believe it? Krillin laughed. Vegeta, you call this a watch? This thing of yours is clearly a radar for finding Dragon Balls, do you think I'm stupid? Pa! Vegeta took the lead and fell from the air. Sun Wukong and others also fell to the ground one by one. Before taking out the last Dragon Ball, get rid of this guy first. Vegeta snorted, don't do anything, let me deal with him. Vegeta, is your armor beaten like this because of him? Sun Wukong asked. Vegeta felt hurt at that time. Humph, that was just an accident, I didn't do it seriously before. Vegeta gnashed his teeth in hatred. Pa! The next moment, Sabo fell from the sky and landed right in front of Sun Wukong and others. Vegeta! You've made me suffer so much. Because of you, Lord Frisian no longer trusts me. Sabo's eyes were bloodshot, and his face became more and more ferocious, but I'm so lucky, you actually have 6 Dragon Balls in your hands. Since you can land here, it means there is a 7th Dragon Ball nearby, am I right? So what? Vegeta snorted coldly. You teamed up with those 2 little guys? And there's one more helper. Do you think the 4 of you can defeat me together? Sabo smiled contemptuously, Vegeta, you made a mistake. No matter how many of you come, you are no match for me. Hurry up and give me the last Dragon Ball honestly. Lord Frisia may spare your life because you have collected all the Dragon Balls. The 3 of them are just people I brought to watch the fun. I am enough to deal with a guy like you. Vegeta stepped forward and showed a confident smile. Vegeta, don't you understand the situation? Have you forgotten how I beat you before? Sabo sneered, it seems that you still don't remember, then I will beat you half to death again. Don't think of being treated this time. Boom. After Sabo finished speaking, he made a gorgeous transformation, and his body immediately became burly and strong. After seeing Sabo's transformation, Krillin was shocked. Son Gohan was also stunned and shivered slightly. Son Goku scratched his head and showed a look of surprise. This monster, his breath suddenly increased a lot. Krillin said in a deep voice. Vegeta's mouth corners slightly raised, but he showed a confident smile. This idiot, doesn't he know the characteristics of us Saiyans? It just so happens that I want to show off my destruction in front of Kakarot. I want to let you know that in addition to Ultra Instinct, there is also Ultra Self Instinct. Destruction, the strongest divine control technique. Hey! Sabo rushed towards Vegeta with great momentum. Vegeta's body sank down suddenly and dodged Sabo's palm. Then, Vegeta grabbed a handful of soil. Boom! Sabo's palm hit the ground where Vegeta was at that time, leaving a pit on the ground. Vegeta took the opportunity to fly high into the sky. Sabo immediately looked up at Vegeta in the sky, and then soared into the sky. Vegeta, don't even think about running away. You can't run away. Sabo laughed wildly. Looking at Sabo catching up, Vegeta opened his hands and threw the mud in his hands. Sabo felt the stinging pain in his eyes at that time, and all the mud and sand entered his eyes, and it was pitch black in front of him. Vegeta moved and appeared behind Sabo, punching him in the waist with a heavy punch. Ouch! Sabo felt as if his waist was about to break, and the armor behind him immediately broke into several pieces, revealing his skin. Sabo's body fell downwards. Vegeta chased up and hit Sabo's head heavily with both fists. Boom! Sabo fell into the lake below, and the water waves rose to a height of 3 meters. Vegeta opened his hands, and energy bombs shot out from his hands, all of which smashed into the lake. There were roars at the scene. Vegeta's strength has improved a lot. Sun Wukong commented with his chin pulled. Wukongju should be able to beat him, right? Krillin asked in a low voice. Dad will be fine. Sun Wuhan was still very confident in his father. No problem, we have become stronger too. Sun Wukong smiled. You are right, Goku, we have been training in the spaceship for a month. Krillin nodded. Chapter 189 Vegeta, is this the self-extreme you learned from Luo Tian? Boom. Vegeta's attack continued, and the energy bombs greeted Sabo as if they were free. Sabo suffered a severe blow and immediately soared into the sky from the lake below. Seeing this, Vegeta turned an arc in the air and landed near Sun Wukong and others. Sabo chased closely and appeared in front of Vegeta. Vegeta, you beat me so badly. Sabo looked very bad, glaring at Vegeta with gritted teeth, wishing to tear him into pieces. Humph, I just took the initiative. Vegeta sneered, turned his head to look at Sun Wukong, and said with a smile, Kakarot, have you seen this? As he said, Vegeta calmly condensed a purple-red light spot the size of a sesame seed. Sun Wukong widened his eyes and shook his head in confusion, indicating that he had never seen it. An ignorant guy. Vegeta was secretly happy in his heart. Sure enough, Luo Tian had not told Kakarot about destruction. Luo Tian deliberately kept the throne of the god of destruction for me. Luo Tian, you are such a good person. What is that? Krillin had never seen destructive energy before. It feels like a very terrible energy. Sun Wukong's face was stern. Is it a terrible energy? Krillin scratched his head. His bald head stared at the destruction in Vegeta's hands. Sun Gohan didn't say anything, but he seemed to feel the horror of the energy in Vegeta's hands. Vegeta is really a genius. That thing should be taught to him by Luo Tian, right? Sun Wukong analyzed thoughtfully. Luo Tian knows a lot of things. Krillin couldn't help but sigh. Humph, this trick again. How can this trick work on me? Sabo sneered. Sabo, don't worry, I will send you to another world right away. Vegeta smiled lightly. You said you want to kill me? Don't joke, my fighting power is much stronger than yours. Sabo shouted loudly, but his eyes were vigilantly watching the destructive energy released by Vegeta. Sabo, don't you understand us Saiyans? Vegeta sneered, it's really unfair for you to save me who was dying. What do you mean? Sabo was stunned. Every time we Saiyans are reborn from near death, our combat power will be greatly improved. Vegeta explained slowly, you can understand that the energy or potential power that we have accumulated through training is greatly released after rebirth. So the combat power will be greatly improved. What did you say? Sabo's face changed again and again. Really? No wonder my strength has greatly improved after I recovered from my serious injury before. Sun Wukong suddenly realized. You are also a Saiyan? Sabo was a little dazed, turned his head and looked at Sun Wukong. I guess so, I am a Saiyan who grew up on Earth. Sun Wukong told the truth. A Saiyan who grew up on Earth? Sabo was stunned again. A 3-year-old baby suddenly appeared in his mind. His pupils shrank sharply at that time, revealing a look of astonishment. He pointed at Sun Wukong and said, I remember, you are the low-level warrior with a combat power of only 2? I didn't expect you to survive. You should be talking about me. Did you see me when I flew to Earth? Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. A low-level warrior like you actually came to Namek. Sabo snorted coldly. You'd better not talk about me. Be careful. Vegeta's aura is obviously much stronger than yours. Sun Wukong shook his head and kindly advised. Sabo immediately turned his head and looked at Vegeta angrily. Wow! I don't believe your combat power has increased. Sabo roared, no longer hesitating, and rushed towards Vegeta with his teeth and claws bared. Bang bang bang! Sabo launched a fierce attack on Vegeta. Vegeta quickly used both hands to block all of Sabo's punches and kicks. After several rounds of fighting, bang! Vegeta hit Sabo's abdomen with a heavy punch, and his fist was deeply embedded in his body. Green blood flowed from Sabo's body, and his body twitched violently. I don't even need to use destruction to kill you. Vegeta snorted coldly, are you convinced now? Vegeta, I'm just following Frieza's orders, please spare me. Sabo begged for mercy. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Vegeta snorted coldly and immediately pulled his fist back from Sabo's body. The two of us can definitely defeat Frieza together, which is much better than you and the lower level warriors joining forces. Sabo's body trembled violently, and he glanced at Sun Wukong who was watching the excitement nearby, and said to Vegeta, destruction. A purple-red light spot in Vegeta's hand instantly hit Sabo's body. Pop! Sabo's body turned into nothingness at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon disappeared without a trace under the gaze of Sun Wukong and others. Sun Wukong widened his eyes. Krillin was even more stunned. Sun Wuhan shuddered slightly. How is it, Kakarot? Was the destruction just now very special? Vegeta smiled proudly. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, is this the self-extreme you learned from Luo Tian? Sun Wukong asked. Humph. Vegeta snorted, without explaining too much. You are a low-level warrior, you don't deserve to know so much. It's amazing, Vegeta, your destruction. I feel it's hard to resolve. Sun Wukong scratched his head, holding his chin and thinking about how to deal with this destruction. Of course, this is the god's control skill used by the god of destruction. Your ultra instinct can't do anything about it. Vegeta said proudly. You're right. Sun Wukong didn't bother with Vegeta. You, little bald head, take your instrument into the water and bring me the Dragon Ball. Vegeta ordered Krillin. Let me go? Krillin pointed at his nose with his index finger, speechless. Who else should I let go? You are the weakest one here. Vegeta said mercilessly. Krillin felt heartbroken at the time. You don't have to say it so directly. I'll go if I want to. Uncle Krillin, I'll go with y'all, let's go. Son Gohan took the initiative to step forward. It's okay, Gohan, the Dragon Ball is nearby and can be easily found. Krillin shook his head. It's just to find the last Dragon Ball, there's no need to go with so many people. Krillin jumped into the lake at once, and found the location of the last Dragon Ball with the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar. With the Dragon Ball radar, it is naturally easy to find the last Dragon Ball. In just about a minute, Krillin flew out of the lake holding the last Dragon Ball, landed on the ground, and piled the 7 Dragon Balls together. Great, this time the 7 Dragon Balls have been gathered together. Vegeta smiled proudly, my wish is finally going to come true. Jiaozi can be resurrected. Krillin was happy for Jiaozi. Yes. Son Goku smiled knowingly. The 7 Dragon Balls were placed on the land of Namek. I'm going to summon the dragon. Krillin said excitedly. I really want to see what the dragon of Namek looks like. Sun Wukong was very excited. Vegeta seemed to realize something suddenly, and his face changed color. Come out, dragon! Krillin shouted to the 7 Dragon Balls. Then, there was nothing else. The 7 Dragon Balls did not react at all. Strange, why no reaction? Krillin was stunned for a moment. Is the formula for summoning the dragon wrong? Sun Wukong asked. The way to summon the dragon of Namek is different from that of the dragon of Earth? Krillin had a headache. Humph, Kakarot, you ignorant guy. Vegeta took the opportunity to taunt, don't you know? To summon the dragon of Namek, you need to use the Namek language. Ah, You need to use the Namek language. Sun Wukong rubbed his hair. What? Don't you know? Vegeta snorted, you are ignorant. I came to Namek a long time ago, I know more than you. Goku, then can you summon the dragon in Namek language? Goku asked. No. Vegeta answered very straightforwardly. Goku was speechless. This is troublesome. What should we do? Krillin asked, go back to the elder again? You can only go to the elder. Goku nodded, take the Dragon Ball with you. I have also seen the elder. Vegeta said proudly. Goku, Gohan, Krillin, what's so good about having seen the elder? It's as if we haven't seen him. Then let's go. Vegeta snorted, but it was a little painful. If I had known earlier, when I came to Namek more than 20 years ago, I should have learned Namekian language with Luo Tian. Now when I want to use it, I suddenly realize that I regret not having learned enough. The four people didn't hesitate. They picked up the Dragon Balls, flew into the sky, and flew towards the direction of the Great Elder. Frieza sat in the baby carriage, suspended in the sky, looking up at the sky. For some reason, Frieza felt more and more uneasy. Sabo has been gone for a long time and hasn't come back yet. Has he been killed by Vegeta? What a mistake! I contacted the Jinya force too late. Wait. By the time the Jinya force arrives on Namek, the opportunity may have been lost. What worries me most is that Vegeta may have 2 Dragon Balls in his hand, and with the Dragon Ball in my hand, he may have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. This is bad. Should I destroy this planet immediately? I must not let Vegeta realize his wish. Otherwise, he will be as difficult to deal with as Luo Tian or Broly. Thinking of this, Frieza no longer hesitated and immediately whistled into the sky. At the same time, Frieza raised his right hand high, extended his index finger, and a deep red planet-destroying bomb condensed at the fingertips. The planet-destroying bomb grew larger and larger, and soon expanded to a diameter of 10 meters. Frieza's mouth corners slightly raised, a light arc appeared, but his eyes were filled with endless anger. Frieza decided to destroy Namek immediately before Vegeta fulfilled his wish. Even if I can't become immortal, I will make it impossible for you to fulfill your wish. Frieza raised his right hand high, and the planet-destroying bomb had been condensed to a strength strong enough to destroy the planet. Disappear, Namek! Frieza laughed. Vegeta, disappear with your wish. Frieza's voice echoed in the sky. Goku and others who were flying towards the direction of the Great Elder soon sensed the powerful aura released by Frieza. Goku and others immediately turned their heads and swept in the direction of Frieza. It's that guy Frieza. Krillin pointed to the distant sky, what is that? What does he want to do? Not good. Frieza is going to destroy this planet. Vegeta was horrified. Oh no! Stop him! Sun Wukong was startled and his face changed again and again. Hey, Frieza, I'm here! Vegeta shouted loudly. The next moment, Sun Wukong and others no longer hesitated. Dare to go to the Great Elder now, and immediately take the Dragon Ball and fly towards Frieza. Just as Frieza was about to drop the planet-destroying bomb, he suddenly moved his ears, as if he heard some strange sound. Frieza turned his head and looked in the direction of Son Goku, and saw Vegeta appearing there from a distance. Then, Frieza's eyes lit up, and he saw clearly the Dragon Balls held by Vegeta and others. After counting carefully, there were exactly 7 Dragon Balls. Pa! Frieza felt that happiness came too suddenly, and immediately took back the condensed planet-destroying bomb. It seems that Vegeta did not realize his wish. Just now, Namek was almost destroyed. Shua! Frieza moved instantly, riding a baby carriage, and quickly appeared opposite Son Goku and others, and squinted at the Dragon Balls in their hands. Vegeta, not bad, finally got all the Dragon Balls together. Frieza squinted his eyes and said, Pa! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of saliva and stared at Frieza coldly. Did your wish come true? Frisia asked. I was just about to fulfill my wish, but you, a shameless guy, actually wanted to destroy Namek. Vegeta felt angry just thinking about it. My wish was just a little bit away. But Frisia didn't play by the rules. If we hadn't discovered it in time, this guy would definitely have destroyed Namek. Hand over the Dragon Ball. Frisia looked at Son Goku, Vegeta, and others, and said lightly, by the way, did you kill Sabo? Of course, that kind of guy is not worth mentioning at all. It's too easy to kill him. Vegeta smiled proudly and didn't deny it. You really surprised me. Just a few people joined forces to kill Sabo. And they got all the Dragon Balls together. Frisia snorted, why don't you hurry up and make your wishes come true? Is it because you don't know how to make a wish? That's none of your business. Vegeta snorted coldly and clenched his fists tightly. Let's go down. Sun Wukong suggested, how about fighting on the ground? Oh. Frisia burst into laughter at the time, it's like a grand battle. Well, then as you wish, I'll go down and have fun with you guys. As he said that, Frisia appeared beside Krillin in just a moment. The speed was so fast that Krillin didn't even react. Krillin was startled and his face turned pale instantly. Snap! Frisia reached forward with his big hand and snatched a Dragon Ball from Krillin's hand. Krillin looked down at the Dragon Ball in his right hand, and for some reason, it had disappeared. Just in case, take control of a Dragon Ball first to avoid any accidents. Frisia snorted and said lightly. Krillin was so scared that he trembled all over and couldn't say anything. Humph, Frisia, what's the point of bullying useless earthlings? Vegeta smiled disdainfully, I'll tell you the truth, if you want to make a wish, you must use Namek's language to summon Shenlong. Even if you take away all the Dragon Balls, you still can't make any wish come true without the help of the Namekians. Oh? Shenlong? You mean you need to go through Shenlong to make a wish? And you have to use Namek's language? Frisia was stunned and his eyes widened slightly. Of course, you wouldn't come here to collect Dragon Balls without even investigating this kind of thing, right? Vegeta snorted, you're really stupid, Frisia, how can you make a wish come true like this? Very good, now that you know how to make a wish, it's easy. Frisia suddenly realized and immediately fixed his eyes on Krillin and Son Gohan. I see, you saved a child from Namek before, just to make a wish come true, right? We just saved him simply, not to make a wish come true. Krillin said with courage. Very good, then where is he? Frisia asked. Uncle Krillin, don't tell him. Son Gohan said loudly. He, it seems that if I don't let you suffer a little, you don't know how terrible I am, Frisia. Frisia kept sneering. After laughing, Frisia slowly fell from the air and appeared on the ground. Vegeta, this guy is not as simple as we thought. Let's go together. Sun Wukong said to Vegeta. As long as my destructive energy can hit him, he will be killed by me. Vegeta did not object. Because Vegeta knew clearly that although his strength had improved, there was still a big gap compared with Frisia. You attract his attention later, and I will take the opportunity to release destruction. Vegeta said in a deep voice, I hope he won't dodge. Once he is hit, he will die. Please vote. 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 Chapter 190 Frisia, are you the low-level warrior I let go? Sun Wukong looked solemn and said nodding, he turned his head to look at Son Gohan and Krillin, and suggested, Gohan, Krillin, after the fight, you should take Frisia's Dragon Ball and then go to the Great Elder to realize your wish. Kakarot, don't be too smart. Vegeta gritted his teeth and snorted, once you do this, a guy like Frisia will destroy this planet without hesitation. We Saiyans can't survive in outer space, but Frisia can. Hey? Really? Son Goku was stunned, this is not easy to deal with. Find a way to defeat him and then realize the wish. Vegeta said without any hesitation, and immediately fell from the air at a high speed. It seems that this is the only way. Son Goku nodded and fell with him. Several people appeared in front of Frisia one after another, looking at him solemnly. Vegeta, let me show you how terrible Frisia is today. Come on, all of you. With that, Frisia flew out of the stroller without any hesitation, and suddenly a huge amount of energy emerged from his body. A vast breath rushed out from Frisia's body. Frisia immediately raised his own energy to the extreme, and threw the Dragon Ball behind him. After sensing Frisia's powerful breath, Son Goku and others present all changed color. Humph! Vegeta snorted coldly, gritting his teeth. What a terrible energy! Son Gohan trembled with fear. Why is this guy so terrible? Krillin was even more frightened and pale. It is indeed a terrible breath, it's not easy to fight. Sun Wukong felt a headache. Humph, 4 little ants want to defeat dinosaurs. Frisia smiled contemptuously, before the battle, let me make it clear that if anyone dares to steal the Dragon Balls during the battle, I will destroy this planet without hesitation. Sure enough, it's almost the same as what Vegeta said, it seems that I can only defeat him before I can realize my wish. Sun Wukong's expression became more and more solemn. Frisia, don't be too proud too early, you will cry later. Vegeta snorted, I have a way to deal with you, you'd better be careful. You are really good at bragging. Vegeta. You make me angry again and again, I can't forgive you. Frisia said, and immediately whistled towards Vegeta. Vegeta didn't hesitate at all, and the energy on his body burst out instantly. At the same time, a sesame-sized destructive energy condensed in Vegeta's right hand. Pop! Looking at Frisia's attacking fist, Vegeta was quick-witted and grabbed Frisia's wrist with his left hand. Frisia's face changed color slightly, showing a look of surprise. He never expected that his wrist would be caught by this guy Vegeta. Destroy! Vegeta swung his right hand forward, and the purple-red light spot quickly hit Frisia's chest. Bang! Frisia's pupils shrank, and he slapped it hard, and immediately slapped the purple-red light spot that Vegeta attacked. Swish! The purple-red light spot drew an arc in the sky of Namek and suddenly fell into the lake next to it. Pop! The lake was destroyed completely at that time. The large lake in this area seemed to evaporate suddenly in the blink of an eye, leaving only deep ditches and riverbeds. Frisia's eyes widened, and the horror on his face was visible to the naked eye. Splash! The nearby lake water rushed in, with rolling momentum, surging waves, and endless. It's amazing, Vegeta. Sun Wukong was even more surprised. What kind of trick is that? Such a small light spot can make a lake disappear? Krillin took a breath, if this hits a person, it will disappear on the spot. That's the self-extreme that Uncle Luotian taught him. Sun Wuhan responded. Luotian is really stingy. The trick he taught Wukong doesn't seem to be as destructive as Vegeta's trick. Krillin complained. Krillin, I don't think so. Sun Wukong shook his head and analyzed, I think these two skills have their own characteristics. As long as they are practiced to the extreme, they will reach a certain strength. As for who will be stronger, it depends on the person using it. But Frisia is more powerful. Vegeta's destruction didn't hit him. Krillin said in a deep voice. I wonder what will happen after the destructive energy hits Frisia? Sun Wuhan asked curiously, will Frisia disappear immediately? Will he? Goku? Krillin asked. I don't know about this. Sun Wukong shook his head, we have to find a way to make him hit. After Frisia slapped the destructive energy away with a palm, he was stunned when he saw the powerful power displayed by the destruction, and his face was extremely ugly. That is destruction? Frisia's face changed again and again. Because Frisia had seen Beerus use destructive energy before. It seemed to be this purple red light spot. What Frisia didn't expect was that Vegeta could use it. In addition, Frisia remembered that in the War of Gods of Destruction, Toppo, the trainee god of destruction of the 11th universe, had used destruction. The one Vegeta used was very similar to his. It must be the destruction energy. When did this guy Vegeta learn this skill? Humph, you dodged it in time, Frisia. Vegeta snorted, showing a playful smile. Who taught you the destruction? Frisia asked coldly. Don't worry about it, you should take care of yourself, Frisia. Vegeta smiled lightly, from your expression, you should know how powerful this move of mine is. Frisia didn't say anything. Frisia, you're done. Vegeta chuckled, with my current strength, it's not very difficult to destroy you. Try to hit it again. Frisia suddenly said. Yeah, what did you say? Vegeta was stunned. Try to hit that destruction again. Frisia looked at Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta, what do you mean? Vegeta asked with gritted teeth. I'll let you hit that destruction again. This time I won't dodge or slap it away. Frisia snorted. You arrogant guy. Then I won't be polite. Vegeta had nothing to be polite about. He raised his right hand slightly, and a purple-red light spot immediately condensed in the palm of his hand. What does Frisia want to do? Really not going to dodge? Krillin asked. Maybe he has thought of a way to deal with it. Son Gohan guessed. Gohan is right. Since he dares to say so, he must have a way to deal with it. Son Goku nodded. If even this thing can't kill him, it means that this guy is too scary. Krillin shuddered slightly. I always feel that this guy called Frisia is more terrifying than I imagined. Son Goku looked heavy. Frisia, are you ready? Vegeta's right hand has condensed destructive energy, and he looked at Frisia with confidence. Come over here. Frisia waved his hand, smiling, but his eyes were alert and solemn. Because Frisia knew clearly how terrifying this thing was. This was destructive energy. The skill of the god of destruction. Although there was only a purple-red light spot the size of a sesame seed, its power was very huge. But Frisia had figured it out. In the God of Destruction election contest, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly could use his own energy to withstand destruction. It shows that destruction is not irresistible. As long as the energy intensity is sufficient, this thing can be blocked. I hope you don't regret it. Vegeta snorted, and the destructive light spot in his hand smashed towards Frisia. Looking at the rapidly approaching destructive light spot, Frisia's energy surged wildly, attaching a layer of protective shield to his body. Pop! The destructive energy hit Frisia's protective shield at that time. Suddenly, Frisia's protective shield shattered and dissipated instantly. When he looked again, the purple-red energy light spot seemed to have completed its mission and disappeared along with the protective shield. Goku, look, he blocked it. Krillin's mouth twitched constantly. He's really amazing. Sun Wukong's expression became more and more serious. It's not easy to deal with, this guy is not easy to deal with. But that's all. I have already felt the strength of this thing. Frisia snorted coldly and said with a smile, if you convert the purple-red light spot you condensed into a combat power value, Vegeta, you are really amazing. The strength of the light spot just now has reached at least 3 million. What did you say? 3 million combat power? Do you mean that your combat power has exceeded 3 million? Vegeta was stunned. After saying this, Vegeta's childhood memories suddenly came to his mind. Vegeta remembered what Luo Tian had said to him back then. Frisia can transform 3 times. This image is just his most basic form, with a combat power of 530,000. The combat power of the first transformation can reach 1 million, the second 2 million, and the third 3 million. If all the energy is raised for the third time, the combat power can reach 120 million. Back then, Vegeta sneered and thought Luo Tian was talking nonsense. Now, after hearing Frisia's words, he suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with what Luo Tian said. Has this guy's combat power really reached 120 million? If my destructive energy is only 3 million, it will not cause any harm to him at all. How is it? Frisia sneered, now you know how powerful I am, right? The reason why I let you attack me with that thing is that I am worried that you will sneak attack from behind later. Now that I have learned about the strength of your thing, I can completely resist it by hard resistance, so it doesn't matter even if you will sneak attack next time. Vegeta's face became extremely ugly. I really underestimated this guy. There was a short silence. Transform, Frisia. Vegeta snorted, let me see your true face. You know it very well, how did you know it? Frisia asked with a smile. Sabo told me. Vegeta replied. Well, since you want to die, I'll open your eyes. Frisia snorted. Transform? Krillin was stunned. I haven't heard of it either. Sun Wukong shook his head. Biji too much energy? Krillin turned his head and asked. Some aliens can change their appearance when necessary, which is to disguise themselves and reduce the extra energy consumption in normal times. Vegeta explained. I'm not like that. I have too much energy, so I deliberately compress myself into this form to reduce the energy consumption caused by normal activities. Frisia said with a smile. Too much energy? Krillin trembled with fear. Don't bluff, I'm sure you can't transform at all. Vegeta gritted his teeth and shouted. Humph, then I'll let you see it well. Frisia said with a smile, when I destroyed planet Vegeta, I won a great victory without transforming. Vegeta, your father is really a coward. Bah, what's that? I had the fighting power beyond the king when I was very young. Vegeta snorted coldly. Ha! Frisia immediately shattered the armor on his body. What kind of transformation is this? Vegeta smiled disdainfully, it's just shattering the protective suit. Ka ka ka. The next moment, Frisia's body began to change dramatically. In just a moment, Frisia's height and body size suddenly increased a lot. All the people present, including Son Goku, were shocked. Frisia transformed into the second form. He can really. Vegeta widened his eyes and sweated on his face. So, this guy's combat power may really be 120 million. What a terrible combat power. Such a strong breath. Son Goku's expression was particularly solemn. This time I'm dead. Son Gohan was so scared that his whole body trembled. It's just a nightmare. Krillin's face turned pale. Krillin, Gohan, I'll find a way to hold him back later, you guys leave this planet quickly. Sun Wukong's face was extremely ugly. Because Sun Wukong knew clearly how big the gap was between him and this man called Frisia. Before, Sun Wukong thought he could still challenge him. But after Frisia transformed into his current appearance, Sun Wukong felt that his chances of winning were very low. Because Sun Wukong's current combat power is not very high, the basic combat power is only 90,000. Even if he uses 10 times the Kaioken, the combat power can be increased to 900,000, which is still 100,000 away from Frisia's combat power of 1 million. Moreover, Sun Wukong felt that Frisia should not have shown his true strength yet. This guy is simply unfathomable. Hehe, be careful, I'm very strong now. Frisia sneered, and there is too much energy in my body, and I accidentally increased my combat power to more than 1 million. Ya, what did you say? Vegeta's face was extremely ugly. Ha! Frisia raised his right hand slightly upward. Suddenly, with Frisia's right hand as the center, a huge energy storm emanated from all around. Boom! The whole island was sunk in an instant. Goku didn't hesitate at all, immediately hugged Gohan, and pulled Krillin into the sky, thus avoiding the invasion of energy. Vegeta ran faster, quickly appeared in the sky, his face became more and more ugly. At the moment when the island exploded, the Dragon Balls on the island were scattered into the lake. Frisia's eyes immediately swept over these Dragon Balls, remembering the positions of the scattered Dragon Balls. This group attack at least dispersed the Dragon Balls, so there is no need to worry about them secretly fulfilling their wishes later. Frisia felt that he was really smart. You ran pretty fast, but that was just an opening remark. Don't you Saiyans also like to do such boring things? Frisia said with a smile. Krillin, Gohan, you two should leave here quickly. Goku looked solemn and ordered the two. What about the Dragon Balls? Krillin asked. There is no other way for now, we can only find a way to defeat him. Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. But where can we go? Luo Tian didn't send the spaceship over. Krillin showed a look of distress. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, you are already pale, right? Didn't you expect me to be so powerful? Frisia smiled more and more brilliantly. Next, I will send you one by one to another world in order. Which guy should I send away first? As he said, Frisia's eyes swept over Sun Wukong and others at the scene. It's decided. Frisia said, took off quickly, and rushed towards Krillin. Bang! The sharp horn on Frisia's head directly penetrated Krillin's chest. Krillin was frozen at the time, and his whole body trembled. So fast! Vegeta's face changed color. Krillin! Son Goku was furious. Uncle Krillin! Son Gohan was even more furious. Aha! Krillin felt that his vitality was rapidly fading. Am I going to die? I don't have a girlfriend yet. Sorry, I have too much energy, it's not easy to control the power, I accidentally pierced you. Frisia said with a smile. Hey! Frisia said, and shook his head violently and threw Krillin from the air. Krillin! Son Goku was shocked and hurriedly flew towards Krillin. Son Gohan also wanted to go over to rescue Krillin, but after seeing his father flying over, he immediately stopped in the air. Swish! Frisia was faster, and appeared in front of Son Goku in just a moment, and blocked his way with a smile. Chapter 191 Bardock passed by Namek. It's so fast. Vegeta's face was extremely ugly. Do you want to help him? It's useless, he will die soon. Just take care of yourself. Frisia smiled contemptuously. Get out of here. Son Goku was furious. Oh? Do you know how to talk in a humorous way? Frisia snorted coldly. Bang! Goku kicked Frisia's head with a fierce kick. Then, Goku threw an uppercut and hit Frisia's chin hard. Bang! 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 Goku launched a fierce attack on Frisia and kicked him away. Kamehameha! Goku gathered energy in both hands, and Kamehameha roared in Frisia's direction. Boom! The Kamehameha hit Frisia's body with a loud bang. The vast energy spread all around. Vegeta was shocked beyond words. What a joke! How did Kakarot's fighting power increase again? He was completely different from when he was on Earth. Krillin! Goku turned his head and looked at Krillin. Gohan saw that his son had already carried Krillin out of the lake. Dad, Uncle Krillin is still alive. Son Gohan shouted hurriedly. Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, Kakarot, your fighting power has improved a lot. Vegeta said with mixed feelings. Son Goku, but do you think that this little energy can defeat Frisia? You are too naive. Vegeta snorted. I know it is true that the attack just now should not cause too much damage to him. Son Goku nodded, his face heavy, and looked in the direction of Frisia. Frisia got up from the ground safely and squinted at Son Goku. Who is this guy? I always feel like I have seen him somewhere. Just now Vegeta called him Kakarot? This name is a Saiyan. I remembered that he was the Saiyan who resisted to the end when I destroyed planet Vegeta. But the age should not match. Yes, yes. I have an impression. This guy is the low-level warrior with a combat power of only 2, right? I remember that I let him go. I was planning to shoot him down. Are you a Saiyan? Frieza asked, looking at Sun Wukong with a smile. I am a Saiyan who grew up on Earth. Sun Wukong nodded. First of all, we need to confirm one thing. You are the low-level warrior with a combat power of only 2, right? I remember that a spaceship escaped from planet Vegeta, and there was a child about 3 years old on the spaceship. That child was you, right? Frieza looked at Sun Wukong with a cold face. I don't know. I lost my memory back then. Sun Wukong shook his head, but I think the person you are talking about should be me, because it seems that I am the only low-level warrior. I can't believe that a low-level warrior like you can improve your combat power to this level. Frieza was a little surprised, and even mocked Vegeta. Vegeta, you are known as a genius Saiyan warrior, but you have completely lost to this low-level warrior in terms of combat power. Vegeta felt heartbroken at the time. Fuck you Frieza. Can you stop saying such boring things? Do you want to piss me off to death? It's so hateful. You should thank me. Frieza smiled, I let you go back then, but my men wanted to take you down. Thank you. Sun Wukong nodded and thanked him. In the room of the Great Elder. At the moment when the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza started, the Great Elder, Piccolo, and Nero sensed the powerful aura over there at the same time. The battle has begun. I didn't expect them to gather the Dragon Balls so easily. Unfortunately, they were intercepted by Frieza just as they were about to come over to make a wish. The Great Elder sighed, man proposes, God disposes. If Piccolo or Nero had followed them before, they could have fulfilled their wishes. That guy named Frieza does have an extremely powerful aura. Piccolo said in a deep voice, his face changing again and again, no, I don't have time to wait here patiently. Gohan is still over there. With that, Piccolo no longer hesitated, and immediately rushed into the sky, flying quickly towards the direction of the battle. Nero, the Great Elder, Dandy looked at Piccolo who was leaving, and then at the Great Elder, and was extremely anxious for a moment. Great Elder, I will go over to help, I can play a role. Dandy said hurriedly. Dandy, come here. The Great Elder nodded and asked Dandy to step forward. Dandy did as he was told. The Great Elder put his hand on Dandy's head and immediately channeled all his potential energy. Dandy, you are the most outstanding Namekian. I can sense that you have the ability to heal injuries quickly. The Great Elder pondered, some of them are already injured, go over and heal them. Yes. Great Elder. Dandy nodded in agreement. Dandy, be careful, don't let Frieza find out when you are healing, otherwise you will die. The Great Elder warned with a heavy face. I know, Great Elder. Dandy responded, I'll go and help them now. Swoosh. Dandy soared into the air and flew quickly into the distance. Nero, you go too, go and help those Earthlings. The Great Elder said to Nero again. I won't go. If I go, no one will take care of the Great Elder. Nero said in a deep voice and shook his head decisively. While he was talking, a dozen Namekians landed outside the Great Elder's room. Greetings, Great Elder. The dozen Namekians immediately saluted. Is it Zeno? The Great Elder smiled, come in. After the voice fell, Elder Zeno walked in from outside and bowed to the Great Elder again. Zeno, I'm very relieved that you can survive. The Great Elder nodded. Vegeta found the Dragon Ball and asked us to leave the village quickly, so we did as he said. Zeno responded. Vegeta, that little guy has some conscience. The Elder sighed, and turned to look at Nero. Nero, go and help those Earthlings. Nero, Don't worry, we will take care of the elder. Zeno greeted Niru with a smile. Niru said no more, nodded gently, saluted the elder, and immediately took off into the air, flying quickly in the direction of the battle. It didn't take long for Niru to catch up with Dandy, who was moving. Niru? Dandy looked back. You are here too? Niru smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to Dandy, and said, I will take you to fly. Yes. Dandy replied. Niru grabbed Dandy's hand and suddenly increased the speed of flight. Soon, Niru quickly caught up with Piccolo, who was moving in front. Piccolo gritted his teeth. I am the strongest name Kian. I can't lose to him. As Piccolo's energy exploded, he had to speed up his flight. There's no need to waste energy to compete with me in speed. Let's save the energy for Frisia. Niru said lightly. Piccolo didn't say anything, and suddenly felt that the gap between him and this guy seemed to be quite large. The seventh universe, the universe. Bu and others broke through the air from the realm of nothingness and entered this vast starry sky. Bu flew in the front, followed by Jin, Hellas, and Ligir. Quitla and Bardock flew at the back. Quitla just wanted to make himself a little transparent, so he flew to the back inconspicuously. However, at the critical moment, Quitla still pointed out the direction to prevent Bu from running to the wrong position. Because Bardock's strength was relatively low, he became Super Saiyan God 2 and increased the output of energy to keep up with the speed of everyone. However, Bardock's strength was too weak after all. After all, his level was only 30, and the gap was not a little bit. As they flew, Bardock's energy output could not keep up. Quitla extended his hand in a friendly manner, meaning to pull Bardock to fly together. Bardock hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. You used to be from the seventh universe, right? Quitla turned his head and asked Bardock. Yes. Bardock replied. You and the Great Destroyer seem to be of the same race, Quitla asked again. Do you want to find out something from me? Bardock quickly saw through Quitla's inner world. Bardock, you know, I offended the Great Destroyer thoroughly before. I don't want to die now. You should know how difficult it is to become a destroyer. Quitla sighed helplessly, lowered his voice and complained to Bardock, the destroyer has eternal life. No one wants to die, and I don't want to die either. I just want to save the relationship between me and the Great Destroyer. If you really want to follow Broly, I believe he won't make things difficult for you. Bardock pondered. You haven't offended him, so of course you won't be afraid. Besides, you are of the same race, so he shouldn't deliberately embarrass you, right? Quitla felt a headache. How do you need me to help you? Bardock asked. Before, I said that the father of the Great Destroyer God that thing, Quitla said in a deep voice, so I want to make up for this matter. How do you plan to make up for it? Bardock raised his sword eyebrows. Do you know that the father of the Great Destroyer God is still alive? Quitla asked in a low voice. Bardock was silent. Does Bardock know Broly's father? He really knew. After all, Bardock had lived again once, and he didn't know many things before, but gradually figured them out later. Bardock still remembered that when Vegeta 3, Vegeta's father, learned about Broly's powerful strength, he exiled him to the distant planet Wampa. His father Paragus caught up with him on a spaceship. If nothing unexpected happens, Broly's father Paragus may still be on the planet Wampa. After a few seconds of silence. You don't want to threaten Broly through his father, do you? This is not a wise choice. Bardock shook his head. How is it possible? Quitla shook his head. I'll tell you the truth, I want to worship the father of the Great Destroyer and serve him well, so that when the Great Destroyer knows about it, he will definitely forgive the mistakes I have made. I can only tell you that you can search near the planet Wampa. I'm not sure whether his father is still alive. Bardock thought about it carefully and simply told Quitla about it. Bardock felt that Broly's father should be dead, otherwise, after so many years, Broly has grown to this level, how could he not care about his father? It seems that the environment of the planet Wampa is very harsh. Broly can't let his father suffer on that planet, right? Therefore, Bardock can conclude that Broly's father is most likely in danger. Even if he told Quitera, it would not be a big deal. To put it another way, if Broly's father is still on the planet Wampa, Quitera wants to take him back and worship him. I believe Quitera will not be stupid enough to threaten the father of a great destroyer. That would only lead to a more miserable death. Near the planet Wampa? Quitera nodded, indicating that he remembered. The group was moving rapidly in the 7th universe. While flying, Quitera suddenly sensed a familiar breath, appearing on a nearby green planet. Quitera looked in the direction of that planet. Bardock also looked in that direction. But soon, Bardock's eyes lit up and he recognized the planet. Isn't that Namek? It's that guy Frisia. I sensed Frisia's breath on that planet. Bardock's pupils shrank, and his eyes showed a sense of revenge. Hey, Bu, I have something else to do, so I won't go with you guys for now. Bardock suddenly called out to Bu in front of him. Pa! Bu immediately stopped in the starry sky and squinted at Bardock. That guy destroyed our Saiyan planet, and I must settle this account with him. Bardock snorted coldly. Oh? Then let's go together and kill him. Bu nodded thoughtfully. No need, I'm enough by myself, you guys go fight Beerus first. Bardock smiled bitterly, to be honest, even if I go to Beerus's world of destruction, I can't do anything there with my ability. You're right. Bu replied. Bardock, don't answer so seriously. Your words hurt me. Little god of destruction, I'll accompany Bardock, in case there's any accident. Quitla stepped forward and bowed. Bu stared at Quitla with a cold face, and hooked his finger at him. Quitla had no choice but to step forward quickly and kneel down again. Pa! 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 Bu directly rewarded Quitla with several big fights, and then clapped his hands happily. Quitla was so angry that his mentality was about to break, but he dared not say anything. Fatty, if I wasn't afraid of Broly's powerful strength, you think you are nothing. Do you think you can show off in front of me when you reach level 55? Just wait. When I worship Broly's father, I might be the one who becomes the little god of destruction. I will punish you then. You can go now. Bu snorted and waved at Quitla. Little god of destruction, although Beerus has been sleeping all the time, if there is no help from Quitla, if Beerus is woken up, we, the gods of destruction, may not be his opponents. Jin reminded him in a low voice. Are you questioning my strength? Bu narrowed his eyes and looked at Jin coldly. Jin shook his head quickly. Little god of destruction, you are a little arrogant. Do you think you are the great god of destruction? You are just a level 55 god of destruction. You are not even a match for Quitla. Not to mention Beerus. Forget it, it's not appropriate to talk too much about this kind of thing. Jin thought about it carefully and decided not to persuade him anymore. Now he could only pray that Beerus would not wake up, beat him up while he was sleeping, and then run away immediately. Thank you, little god of destruction. Quitella immediately saluted. Now Quitella didn't want to argue with Bu. As long as Broly's father was worshipped, I think I would definitely get it. With his attention, I might replace Bu and become a real little destroyer in the future. Which direction are we going? Bu turned his head and asked Jin. Over there. Jin pointed to a certain direction. Bu said no more and flew quickly towards the direction of Beerus planet in the 7th universe. Bardock and Quitla stayed in this starry sky. Bardock, do you know where the planet Wampa is? Quitla asked. I don't remember it very clearly, maybe it's in that position over there, but I'm not sure. Bardock pointed to a direction and shook his head again. It seems I have to ask someone. Quitla pondered. I have something to do there. Bardock said to Quitla. Let's go together, I'll ask where the planet Wampa is by the way. Quitla pointed to the direction of Namek. I sensed a familiar breath there. Ask him if he knows where the planet Wampa is. Bardock thought about it and didn't object. The two flew quickly towards Namek. It wasn't long before they appeared in the sky above Namek, looking down at the people below. The moment Bardock saw Gaku, his eyes lit up, with endless surprise in his eyes. Isn't that Kakarot? It must be Kakarot. Why is he on Namek? Bardock was very excited. Hey, that guy looks a lot like you. Quitella was also slightly stunned, and smiled. Is he your son? Bardock tried to keep his mind calm and nodded gently. The guy who fought with them, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Quitella touched his chin in thought, looking at Frisia with a sharp look in his eyes. Next week's update. Vote. Chapter 192 Bardock, Kakarot, you've grown up. He's Frisia. Bardock's eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. Frisia? I remember. That guy once represented Universe 7 in the God of Destruction contest of Universe 18. Quitla gnashed his teeth in hatred. It was this guy who eliminated the contestants from our universe at that time, and I haven't settled the score with him yet. No wonder I sensed a familiar breath from a long distance. It turned out to be this guy. Bardock didn't speak. But Frisia has changed a lot. I remember he didn't look like this when he participated in the God of Destruction contest of Universe 18. Quitla smiled and said, it feels like a transformation. How come he is getting weaker and weaker? Below. After being knocked to the ground by Son Goku's Kamehameha, Frisia immediately stood up from the ground with a faint smile on his face. Then, Frisia's body burst into increasingly powerful energy. This guy, his energy is still rising. Sun Wukong's face changed color. There's no other way, let's try Ultra Instinct. This bastard, he can control his combat power at will. Vegeta was so scared that he trembled all over, feeling endless fear. Because Vegeta knew clearly that Frisia might have 2 more transformations. If that was the case, Vegeta felt that he definitely had no chance of winning. Frisia slowly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong took a fighting stance. I will pay you back double the pain I just suffered. Frisia snorted coldly. Bardock, who was in the sky, was about to leave to help, but suddenly found that Quitella had rushed up first. To thank you for the information you provided me, let me save your son. Quitella smiled, and after saying this, he flashed and quickly appeared behind Frisia. Bardock hesitated for a moment and stopped in the air for the time being. Observe first to see if it is Kakarot. Don't make the mistake of recognizing the wrong person, that would be embarrassing. Besides, if it is really Kakarot, Bardock would also like to keep an eye on him and see how he is doing in his training. Vegeta, who was present, was also slightly stunned. Who is that guy? Why did he suddenly appear behind Frisia? How did he appear? I felt like he came over in a flash. Gohan even supported Krillin and looked up at the sky, a little confused for a while. Where did a yellow-haired mouse come from? Looking at Quitra, who suddenly appeared behind Frisia, Gaku was slightly stunned, and his eyes widened at that time, and he quickly said to Frisia, there is someone behind you. Frisia, what did I think you were going to say? Is it fun to play these tricks with me at this point? Frisia sneered, without even looking back. I'm serious. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. Oh? Really? Do you want to sneak attack me when I turn my head back? Frisia smiled contemptuously. Don't dream, can't I feel if there is someone behind me? It's really funny. As he spoke, Frisia couldn't help laughing. Pa! Quitla patted Frisia's shoulder lightly. Frisia's smile suddenly froze on his face, his eyes widened, and his face looked extremely ugly. Who the hell is patting me? Is there really someone behind me? Frisia turned his head mechanically and looked quickly behind him. Then, Frisia looked at Quitla, who appeared behind him. After seeing Quitla's appearance clearly, Frisia suddenly felt that this person looked familiar. It felt like he had seen him somewhere before. And this outfit, this yellow-haired mouse's outfit, was very special. Frisia, right? Quitla narrowed his eyes and looked at Frisia coldly. You, who are you? Frisia asked with gritted teeth. Why? You don't recognize me so soon? Quitla smiled and said, then I'll give you a simple hint, I hope you can remember me. Frisia suddenly had a bad premonition. Do you remember the 18th Universe Destroyer contest more than 20 years ago? Quitla snorted coldly. Frisia's body immediately trembled violently, and his face looked uglier than if he had eaten shit. I remember. Frisia finally remembered. Isn't this yellow-haired mouse a certain destroyer sitting in the stands? As for which universe the destroyer was from, Frisia didn't remember it very clearly. In short, Frisia is now certain that this guy is a god of destruction that he cannot afford to offend. Why would a god of destruction come to Namek? It seems that you have remembered who I am. Quitla snorted coldly, your memory is pretty good. You can remember it so clearly with just a little reminder. Meet the Lord God of Destruction. Frisia admitted his weakness at that time and immediately knelt in front of Quitla. Do you still remember that at the beginning of the game, you eliminated a player from our universe? Quitla looked at Frisia with a smile. Frisia's mind immediately associated it with the beginning of the game, when he kicked out an ant-sized person. It turns out that the god of destruction in front of him has a great relationship with that player. Frisia's mentality feels a little broken. It's been more than 20 years, and you're just coming here to take revenge now? How petty you must be. Lord God of Destruction, the situation back then, they said that you were not allowed to let me win, but I had no choice. Frisia rolled his eyes and explained hurriedly. Of course I know that the competition is about fairness and justice. You eliminated the contestant from our universe, and I have nothing to say. Quitla narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, but I still remember clearly that after you eliminated the contestant from our universe, you deliberately looked at me with a provocative look. I still remember that look. Frisia, did I? Did I look at him with that look? Why don't I remember it? Do you know what the consequences of provoking a god of destruction will be? Quitla's eyes showed a hint of hatred. Frisia was trembling with fear. Go down. Quitla ordered Frisia, if you don't want me to destroy you. Frisia didn't dare to disobey, and immediately fell from the air obediently. Sun Wukong, Vegeta and the others were all stunned. Especially Vegeta, who was even more confused. Is this guy the god of destruction? Why do I remember that the god of destruction in this universe is a cat man named Beerus? How could it be a mouse? Is it another god of destruction? Let's see first. But this is the first time I see Frisia's cowardly look. So cool. Sun Wukong didn't say anything, and landed on the ground with Frisia, and then immediately flew towards Krillin. Krillin, are you okay? Sun Wukong asked anxiously. Krillin's consciousness was almost numb from the pain, but he still waved his hand gently and said with a grin, fortunately, it's not a fatal injury. I think I can still save him. I'll try to see if I can treat you. Sun Wukong said, taking a deep breath, and a ball of light as bright as a star immediately appeared in his hand and covered Krillin's body. Krillin's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took only about 10 seconds for Krillin's wounds to heal and he was completely healed. Hey? Goku. That's great. I didn't expect your healing skills to be so good. Krillin was surprised and delighted. Dad can already heal. Son Gohan was also surprised by his father. I'm learning now, Son Goku smiled, but it feels like a lot of energy is consumed for such a treatment. Ah? Consumption? Krillin was stunned. It feels like more than half of the special energy required for Ultra Instinct has been consumed. Son Goku said in a deep voice. One treatment consumes so much energy? Krillin said in surprise, and turned his head to look in the direction of Frisia, and asked, who is that mouse? Frisia seems to be very afraid of him. He claims to be the god of destruction, which is the god that Vegeta wants to be. Sun Wukong answered. Really? Let's see first. Krillin nodded. High in the sky, Bardock saw Sun Wukong with his own eyes. The healing technique released by Goku stunned everyone. Now, Bardock can be sure that the person who looks exactly like him is his son Kakarot. Bardock heard Krillin call him Goku. His name on Earth is indeed Son Goku. What skill was that just now? Is it a healing technique? Bardock said to himself, why do I feel that Kakarot's healing technique is very similar to Luo Tian's skill? At this moment, Bardock's heart is extremely complicated, and of course more of a surprise. Bardock resisted the urge to recognize Son Goku immediately. The main reason is that Bardock still doesn't know how to recognize this little son. On the land of Namek. After Frisia landed, he looked at Quitera with a timid face, and didn't dare to breathe. Lie down. Quitera ordered. Ah! Frisia was a little dazed, a little confused. Quilera just looked at Frisia coldly, with a playful look on his face. Frisia didn't dare to disobey and immediately lay on the ground. The other party is the god of destruction, I'd better admit my weakness. I didn't check the almanac before going out today, and I didn't expect to provoke such a powerful guy. After Frisia lay down, he immediately covered his butt with his hands. Be gentle. Frisia gritted his teeth. Quilera, what the hell? What do you mean? Why are you covering your butt with your hands? Who do you think I am? Quilera was so angry that his nose was smoking. He stepped over and stepped on Frisia's head at that time, and stepped him hard on the ground. Then, Quilera stepped on Frisia's head and rubbed it hard on the ground. Frisia screamed in pain and screamed. Frisia, why are you covering your butt? Hey? Quilera said with a cold face. I didn't do anything. I'm afraid of pain. Frisia's face turned pale. Humph, how can I not know what you want to do? Quitera was so angry that his teeth ached. He looked around and immediately cast his eyes on Krillin. Krillin shuddered in fear. What does this guy want to do? Don't look at me. You can't see me. I'm just the weakest one here. Little bald head, come here. Quitera waved at Krillin. Krillin scratched his head and had to walk forward obediently. Didn't you see that even Frisia was so cowardly in front of that yellow-haired mouse? I'd better obey him. I saw you injured before. Was it because this guy hurt you? Quitera asked with a smile. Krillin nodded. Well, I'll give you a chance to take revenge and give him a good beating. Quitera smiled. Ah! Krillin felt that happiness came too suddenly. Go ahead. Quitla patted Krillin on the shoulder. Okay. Krillin rubbed his hands and walked forward. Frisia glared at Krillin, his eyes seemed to say, if you dare to come over, I will kill you. Frisia, you know what the consequences of resistance will be, right? Quitla snorted, looking at Frisia with interest. Frisia was silent. Because Frisia knew clearly what the consequences would be if he provoked this god of destruction. Even if he destroyed you, you have nothing to complain about. Bang! Krillin was not polite, and punched Frisia in the face with a fierce punch. No matter how scary Frisia's eyes were, Krillin had nothing to fear. After all, this guy wanted to kill me. Now I have a chance to take revenge, why shouldn't I fight? But after this punch, Krillin gasped in pain. This guy is really thick-skinned. I punched him, but I got hurt. You dare to use energy to resist? Quitla snorted coldly and pointed at Frisia's body in the air. Suddenly, an invisible energy covered Frisia's body. Frisia's body twitched violently, and then he fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. You can fight again. Quitla ordered Krillin. Ah, okay. Krillin nodded repeatedly. Bang! Krillin punched again. This punch directly twisted Frisia's face. Bang! Krillin launched a fierce attack on Frisia again. Frisia glared and gritted his teeth in hatred, but he didn't dare to do anything to Krillin. A minute later. My Lord God of Destruction, I'm no longer angry. Thank you. Krillin was embarrassed, scratched his head, and thanked him quickly. That's good. Quitla smiled softly. You scared me. I thought you wanted me to blow him up. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. I don't have that hobby. Frisia's forehead was throbbing with blue veins. You little bald guy, what do you mean? Quitla, if it weren't for the fact that you are a friend of Bardock's son, do you believe that I would destroy you? Forget it, I won't bother with this little bald guy today. Frisia, do you know where the planet Vampa is? Quitla asked with a smile. In the north of the universe, you should be able to find it if you look for it. Frisia was stunned and answered quickly. Bang! Quitira had no reason to be polite, and immediately kicked Frisia. Swoosh! Frisia's body swayed and flew high into the sky, and soon disappeared without a trace. Humph, he didn't die, he's really lucky. Quitira snorted, and looked at Sun Wukong and others. You should thank me, I saved you, otherwise with your strength, you are not his opponent at all. Sun Wukong hurriedly thanked him. Let's go. Quitira said no more. Purple-red light bloomed on his body, quickly rushed into the sky, and soon disappeared without a trace. In just a moment, Quitira appeared next to Bardock. By the way, who is your enemy? Quitira asked. Bardock, it's the guy you almost beat to death. Bardock replied. He has offended so many people. How did he survive until now? Quitla chuckled. Fortunately, he is not dead yet. You just go and beat him to death. No need. Bardock shook his head. Let's go. Quitla patted Bardock's shoulder, and then turned into a stream of purple-red light, and soon disappeared from the spot. Bardock took a deep breath and looked at Sun Wukong below with excitement. That's Kakarot. I didn't expect to meet him in this place and in this way today. The next moment, Bardock no longer hesitated, slowly fell from the air, and appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was a little stunned, and looked at the man opposite who looked almost exactly like him with some surprise. Kakarot, you have grown up. Bardock spoke. Hey? Who are you? Sun Wukong scratched his head, looks so similar to me. Bardock didn't say anything. Krillin showed a look of shock. Sun Wuhan also looked at Bardock in confusion. Vegeta was slightly startled, but he recognized him immediately. Isn't this Bardock, Kakarot's father? He's still alive? Didn't he perish along with planet Vegeta? Could it be you are? Sun Wukong was stunned, and immediately came back to his senses and asked in surprise. Yes, I am your father Bardock. Bardock nodded. Ah? You are really my father? Sun Wukong scratched his head, and then immediately became alert, and hurriedly said, You won't want me to go to some planets to kill some innocent people like Raditz. Bardock, no. Bardock shook his head and said in a deep voice, Raditz has been punished as he deserves. Really? That's good, you scared me, I thought you were the same as Raditz. Sun Wukong laughed. Pa. Vegeta also quickly landed beside Bardock and looked at him in surprise. Isn't this His Highness Vegeta? Bardock greeted him immediately. Chapter 193 Xiao Ai, what are you looking at? Bardock? You are still alive, what's wrong with your clothes? Why are the styles of your clothes similar to those of the mouse? Vegeta asked curiously. Nothing, because I am the same as him, and I am also the god of destruction of a certain universe. Bardock told the truth. God of destruction? You said that. Vegeta's eyebrows jumped and he was stunned. I am the god of destruction of the 9th universe, and the mouse you saw just now is the god of destruction of the 4th universe. Bardock answered. You have become the god of destruction? Vegeta was stunned. Didn't you die in the destruction of planet Vegeta? I'll tell you the details later. Bardock pondered, I became the new god of destruction of the 9th universe because of Luo Tian. Ya, what did you say? Did Luo Tian make you the god of destruction of the 9th universe? Vegeta shuddered slightly and gritted his teeth and shouted, didn't Luo Tian want me to be the god of destruction? Why are there other gods of destruction? I don't know about that. You can ask Luo Tian. Bardock shook his head and guessed, maybe other universes also lack gods of destruction. Vegeta was silent, feeling a little complicated. Kakarot, why are you on this planet? Bardock asked. A heat's like this. My friend died once, and the Dragon Balls on Earth couldn't revive him, so Sun Wukong briefly described what happened on Earth. Bardock nodded slightly, but didn't say much. Bardock was still very excited to see his son in a foreign country. Kakarot, wait until I find your mother and bring Raditz back, and our family can be reunited. Bardock patted Son Goku's shoulder with anticipation. Ah? Reunion? I don't want to reunite with a guy like Raditz, he wants to kill Gohan. Son Goku immediately shook his head. Gohan? Bardock was slightly stunned, and suddenly thought of something, and immediately turned his head to look at the son Gohan. Dad's dad is called Grandpa. Son Gohan muttered in a low voice. Bardock, he is your son? Bardock looked at Son Gohan, then at Son Goku, and nodded with satisfaction, sure enough, he looks alike. As he said that, Bardock gently stroked Son Gohan's head again. Grandpa. Son Gohan called in a low voice. Good boy. Bardock was very pleased. I haven't seen him for so many years, and I'm a grandpa now. Time flies so fast. At the same time, Piccolo, Niru, and Dendi, 3 Namekians, rushed over from a distant place and saw Bardock appearing at the scene from a distance. Piccolo immediately stopped in the air. Seeing Piccolo stop, Niru and Dendi had to follow him and float in the air. Frisia's breath disappeared. What happened? Niru asked with some surprise. Who is that person? Is it Frisia who was defeated by him? He looks exactly like Son Goku. Piccolo looked at Bardock from a distance, frowned and murmured in a low voice. Maybe it's his relatives. Niru guessed in a low voice. Relatives? Son Goku's relatives don't seem to be very friendly. What does he want to do to Gohan? Piccolo frowned and found that Bardock was stroking Son Gohan's head. Piccolo was shocked at the time. Do you want to hit Gohan's head like a watermelon? Without any hesitation, Piccolo turned into a stream of light and rushed down quickly. Let go of Gohan! Piccolo shouted sharply. After that, Piccolo swooped down from the air and punched Bardock fiercely. Bang! Piccolo's heavy punch hit Bardock's forehead directly. Hey! Piccolo! Son Goku was slightly stunned. Bardock let Piccolo's fist hit his head, as if nothing had happened. Piccolo, what are you doing? Don't hit my dad! Son Wukong hurriedly said. Uncle Piccolo, don't hit my grandpa! Sun Wuhan also said. Piccolo, is this guy Sun Wukong's father? Name Qian? Bardock frowned and looked at Piccolo, and then his eyes lit up slightly, as if he recalled the past. Sun Wukong, what's going on? Is he your father? Piccolo was stunned for a moment, and immediately retracted his fist, gnashing his teeth in pain. I punched him. I felt like my fist almost broke. How could Sun Wukong's father be so strong? Niru and Dendi also fell rapidly from the air at this time. Dendi looked around for the injured, but found that everyone at the scene was fine, and no one was injured. Dendi scratched his head in confusion. Did someone die? Piccolo, he is my father. Sun Wukong nodded and introduced to his father, he is Piccolo, my friend, he is Krillin, my best friend. Krillin was so excited that tears flowed down his face. In Wukong's heart, I am indeed his best friend. Piccolo. Who is your father? Bardock's heart moved, looking at Piccolo and asked. Piccolo? Don't you know? Bardock was stunned. He is Kadez's child. Niru answered. Kadez? It's him. Bardock sighed. What do you mean? Piccolo was stunned, a little confused. Speaking of which, I should thank your father's father. Bardock smiled. My wish was fulfilled through Kadez's father. When I met Kadez, he was only as big as this little guy. As he said, Bardock pointed to Dandy who was standing aside. You realized your wish? Piccolo nodded as if he understood. So you came to Namek a long time ago? Niru understood. Yes, about 1000 years ago, I accidentally discovered Namek and got along well with the people on this planet. Later, I summoned the dragon and made a wish to obtain a lifespan of 2000 years, so I was able to survive until now. Bardock explained. 2000 years of life? You mean, this is the maximum lifespan that the dragon can give us Saiyans? Vegeta widened his eyes and immediately realized. Yes. Bardock nodded. Thinking of the past, Bardock was also deeply moved. Then, Bardock chatted with Sun Wukong and others again. The sixth universe, Earth. Luo Tian waited outside for a while, and suddenly found a ball flying out of Bulma's research institute. The ball was about the size of a football, suspended in the air, and shining. Luo Tian stepped forward and gently stroked the sphere. Xiao Ai's body glowed again. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Luo Tian sighed. Luo Tian, what are you talking about? I'm not suffering. Xiao Ai's body was shining, showing the shape of a sound wave. Just then, a dark green stream of light fell rapidly from the sky and appeared beside Luo Tian. After returning to Earth, Broly immediately noticed Xiao Ai beside Luo Tian. He widened his eyes and rubbed his eyes in disbelief, feeling as if he was dreaming. Xiao Broly was surprised and delighted. What are you looking at? Xiao Ai's body was shining. What are you looking at? Broly was excited. Said. What are you looking at? Xiao Ai said again. What are you looking at? Broly answered cautiously. Swish, a flash of lightning quickly fell on Broly. Broly burst into tears. It was still this familiar lightning. It felt so real. Strange guy. Xiao Ai looked at Broly a little puzzled. Broly stepped forward and hugged Xiao Ai tightly in his arms, never wanting to let go again. What are you doing? Let me go. The light on Xiao Ai's body flashed more violently, and released lightning. Broly was electrocuted and his whole body glowed. However, Broly smiled happily. Luo Tian was silent on the side. Has Broly found true love? But, is Xiao Ai his true love, or that Tsure? It doesn't matter anymore. Luo Tian, what's going on? Broly asked excitedly, did you create a new Xiao Ai? Just as Luo Tian was about to explain, Bulma walked out of the room. Bulma, you tell me. Luo Tian called to Bulma. She is still the Xiao Ai of the past, but the memories of you two have been sealed up by her. Maybe she will slowly unseal them when the opportunity arises. Bulma explained. Sealed up? Broly was stunned. Maybe it's because the memories are too precious, or maybe it's too sad. As for the reason, only Xiao Ai knows. Bulma sighed. Broly didn't say anything, and looked down at Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai doesn't know, Xiao Ai didn't seal any memories. Xiao Ai still defended herself and denied. Didn't she disappear? Broly asked curiously. Before she disappeared, the high priest rescued her in advance, but she was attacked in the end. The chip broke into several pieces. Bulma finally repaired her, so she is what she is now. Luo Tian explained simply. Broly finally understood, nodded gently, and looked at the spherical robot in his arms with tenderness. What are you looking at? Xiao Ai's body was shining. Broly smiled gently, rubbed Xiao Ai's smooth body, and whispered, Xiao Ai, from today we will never be separated again, will you follow me? Let me think about it for 10 seconds. Xiao AI replied. Broly, 10 seconds passed quickly. Okay, I'll follow you. From today, I'm your companion robot. Xiao AI replied naively. Luo Tian, Bulma, okay? Broly looked at Luo Tian and Bulma with pleading eyes. Luo Tian nodded gently. Originally, resurrecting Xiao AI was prepared for Broly. Of course. Bulma would not object. Broly, do what you want to do. They are currently heading towards Beerus planet in the 7th universe. You should hurry over. Luo Tian said to Broly. I know. I will become the great destroyer soon. Broly grinned and pointed to his nose with his thumb. Luo Tian, don't make this gesture. This gesture is easy to be abused. Luo Tian sighed. Hey? Broly scratched his head. It's okay to change the thumb to the index finger. Luo Tian said. Broly changed a finger with a confused look on his face and pointed to his nose. However, after changing to the index finger, Broly felt that he had lost his momentum just now. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. I'm leaving, Luo Tian. Broly bowed to Luo Tian and then took off. Pa! The dark green light on Broly's body bloomed, turned into a stream of light, and quickly left the earth with Xiao AI. I hope Xiao AI will be happy with him. Bulma looked up at Broly who was getting farther and farther away, and whispered, Isn't this word a bit strange? Is it because of humans and robots? Luo Tian asked. Yes, Bulma nodded. Love may not be divided by race. Luo Tian pondered, after all, in these universes, from the perspective of God, robots are also considered humans. Bulma, just like in the 3rd universe, there is a kind of robot that can turn into a car or an airplane, they are also equivalent to humans. Luo Tian explained. Hey? There is also such a magical robot? It can turn into a car and an airplane? Bulma was a little excited. How about I catch one for you to play with? Luo Tian asked with a smile. It's better not to. If they are really human, they must have their own thoughts. If I treat them as toys, I might be beaten to death by them one day. Bulma shook her head decisively. Luo Tian didn't say anything else. It was a very correct choice for Bulma to think so. Is everything going well for Goku and the others? Bulma asked casually. Do you want to go to the scene to observe? Luo Tian asked. Can I go? Bulma was stunned. Go if you want to. I just plan to go to Namek to see my old friends. Luo Tian pondered, after all, it's been a long time since I last saw them. I haven't seen them before. As Luo Tian said this, the appearance of the Great Elder and Mulai appeared in his mind. Molly and Delta may have met with an accident. But the Great Elder is still alive. It's time to go to Namek to see them. Let's go. Luo Tian stretched out his hand to Bulma. Let's go now? I'll change my clothes. Bulma said hurriedly. What style do you want? I'll change it for you. Luo Tian smiled and pointed the scepter in his hand at Bulma in the air. Snap! In just a moment, Bulma's clothes were completely renewed and turned into a brand new bikini. Bulma hurriedly covered her chest and glared at Luo Tian. Don't you wear this when you go swimming? Why are you so shy now? Luo Tian asked curiously. Can it be the same? Bulma snorted, can you change it a little less? Of course, no problem. Luo Tian said, pointing the scepter in his hand at Bulma again. Bulma was speechless at the time. I was just talking casually, can you stop playing like this? Okay, no more jokes, let's change you into a more comfortable set of clothes. Luo Tian said, waving the scepter again, and immediately changed Bulma into a brand new set of clothes. This is a set of clothes similar to sportswear, which outlines Bulma's figure. After looking at the clothes and moving her body, Bulma felt that it was still very suitable. Your clothes are quite comfortable, but it feels like you are not wearing anything when you wear them. Bulma pondered. Don't be picky, let's go. Luo Tian called. Bulma nodded, stepped forward and slowly hugged Luo Tian's waist. Let's go. Luo Tian tapped the scepter in his hand lightly on the ground, and a stream of light as bright as stars burst out from his body. Swoosh! Luo Tian rushed into the sky with Bulma and flew quickly towards the direction of the 7th universe. About 10 minutes. Luo Tian saw Broly flying fast in front of him from a distance. Swoosh! Luo Tian stepped forward with Broly, driving the light on his body, and suddenly accelerated the speed of flight. Luo Tian? Broly was slightly stunned. It just so happens that I have something to do in the 7th universe, so I'll take you with me. Luo Tian said with a smile. Bulma, Luo Tian, we meet again. Xiao Ai's body was shining, and she greeted with a childish voice. Xiao Ai is still the first time to travel in space, so happy. Broly remained silent. After flying for a while, Luo Tian passed through the realm of nothingness and finally entered the 7th universe. Luo Tian, which galaxy is my sister in? Bulma suddenly asked. It's over there, not too far from here, about 3,000 light years. Luo Tian pointed to a starry sky in a distant area. Bulma, 3,000 light years? You actually said it's not far. That's the distance that light takes 3,000 years to fly. Sure enough, in this vast starry sky, the speed of light is instantly reduced to slag. Can I go and see her? I miss her a little bit. Bulma said. Xiao Ai also misses ties. Xiao Ai's body was shining. Broly looked at Xiao Ai, then at Luo Tian, and thought, no. Luo Tian asked me to go to Beerus planet, and Xiao Ai wanted to find ties. What should I do? Then let's go together, it won't take long to find Beerus. Luo Tian greeted with a smile. Broly naturally wouldn't object, and nodded readily. Luo Tian led them to draw an arc in the air, and flew quickly towards the direction of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. By the way, Broly, is there a crack in your armor? I'll fix it for you. Luo Tian said, and pointed the scepter at Broly's watch. Suddenly, a ball of angelic power covered Broly's watch. In just a moment, Broly's armor had been completely repaired. Broly looked at his watch and hesitated. Although this armor is no longer of much use to you now, you should keep it for those who need it. Luo Tian knew what Broly wanted to say. Broly nodded quickly. Chapter 194 Myers, Cultivate Piccolo and Son Gohan? A few minutes later, Luo Tian appeared in Myers' room with Broly and Bulma. Myers had already sensed it and immediately opened the window to greet him. Myers, long time no see, are you okay? Luo Tian greeted with a smile. After finishing speaking, Luo Tian smiled and looked at a little girl next to Mel's. The little girl had dark skin and a small ponytail. She was looking at Luo Tian curiously with her not-so-big eyes. Luo Tian, let me introduce her to you. She is the new god of destruction Kale I found. Mel's introduced. Not bad, not bad. Can she transform now? Luo Tian asked. Maybe because she is too young, she can't become the legendary Super Saiyan yet. Mel shook his head. Broly was slightly stunned, and immediately looked up and down at the little girl. The legendary Super Saiyan? Is this little girl also one? Then you have to work harder. Luo Tian smiled and rubbed Kale's head again. Little girl, stop. Kale was a little shy and hid behind Mel's. Kale, he is Luo Tian, like me, an apprentice angel. Mel said softly, don't be afraid, he has no ill intentions. Kale slowly poked his head out and looked at Luo Tian again. He is Broly, like you, a legendary Super Saiyan, born only once every 1,000 years. Mels pointed at Broly again and introduced him to Kale. Kale became even more curious and looked at Broly without blinking. But soon, Kale was attracted by the ball floating on Broly's shoulder. Broly didn't speak. What are you looking at? Xiao Ai's body flashed. Kale was startled. The ball spoke. Kale once again hid behind Mel's. Mel's, this little girl is a little timid. We have to find a way to improve her courage. Mers, if you want to train an outstanding god of destruction, you need actual combat, not just closed-door training here. Luo Tian advised. You're right. Mers nodded, and also felt that Kale currently lacked actual combat. Just simply teaching her, it feels a bit slow to improve. Where's my sister? Is she still here? Bulma asked. Yes, I'll take you there. Mers nodded and replied. Then, under the leadership of Mers, Bulma met her sister Tais, who was riding at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. The two sisters hugged each other. Tais. Xiao Ai's body flashed, and she appeared beside Tais and greeted her cordially. Isn't this Xiao Ai? You brought her here? Tais rubbed Xiao Ai's body. Xiao Ai, long time no see, are you okay? Xiao Ai doesn't feel very good, it seems that she has lost very important memories. Xiao Ai replied with a flash of light. Lost very important memories? Taisai was slightly stunned and a little confused. Taisai didn't know anything about Xiao Ai being transformed into a god of destruction. Of course, Taisai didn't know what happened to Xiao Ai and Broly. It doesn't matter. Xiao Ai is very happy now. Xiao Ai's innocent voice sounded again. Luo Tian, long time no see. Taisai gave Luo Tian another warm hug. I still remember clearly the situation of sleeping in the same bed with you. Luo Tian was deeply moved. Bulma, Mers, Taisai, can you not say it so directly? You were still young at that time, and I only treated you as a child. If you say this now, it will be easy for people to misunderstand. Fortunately, Taisai didn't fart secretly in the bed. Luo Tian said with a smile. Ah! Taisai was immediately embarrassed and angry. How can you say this to a beautiful girl? But Bulma, I haven't seen you for a long time. How come I find you younger? Taisai looked at Bulma and suddenly felt something was wrong. You are already in your 30s this year, right? Sister, you seem to be 40. Bulma laughed. Tais, can we have a pleasant chat? Our ages were exposed to each other. Sister, I have regained my youth. Look, do I look like the 18-year-old me? Bulma patted her proud chest deliberately. Tais looked carefully and found that there was no sagging at all. Regained youth? Did you regain your youth through the dragon? Taisai showed an envious expression. Hehe, it was Luo Tian who restored my youth. Bulma laughed. Tais immediately turned her head to look at Luo Tian, with a fiery look in her eyes. Okay, let's restore your youth as well. Luo Tian pointed the scepter in his hand at Taisai. Suddenly, a ball of angelic power quickly covered Taisai's body. In just a blink of an eye, Taisai transformed and had already recovered the youthful vitality of 18 years old. Tais looked in the mirror and saw that she had become younger in the mirror. She immediately kissed Luo Tian on the face excitedly. However, after the kiss, Taisai suddenly realized something and looked at Bulma with some apology. Bulma, I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. Taisai apologized quickly. Bulma, I let you kiss me, what's the point of apologizing now? Shouldn't I be the one you apologize to? Luo Tian sighed, I am a god after all, you are blaspheming God. In front of my sister, you will always be a little kid. Taisai said with a smile. Luo Tian slowly wiped the cheek that Taisai had just kissed with his hand and rubbed it on her clothes. Taisai, what do you mean? Taisai's chest rose and fell with anger. Is this little brat disgusted with me? Taisai glared at Luo Tian fiercely and pulled Bulma to chat. Hey, don't you want Xiao Ai anymore? Xiao Ai was speechless. I feel like no one cares about me. Broly rubbed Xiao Ai's body and whispered, let's go. Broly still loves me. Xiao Ai's body glowed with light, indicating her agreement. Luo Tian, I'm going to Beerus. Broly said to Luo Tian. Go. Luo Tian patted Broly's shoulder. This time, I will definitely become the Great Destroyer. Broly said solemnly. Broly, you are the strongest destroyer in the universe, and the Great Destroyer's throne shines because of you. Luo Tian nodded and encouraged. Swoosh! Broly's body glowed with dark green light, and he flew away from the Galactic Patrol headquarters with Xiao Ai, and flew quickly towards the direction of Beerus planet. Hey! Luo Tian, long time no see. At this time, Jack came out of another room, and after seeing Luo Tian, he was excited. Long time no see. Luo Tian shook hands with Jack. But Luo Tian, you have changed so much that your hair has turned white. Jack looked at Luo Tian curiously. Yes. Luo Tian nodded. After a simple greeting with Jack, Luo Tian said goodbye to him and returned to Mel's room. Luo Tian, there is something I have always wanted to ask your opinion on. Mel said to Luo Tian. You say. Luo Tian nodded. I have long thought of a place where Kair can go for training. Mel's pondered, but I need to ask your opinion there. The training place you are talking about is Namek, right? Luo Tian quickly understood Mel's thoughts. He wanted Kair to interact with Son Goku and Vegeta as soon as possible, so that he could understand the gap between them earlier. In this way, Mel's could make adjustments as soon as possible. Yes, it is Namek. Mel's nodded seriously. No problem, go if you want to. Luo Tian did not object. Great, then I'll take Kale to Namek in a while. Myers smiled. Don't be too happy. Luo Tian sighed. What do you mean? Myers was slightly stunned. Do you have a suitable candidate to become the god of destruction? Luo Tian asked. Myers? What's wrong? Myers asked curiously. Myers really didn't know what happened in the third universe, let alone that the god of destruction in the fifth universe had been destroyed. Not only that, the god of destruction in the third universe, Xiao Ai, also disappeared. Myers is not such a gossipy angel. After discovering the round Xiao Ai, he thought that Bulma had created another Xiao Ai number 2. Of course, Myers did not use the scepter to analyze the structure of Xiao Ai, which would be impolite. After all, Myers is now here as a galactic patrol most of the time. You really don't care about the outside world, and you only read the sage's books. Luo Tian sighed. You use this word in a very unique way. Mel's was attracted by this poem, and suddenly came back to his senses. What happened? To put it simply, the god of destruction of 2 more universes disappeared. Luo Tian sighed. Mel's was stunned at the time, his eyes widened, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Mel still maintained the previous action, and didn't even blink. Is it stuck? Luo Tian asked curiously. Sure enough, there is a bug in this world. Mel's, the god of destruction of 2 more universes disappeared? Mel's was surprised. Which 2 universes? The 5th universe and the 3rd universe. Luo Tian answered truthfully. The 5th universe? That is a universe with excellent development. The god of destruction of that universe actually disappeared. How did he die? Mel's was shocked and looked at Luo Tian with unbelievable eyes. How else can he die? He was beaten to death by Broly. Luo Tian sighed. Mel's was speechless for a while. Soon, Myers slapped his forehead again, and suddenly thought of something. Xiao Ai also disappeared? Myers' face changed slightly. Because of Iraq, Xiao Ai disappeared, and Broly killed him in a rage. Luo Tian explained, these are not the point. The point is that 2 more universes have lost 2 gods of destruction, which really makes me headache. Myers didn't know what to say. Who can be blamed for this? But then, Myers seemed to realize something and quickly stopped Kale behind him. My Jiren and Kale are not mature yet, don't try to take advantage of them now. Myers was anxious. My Bu has been taken away by you, no, to be precise, it was taken away by your Broly. You still want to take advantage of my Kale now? No, I feel that the people you found are very ordinary. Luo Tian shook his head, with some disappointment in his eyes. Myers felt hurt at that time, and he argued feebly, is Bu normal? If Broly hadn't led him, Bu would be nothing. Luo Tian said mercilessly. Myers was speechless. What you said seemed to make sense, I don't know how to refute it. But where are you going to find the other two gods of destruction? Myers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why do I feel that Broly has become before becoming the great destroyer, more destroyers will die. So we need to prepare more. Luo Tian pondered, I'm thinking about a problem the 18th universe has developed into that bear, it's better to destroy it. Ling Long? Are you polite? Have you asked for my opinion? The 18th universe does not need the destroyer god at present. I feel that the destroyer god can be used in other universes first. Mers thought about it seriously and said to Luo Tian. Ling Long, you two are too much. I, the angel of the 18th universe, didn't say anything. But you have to make arrangements for my 18th universe. If it doesn't work, Broly and Bu can just take over the destroyer gods of the 3rd and 5th universes. The number is just right. Mers added, what do you think? Luo Tian. They can't do it. They are responsible for the overall situation. Luo Tian shook his head. Responsible for the overall situation? Mers was stunned again. Broly will become the great destroyer in the future, responsible for managing all the destroyers. Luo Tian explained. What about Bu? Mers asked again. Bu is a small destroyer. When Broly is not around, Bu will take over. Luo Tian answered. Mers was really speechless. Then there is really no suitable person in the universe who can be trained to be a destroyer. Mers shook his head. Look for it, what else can I do? Luo Tian sighed, I plan to look for it again, I will definitely find it. It can only be like this. Mers nodded, and it was not easy to say more. Anyway, I have said everything I should say. You have to find new destroyer gods and king gods by yourself. If you want to toss it, just toss it. In this way, we have to find 2 more pairs of king gods and destroyer gods. Luo Tian pondered. But how to find it? Almost all the people who should be found have been found. Myers was also a headache. I like to challenge high difficulty. What do you think of Son Gohan and Piccolo as a pair? Luo Tian asked with a smile. The 2 of them? Myers wiped his sweat. Are you serious? The 2 of them are so weak, can they be cultivated? Although the little guy named Son Gohan once burst out with powerful strength. But I feel that he seems to be just like that. It should be very difficult to have a deeper level of improvement. Are you sure? Myers asked uncertainly. After all, in Myers' opinion, Luo Tian often fooled him. So Myers was not sure whether what Luo Tian said was true. In addition, the great elders of Namek knew that Son Gohan's potential power was unfathomable. How could Myers, as an angel, not know? It should be impossible. But it was indeed the case. Why was it so? That was because the great elders of Namek had close contact with Son Gohan, and they touched his body with their hands and sensed the potential energy in his body, so they could intimately feel the terrible power of Son Gohan sleeping. But Myers did not have any contact with Son Gohan's body, but simply scanned him roughly with the scepter. And when Myers scanned Son Gohan, he was only 4 years old. The potential energy of Son Gohan at that time was naturally impossible to compare with that of him a year later. This was also the reason why Myers was not optimistic about Son Gohan. It was decided happily. Luo Tian nodded. Wait a minute, you mean, are you training the Kaishin as well? Myers asked hurriedly. Yes, it's more appropriate to train them in pairs, otherwise the Kaishan are too fragile, and if they die accidentally, my god of destruction will also disappear. Luo Tian said seriously. Myers didn't want to talk anymore. Most of the people who died recently were gods of destruction, right? It seems that there has been no case where the death of a Kaishan has caused the disappearance of a god of destruction. Aren't you going to let the Kaishan who disappeared before come back? Myers asked again. Why come back? Luo Tian shook his head and continued what he said just now. I am now considering who is suitable to choose between the god of destruction and the king of the world in another universe. There is no better choice. Luo Tian did not have any better choice, as far as the current people were concerned. However, Luo Tian had a pair of relatively outstanding candidates in his mind. They are androids 17 and 18. It's just that the ability of these two androids in the later period is limited. We need to help them well to find a way to increase their strength to the strength of the god of destruction. Since Bulma can create a god of destruction like Xiao Ai, then there will be no big problem in strengthening number 17 and number 18. As long as a new type of armor is built for the two of them, their strength can be increased to the strength of the god of destruction. But now Luo Tian is in short supply of cosmic essence. Mers, do you know where there is cosmic essence? Luo Tian asked Mels. Cosmic essence? Mels was slightly stunned. Before, Xiao Ai, because of violating the rules of the universe, the body disappeared. In this way, the cosmic essence obtained from Moscow has almost been used up. Only Xiao Ai is left with a body the size of a football. Luo Tian now needs more cosmic essence to build new armor for number 17 and number 18. If the strength is not enough, let the technology make up for it. Chapter 195 The Death of Paragas, Quitra's Despair. The cosmic essence is very rare. Myers pondered. It took a long time for the third universe to collect it, and it was not easy to find such a little cosmic essence in the entire universe and create Moscow. In other words, there is no cosmic essence at present? Luo Tian showed a look of disappointment. Even if there is, I'm afraid it's very little. It's not as easy as imagined to collect a cosmic essence as big as Moscow. Myers shook his head. Think about it again, I know you will definitely find a way. Luo Tian patted Myers' shoulder. There is no way, Myers answered decisively. This little angel is dishonest at first glance. Ling Long couldn't help it and said something in Luo Tian's body. What do you mean? Luo Tian was stunned. The core of the Destroyer God realm is made of the essence of the universe. If you really want to build a battle armor, you can collect the essence of the universe from the Destroyer God realm of the 12 universes. Each universe contributes a little. The 12 universes add up to make a robot about the same size as Xiao Ai. It shouldn't be a problem. Ling Long pondered. Oh? The core of the Destroyer God realm is made of the essence of the universe? Luo Tian was surprised, but he thought it was normal. That's right. After all, the Destroyer God realm is so strong, and the core material is naturally solidified by the essence of the universe. Ling Long nodded. Then let Broly collect the essence of the universe. Luo Tian thought about it and said. Do you want Xiao Ai to return to the form of the Destroyer God? Ling Long asked, nodding in agreement. This is a good choice. No, let Xiao Ai accompany Broly all the time. Luo Tian shook his head. Is there a more suitable candidate? Ling Long was slightly startled and raised her eyebrows. There will be. Luo Tian grinned. I will take time to help you pay attention to the matter of the essence of the universe. Mels said to Luo Tian with a smile. Mels, as an angel, how can you not be honest at all? Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Mels. Mels, why am I not honest? I heard that the core of the Destroyer God realm is condensed from the essence of the universe, right? Luo Tian said with a smile. Mels was silent. You know everything, and you still ask me? Don't blame yourself, I know you have your own difficulties. Luo Tian smiled. When do we leave for Namek? Mels hurriedly changed the subject. Let's go now. Luo Tian suggested. Wampa planet. 27 years. 27 years. I've been trapped here for 27 years. Paragus screamed to the sky, his heart was filled with passion. This son of a bitch! You left your father on this planet, do you think it's appropriate? 27 years. 27 years. Paragus screamed again, his voice extremely tragic. Paragus hated his own son. You obviously have the ability to take me away, why do you have to leave me here to suffer? I haven't had real water for 27 years. I only eat insect eggs. Although there is liquid water on this planet, the taste is very pungent and it is not drinkable at all. And there is no other food except insect eggs. Paragus shouted for a long time, vented his emotions, turned around and ran to eat insect eggs. I'm so hungry, it smells so good. Just as Paragus was silently eating the hard-to-swallow insect eggs, Quitla slowly fell from the sky and appeared beside him. Paragus was slightly stunned, and immediately looked at Quitla vigilantly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Quitla also looked Paragus up and down. Who are you? Paragus took a fighting stance and asked Quitla. What's your relationship with Broly? Quitla asked. You're Broly's enemy? Paragus was startled, and his face changed again and again. No, Broly is my immediate superior. Quitla told the truth. Oh? Paragus felt that happiness came too suddenly. Broly, this kid, has become an official? So, did Broly ask you to come and pick me up? Paragus asked excitedly. I guess so. Lord Broly has now become Lord Destroyer. As his younger brother, I naturally have to do what I can for him. Quitla said flatteringly, and then asked, are you really Lord Broly's father? Yes, absolutely. Paragus nodded repeatedly. Really? If you lie to me, I will kill you without hesitation. Quitla snorted coldly. I'm not lying to you. There is a relevant recording on this detector. Listen to it. Paragus took out the detector and pressed the play button. Some simple conversations between Paragus and Broly were transmitted on the detector. Quitla can basically determine that Paragus should be Broly's biological father. Very good, in that case, I will take you away from this planet, and I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, and do whatever you want. Quitla said with a flattering face. Really? Can I really leave this planet? Paragus felt that happiness came too suddenly. I dream of leaving this planet. What kind of planet do you like? I can help you find it. Quitla smiled, like beautiful women. Quitla said here, and suddenly held back the rest of the words. Finding beautiful women for Broly's father, this doesn't seem to be appropriate. It is equivalent to indirectly insulting Broly's mother. Not good, not good. And Broly will definitely be very angry if he knows about this. When Paragus heard Quitla's words, his expression became excited at the time. Although Paragus is a scion of the fighting nation, he is also a normal man. Being trapped on such a planet without even a person, Paragus has been suffocated for a long time. It is obviously unlikely that Paragus doesn't like beautiful women. Don't even think about beautiful women. Quitira changed his words. Paragus, since you told me not to think about it, don't say it. This mouse is really shameless. Come with me, I'll take you away from this planet. Quitira slowly flew up. Paragus nodded, followed, and flew over, and asked again, but how do we leave here? Of course we fly away. Quitira replied. Fly away? Paragus was stunned. Quitira was just about to ask Paragus if he had the ability to survive in space. Roar! Suddenly, a huge green monster suddenly emerged from the nearby green swamp, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Quitira. Quitira had already sensed it, and looking at the huge monster rushing towards him, he didn't even look back, and directly hit it with a destructive energy in his hand. Pa! The green monster was destroyed by Quitla's destructive energy, leaving nothing behind. Paragus' eyes widened in shock. This guy is so scary. Is he so powerful? What was that just now? It just flashed lightly, and the monster BA was shattered in an instant, leaving no residue. Broly, this turtle son, now has such a powerful younger brother. But Paragus thought about it. After all, my turtle son Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan is known as the most powerful warrior in the universe. It is normal to have such a powerful younger brother as a follower. Humph, you don't know how to live or die. Quitla snorted coldly, smiled disdainfully, looked at Paragus and asked, by the way, where were we just now? That there is something I don't know if I should say. Paragus took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and coughed. You say? Quitla responded. The monster you just destroyed is Broly's best friend on this planet. Paragus said with a smile. Ya, what did you say? Quitla's face turned uglier than eating shit. Broly's best friend on this planet? What the hell, just let me destroy it so easily. Don't worry, this is our secret. I won't tell Broly. Paragus smiled slightly, then I'll say that his best friend died a long time ago. As for how he died, I don't know. Quitla, this old man is using this matter to threaten me. But it doesn't matter. As long as I treat you well and keep you well, I believe time will change everything. You will definitely change my opinion of you. It's a bit painful to accidentally destroy Broly's best friend. If Broly really knows, I don't know what kind of treatment I will suffer. Quitla was so confused that he forgot to ask Paragus whether he could survive in space. Forget about that. I'll take you away from this planet first. Quitla held out his hand to Paragus. Okay, thank you very much. Paragus nodded, feeling as if he had forgotten to say something. But Paragus was really too excited. I've been trapped on this planet for 27 years, and now I'm finally leaving. That son of a bitch Broly has a conscience and sent someone to pick me up. Let's go. Quitla said, and a purple-red light suddenly burst out of his body. Swish. In just a moment, Quitla took Paragus into space. Tell me, what kind of planet do you like? I can basically satisfy you. Quitla smiled without looking back. However, after Quitla finished speaking, he found that there was no movement behind him. I forgot to tell you that this is space, and of course sound can't be transmitted. You can turn sound into energy and transmit it. I believe it shouldn't be difficult for you. Quitla smiled. After the words fell, Quitla still found that there was no movement. Moreover, Quitla keenly felt that the wrist of Paragus, which he was holding, seemed a little cold. What's going on? Quitla hurriedly looked back. After seeing this, Quitla was struck by lightning and froze in place. Hey, hey! Quitla was anxious and patted Paragus' body. Paragus was already cold. Quitla thought about it carefully. I seem to have overlooked a very important issue. Is this guy unable to survive in outer space? This is a tragedy. What did I do? I killed Broly's father? Quitla wanted to cry, but couldn't. What should I do? That's right. Soul. Yes, soul. Quitla's eyes lit up. I have to go to the underworld quickly and find his soul first. Quitla didn't dare to be careless and immediately flew towards the underworld. However, Quitla was a little at a loss. Because Quitla was still holding Paragus's body. What about Broly's father's body? Quitla was so anxious that he didn't know how to operate. Originally, he wanted to take Broly's father back and worship him properly. In the end, he accidentally killed him. Who can I go to for justice? Even if I tell Broly about this, Broly may not take it seriously. I think I will be beaten to death by him. Quitla shuddered, feeling that the more anxious he was, the more mistakes he made. Now even if I find Paragus's soul, I can't revive him. Only angels have the ability to revive him. Wait a minute, this is wrong. Broly can survive in space, right? Bardock is a human of the same race as him, and can survive in space, too. And Luo Tian, the human who became an angel through practice. He can also survive in space. Why can't Broly's father? You, if I knew that none of them could survive in space, I would have told you in advance. How careless. I know. Bardock only gained the ability to survive in space after becoming the god of destruction. What about Luo Tian and Broly? How did they survive in space? They hadn't become gods before. Quitla felt more and more puzzled, as if he had encountered a pit and jumped in at once. This is definitely kneeling and licking someone's shit. It is worth mentioning that although the god of destruction can survive in space, he cannot take humans who cannot survive in space to travel in space. Because the energy of the god of destruction cannot be converted into survivable air. Angels can transform into corresponding air through angel power. So generally speaking, when Quitella wants to take humans to travel in space, he must first ask whether the other party can survive in space. If not, he will give the other party an oxygen mask to wear, so there will be no problem. Quitella originally wanted to ask Paragus, but just as he was about to ask, the monster BA suddenly came over and attacked him, interrupting his question. Then, Quitella learned from Paragus that the monster was actually Broly's best friend. He was so scared that he didn't know what to do at the time, and he forgot the question he wanted to ask. So Quitella accidentally took Paragus to space. Paragus didn't even have time to react, and he died all of a sudden. In fact, Paragus was also quite tragic. He also never expected that he would die so gloriously. Quitella hurriedly contacted the angel Conic of the fourth universe. I have to go to the underworld to rescue him. Otherwise, when Broly finds out, it will be a tragedy. However, Quitella called for a long time, but Conic didn't answer. Quitella was so anxious. Conic, you uncle. Where are you? Hurry up and answer the phone. The fourth universe, a certain planet. Conic's scepter was inserted into the ground. And the crystal ball of the scepter was covered with a red ribbon. Rows of primitive aliens knelt near the scepter, and they were kneeling and bowing to the scepter. Oh my! Conic appeared in the sky and accepted their worship. Before this, when Conic was flying in the air, he was discovered by a group of primitive aliens, who regarded him as a god and bowed to him together. Conic was originally a real god, and he often encountered such things. Seeing that the humans here were so pious, Conic gave them the scepter and asked them to kneel and bow to the scepter. Since the primitive people already worshipped Conic as a god, they naturally had no doubts about his words. They saluted the scepter, and even the scepter was covered with a red ribbon to show respect for the scepter. Just at this time, Quitella called. The scepter flickered, but the light was blocked by the red ribbon. Conic's mind was not on the scepter, so he didn't know Quitella called. Quitella was anxious in the universe, and didn't know what to do for a while. It's a tragedy that I can't contact Conic. How can I revive Broly's father? I have to go to the underworld quickly. First find his father's soul. If I go too late, Broly's father will be reincarnated, that would be really bad. Thinking of this, Quitella looked at the body of Paragus on his back. What about his body? If I can contact Conic, Conic will build a new body for this guy. And I can also build a new body for him, which is not too difficult for a god. The main thing is his soul. The god of destruction has no way to revive him. Then destroy his old body. Leaving it will only lead to accidents. Destroy. Quitella thought of this and no longer hesitated. A ball of destructive energy quickly covered Paragus' body. Pop! In just a moment, Paragus' body turned into nothingness and disappeared completely. Quitella breathed a sigh of relief. Next, I will go to the underworld immediately to find his soul first. However, just when Quitella was about to leave, he saw a familiar figure flying from a distance. Quitla's heart tightened and he recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Chapter 196 The Underworld, Let me go first. My son is the god of destruction. Bardock also saw Quitla appearing in a distant position and frowned at the time. Because Bardock discovered from a distance that Quitla was destroying a person. As for who it was, because it was too far away, Bardock could not see it clearly. But Bardock was sure that Quitla had indeed destroyed a person. How did he come here to destroy humans? Bardock was a little confused. But then, Bardock was shocked. Isn't this the area where the planet Wampa is located? Could it be that Quitla destroyed Broly's father? If that's the case, that's terrible. It's like I told him about the location of Broly's father, and Quitla destroyed Broly's father again. If this matter is traced back, it has a lot to do with me. Is Quitla crazy? You destroyed Broly's father, what do you want to do? It is worth mentioning that after chatting with Son Goku and Son Gohan for a while, Bardock left Namek with great relief. Bardock is still very happy that his son and grandson can grow to this level. Especially his son Kakarot is still a low-level warrior, and now his combat power exceeds that of a genius warrior like Vegeta. Bardock knew clearly that the most important thing he needed to do now was to improve his strength as soon as possible. Only when his own strength was improved to at least the level of Broly could he ensure the safety of his son and grandson, and could he rebuild a family with the reborn Jin. So Bardock needed to go out and continue his training. As for what happened on Namek, Frieza had been kicked into space, and his son, grandson, and his friends would not have any big problems in realizing their wishes. Bardock said goodbye to Son Goku and others, and planned to go to Beerus planet to take a look. Just after flying to this area, Bardock suddenly saw the scene happening in a distant position. Although it was not very clear. Bardock flew over calmly and appeared in front of Quitla. It was Quitla. Who exactly did this guy destroy? It's Bardock? Quitla was stunned, his mouth twitched slightly, and he smiled awkwardly. Have you solved everything on Namek? It's solved. Bardock nodded. That's good, that's good. Quitla said absent-mindedly. Did you find the father of Jifen? Bardock looked at Quitla and asked, and at the same time he was alert, fearing that the other party would kill him to silence him. I didn't find him. No. Quitla shook his head. Bardock was silent. Should I say it? I saw you just destroyed a person. But if I say it, I feel that Quitla will kill me without hesitation. With my current ability, I can never be his opponent no matter what. Why are you here again? Quitla tried to calm himself down. About Paragus, no one else must know. If this kind of thing gets to Broly's ears, I will die miserably. This guy is as powerful as level 58. Since the matter on Namek has been resolved, there is no point for me to stay. It is a place for young people to gain experience. I plan to go to Beerus planet to take a look. Bardock expressed his thoughts. You are right, we should indeed go to Beerus planet to take a look. Quitla nodded and waved his hand. Go. What about you? Don't you want to go with us? Bardock asked. I have something else to do, so I won't go with you. Quitla shook his head and replied. Bardock remained silent, looking up at Quitla. What's that look in your eyes? Quitla asked with a guilty conscience. Nothing, I'm leaving first, so I'll say goodbye. Bardock turned and left, turning into a stream of red light, flying quickly towards the direction of the Destroyer God realm. It was not until he flew far away that Bardock's hanging heart was slightly relieved. Bardock was afraid that Quitla would attack from behind. It was impossible to stop him. Bardock felt that it was a miracle that he could survive. How could Quitla dare to kill Bardock? It was originally a misunderstanding. If Bardock was killed again, Quitla felt that he would be beaten to death by Broly. After all, Luo Tian, an angel, was able to find out the cause of death of a god of destruction. Of course, Luo Tian could also find out the cause of death of Paragus. But if he really investigated, Quitla would be relieved. Because this matter was an accident from beginning to end. I believe Broly will not blame me after seeing that video, right? No, no. I will go to the underworld now. I want to find the soul of Broly's father. The 7th universe, the underworld. Everyone line up, please don't cut in line. That white soul. I'm talking to you. Don't cut in line. A staff member held a loudspeaker to maintain order for the souls in line. Although the staff repeatedly emphasized that you are all dead and will be judged by Lord Yama next. So don't cut in line, don't cut in line. It's a matter of time, no one can escape. But there will still be souls who cut in line unconsciously. Hey, my son is the god of destruction. Let me go first. Paragas cut in line several times in a row and shouted loudly. No matter what kind of destroyer you are just souls after death, so just line up honestly. The staff shouted angrily, here, Lord Yama is the most important. My son is really a destroyer. And he is a great destroyer. Paragas shouted hysterically. Paragas' voice was actually very loud, and was soon heard by Yama in the Yama Hall. Who is making noise? Yama pricked up his ears and asked the little ghost next to him. The information was quickly passed on. Is his son a destroyer? Yama was stunned and immediately ordered, bring him up to me. Paragas was brought up soon. King Yama narrowed his eyes and looked at Paragas, then took out the Book of Life and Death and looked at his life experience. Paragas, male, Saiyan, born on planet Vegeta, has a son named Broly, known as the legendary Super Saiyan. Paragas' life was summarized in just a few short sentences. Broly? King Yama was slightly stunned, this name sounds familiar. The little ghost also immediately helped King Yama to recall where he had seen Broly. Then, King Yama continued to read on. Cause of death, unable to survive in space, he was taken to space by Quitra and died unfortunately. Then there are the mistakes and good deeds. Paragas has done almost no good things, and not many bad things. The main reason is that Paragas was trapped on the planet Vampa at a young age and had no conditions to do bad things. Such people will generally have their souls cleaned up and sent to reincarnate. However, because of the incident with Muse, King Yama handled things more carefully and no longer dared to be as reckless as before. Hey, King Yama, how are you judging me? Paragas asked arrogantly, you'd better take it easy, my son is the god of destruction. Once there was a soul who came to me and said that his father was the god of destruction, and I finally broke him apart alive. King Yama sighed helplessly, if it weren't for the previous experience, you would definitely be stabbed to death by me today. Paragas' mouth twitched. It seems that the title of God of Destruction is not very useful. Take him away and lock him up, waiting for his fate. King Yama ordered. Yes, Lord Yama. The little ghost responded respectfully. Paragas was quickly taken away and temporarily locked up. King Yama has already thought about it and will judge him after a while. Since you have been on a planet like the planet Vampa before, I will arrange a similar environment for you. The kid said, and sent Paragas' soul to an area similar to the planet Vampa and imprisoned it. Paragas wanted to die, and at the same time wanted to curse. I finally left that damn place, why did you send me to a similar place again? Broly, you son of a bitch, you are not a good destroyer. I thought they would be afraid of you? Andorra little rat brother. It's too bad. Did you deliberately let your little brother kill me? Paragas felt it hurts. The death was so random. I died just after entering space. Who can be as tragic as me? Paragas wanted to cry but had no tears, and then he looked up to the sky and screamed, 27 minutes, 27 minutes. I have been trapped here for 27 minutes. The 7th universe, the vast starry sky. Broly took Xiao Ai to travel quickly in the universe. What a fast speed, Xiao Ai can't calculate it. Broly, your speed has exceeded the speed of light. Xiao Ai's innocent voice sounded. Broly nodded slightly and gently stroked Xiao Ai's body. After flying for a while, Broly looked up and found that this starry sky was a little familiar. It seemed that the planet Wampa was ahead. I followed Luotian to leave the planet Wampa and came to this starry sky, which led to these precious experiences later. Broly thought about it and decided to go back to the planet Wampa. I can't just leave my father on that planet, right? If he can repent, I will take my father away from that planet and find him a suitable planet for him to spend his old age in peace. This is filial piety. Thinking of this, Broly flew quickly towards the direction of the planet Vampa. While flying, Broly suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of him. Isn't this Quitera? When Broly found Quitera, Quitera also saw the dark green light in the universe from afar. He was the brightest light in the starry sky. Quitera was so scared that his whole body was trembling, and the color of his body turned white instantly. What you think is coming true? Why is Broly here? Don't be kidding. Is he here to find his father? Then I am in trouble. At this point, Quitera has no time to think about it, and of course he dares not run away. The gap between level 55 and level 58 is too big. Quitera feels that if it is that guy Beerus, he can resist a little bit, and even if he dies, he will die with dignity. But the other party is Broly, 3 levels apart, so forget it. Looking at Broly coming at a high speed, Quitella hurriedly stepped forward and knelt down to pay his respects. Greetings, great god of destruction. Quitella said respectfully, feeling uneasy, like a child who had done something wrong. Aren't you with Bu and the others? Broly looked at Quitella and asked. Great god of destruction, I have something to do, so I'll be separated from them for the time being. Quitella shuddered a little and answered hurriedly. What are you doing in this area? Broly suddenly had a bad feeling. Is there anything special about this area? Quitella asked calmly, pretending to be an innocent person. My father is over there on the planet Vampa. Broly pointed to a dwarf planet in the far area and said to Quitella, you are not planning to take advantage of my father, are you? Quitela's heart skipped a beat, but his face was calm, and he waved his hands hurriedly. So he is the father of the great destroyer. How should I address him? Should I address him as the old destroyer? Go away. Broly didn't see any clues, and waved his hand, indicating that Quitella could leave. Quitella felt that his heart was about to rise to his throat, and when he heard that Broly was going to let him go, he felt relieved immediately. Hurry up and run away. If you don't leave now, you really can't leave. However, just when Quitella was about to leave, Xiao Ai suddenly spoke, Broly, he lied. Broly turned his head and looked at Xiao Ai. I just detected his heart rate through infrared, especially when he mentioned your father, his heart rate was particularly abnormal. Xiao Ai analyzed. Quitella immediately showed a hint of resentment towards Xiao Ai. Where did this robot come from? Why does it have the ability to detect the heart rate of the god of destruction? Quitella's eyes were like torches, and he could quickly tell with his eyesight that this ball was made of the essence of the universe. How much essence of the universe do you have? No wonder she can detect my heart rate. Quitella hated Xiao Ai so much that he wanted to destroy the ball. But Quitella didn't dare. You are not allowed to leave. Follow me. Broly frowned and ordered Quitella. After saying this, Broly flew towards the direction of the planet Vampa first. Quitella's heart almost collapsed. This is a tragedy. What should I do? Should I tell the truth? Next, Broly will definitely investigate the reason for his father's disappearance. This investigation can easily lead to my head. The angels definitely have the ability to show the scene. If I tell the truth now, can I get a lighter sentence? I'm afraid he will slap me to death in anger. Quitella was more and more conflicted. If I tell him, there is a certain chance that he will be slapped to death. If I don't tell him, he will be investigated sooner or later and will still be slapped to death, but he can live longer. Quitla couldn't make a decision for a while. While thinking this, Broly had already appeared above the planet Vampa and quickly landed in the cave where his father lived. However, there was no one in the cave. Broly let go of the induction, sensing the entire planet Vampa. No one exists. Broly certainly didn't sense his father's breath. Not only that, Broly didn't sense his good friend Ba's breath. Swoosh! Broly moved and quickly appeared on the green swamp, looking down. Then, Broly's brows knitted tightly together. Because he keenly discovered that Ba had disappeared. Quitla became more and more uneasy. This monster was also destroyed by me. Now Broly discovered it. This is a tragedy. Broly looked at Ba who disappeared completely, and for a moment he couldn't figure out what happened. Just then, Broly suddenly felt the communicator vibrate slightly, and immediately took it out and answered the phone in front of Quitla. Broly, this is Bardock. Bardock's voice came from the communicator. Quitla's uneasiness became stronger and stronger. Bardock, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to complain? If Bardock tells me about what I found out about Broly's father, I will be more suspicious. Ahem. Quitella suddenly coughed heavily. After hearing Quitella's cough, Bardock stopped talking. What Bardock didn't expect was that Broly was actually with Quitella. What do you want to say, Bardock? Broly squinted and looked at Quitella. Bardock was silent for a while. However, Bardock was a little skeptical about this kind of thing. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to say it. So even if Quitella coughed on the side, Bardock would still complete the things he decided seriously. Broly, Quitla asked me about your father before, and I told him about the Wampa planet. After I finished speaking, I felt more and more uneasy. Bardock said in a deep voice, after I leave Namek, I plan to go to the vicinity of Wampa planet to have a look, but I saw a picture from a distance that I am not sure about. Quitla's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Did Bardock discover the scene where I destroyed Paraga's body? Broly looked at the communicator, then squinted at Quitla. Hey, Bardock, can you finish your words? Quitla was anxious. Did I say what I was going to do? Quitla said that because he offended you before, he wanted to worship your father well. Bardock said truthfully. What about my father? Broly asked with a dark face. Quiltra, I called you. Actually, I want to tell you that I am very sorry for creating some risks for your father because of me. Bardock said in a deep voice. It's not your fault. Even if you don't tell him, he will find other ways to find out. Broly didn't mean to blame Bardock. As a god of destruction, it would be abnormal if he couldn't even find out a human whose name he knew. Chapter 197 The gods descend to planet Beerus. If there is any accident, can you let Quiltra make it clear before punishing him? Bardock added, saying in a deep voice, I think Quiltra should be kind. I know, let's do this for now. Broly ended the call immediately after he finished speaking. Then, Broly squinted and glanced at Quiltra. Quiltra hated Bardock to death. However, after hearing Bardock's last words, Quiltra still felt a little grateful. After seeing Broly's fierce eyes, Quitla trembled with fear and knelt down in front of Broly. I can give Bardock a face, but I hope you tell the truth. Broly said coldly, where is my father? And where is my best friend Bardock on this planet? Quitla was really scared, and he didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He immediately told Broly everything that had happened before. After hearing this, Broly's eyes became more and more fierce. As for whether what Quitla said was true, Broly felt that he didn't seem to be lying. Besides, when the time comes, ask Luo Tian to help investigate, and he should be able to investigate the details of what happened here. Although Quitla did it unintentionally, Broly was still very angry. If you don't take my father away, can my father die? Bang! Broly kicked him hard, and Quitla rolled thousands of times on this planet. Quitera fainted. Then, Broly soared into the air and roared towards the direction of the underworld. Soon, Broly appeared in the underworld and met King Yama. Seeing Broly suddenly appear, King Yama's eyes flashed with fear, and he hurriedly knelt down on both knees. However, King Yama immediately remembered what Broly had said, "Are you going to the grave?" King Yama had to kneel on one knee instead. "Greetings to the Lord of Destruction." King Yama saluted respectfully. "Where's my dad?" Broly looked at King Yama and asked. "King Yama? Is Megaki Adengdan your dad? What's the name of the god of destruction?" King Yama asked cautiously. "Broly." "Ah?" King Yama shuddered, his face changing again and again. "No wonder I felt familiar with this name when I saw it before." It turned out that he was Broly. Luckily, I reacted quickly before and didn't let Paragus go to reincarnation directly. Otherwise, I would be beaten to death by him. "Paragus has been detained temporarily," King Yama replied hurriedly, and shouted at the little ghost, "Why don't you take Paragus over quickly?" Yes, the little ghost hurried to get busy. In less than 3 minutes, the two little ghosts brought the loudly shouting Paragus to the hall. "My son is the god of destruction. You can't do this to me. My son will never forgive you." Paragus kept shouting. While shouting, Paragus glanced at Broly, who appeared in the hall. "Ah, Broly!" Paragus was surprised and happy, and hurried forward to give Broly a warm hug. Broly didn't say anything. "Broly, that's great. Are you here to save me?" Paragus asked excitedly. "Dad, have you repented?" Broly looked at his father calmly. "What are you talking about, Broly?" Paragus was a little angry. "What do you mean I repented? What do you want me to repent of?" "You owe me an apology," Broly said stubbornly. "Apologize? You still want your father to apologize to you? Do you have a son like you?" Paragus became more and more angry. "I will never apologize. How can a father apologize to his son? Hey! Why are you leaving again? Come back! Don't leave, wait for me." King Yama, "Continue to send him to that place for imprisonment," Broly said, and then without any hesitation, he immediately took Xiao Ai away from the underworld. Hey, come back!" Paragus shouted hysterically. However, Broly had already left. Paragus was furious in the King Yama hall, and even caught a little ghost and beat him up. The little ghost was beaten so hard that he dared not fight back and could only endure the burning pain on his face. Fortunately, Paragus was just a soul, and the injuries he suffered were not very serious. "Take him away and imprison him in the original place." King Yama immediately gave the order. Several little ghosts once again sent Paragus back to the huge cage that looked like the planet Wampa. Paragus looked up to the sky and screamed, "It's been 1 hour and 20 minutes. I've been trapped here for 1 hour and 20 minutes. The two little ghosts in charge of guarding here looked at each other. "How did he calculate the time so accurately?" asked one of the little ghosts. "Is he counting silently in his mind?" guessed the other little ghost. "About 3 hours passed. What time is it? Is it time for lunch?" the little ghost asked his companion. "Ask him, he must know the time." The other little ghost smiled and asked the imprisoned Paragus, "Hey, how long have you been imprisoned?" 4 hours and 15 minutes. "I've been imprisoned here for 4 hours and 15 minutes. Paragus shouted loudly, "Let me out. Look, the time is calculated so accurately." The two little ghosts laughed. The seventh universe, Beerus planet. Swish, swish, swish. Several gods of destruction, led by Bu, fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Bu looked around and immediately noticed the large castle of the god of destruction not far away. Snoring, the snoring of Beerus came from the castle. "Little god of destruction, Beerus is sleeping in that castle." Hela stepped forward and said, "Go and bring him out." Bu gave the order. "Let me do it. I've been annoyed with that guy for a long time." Jin grinned and quickly entered Beerus' castle. Bang, Bang, bang. Then, only muffled sounds were heard from Beerus Castle. 30 seconds later, someone with green smoke on his body flew out of the window of the castle, landing on the ground all of a sudden, leaving a small pit on the ground. Bu, Legere, and Hellas looked closely and found that the man lying on the ground was not Beerus, but King. Bu and others quickly flew forward and appeared beside King. "Hey, what's going on?" Legere asked. "King, has Beerus woken up?" Hellas's face changed color. King waved his hands and shook his head. "What's going on? Who beat you?" Legere asked hurriedly. Who else could it be except Beerus? King wanted to cry but had no tears. "I just went in and was going to wake him up. I don't know why he went crazy, he just scratched me, and I couldn't resist at all. He gave me a set of cat punches, and then I was beaten like this." Legere, Hellas, Bu also widened his triangular eyes, a little surprised. At the same time, Bu also there is a feeling of being disappointed with someone. "You can't even beat a sleeping person? I despise you. King, you really bring shame to our god of destruction. Beerus is sleeping. Don't tell me you can't even beat a sleeping person." Legere was so angry that his 9 tails stood up, and he rolled up his sleeves. "Humph, let me fix him." "Swish!" Legere said, no longer hesitating, and immediately flew towards the castle. "Wait a minute," King hurriedly said. "Wait for what? Can I beat a sleeping god of destruction?" Legere snorted, and turned back to glance at King with disdain. King let out a helpless sigh. Bang, bang, bang. Then, only the sound of punches and kicks was heard again in the castle. About 30 seconds. Legere flew out of the castle and fell to the ground below. When I looked again, I saw Legere lying on the ground with a bruised face and a broken tail, screaming in pain. Jin was laughing on the side. "Didn't you say that I couldn't even beat a sleeping person? Now you know how powerful I am, right?" Bu's triangular eyes widened again, and layers of white air came out of his pores. "Little destroyer god, please wait a moment." Jin and Legere hurried forward to stop them. Bu looked at these two useless things coldly. "It's really embarrassing for me, the little destroyer god." Little destroyer god, Beerus has upgraded. Now his strength has reached the peak of level 57. He is just a little bit away from advancing to level 58. King said hurriedly. "What did you say? He will reach level 58 soon?" Hellas raised his eyebrows and looked stunned. "Beerus, this bastard! How can he level up by sleeping all day?" Legere said indignantly, gritting his teeth. Bu opened his mouth wide, showing a look of surprise. "This cat is very powerful. Almost level 58? What are you afraid of? He's sleeping. Can't we even beat a sleeping person?" Bu gritted his teeth, feeling very unhappy. After saying that, Bu looked at Jin, who was bruised and swollen, and then at Legere, who had a broken tail, and was a little hesitant for a while. It seems that he really can't beat him. The two guys went in and were beaten out by Beerus. A certain planet. Whis brought the prophecy fish to this planet for tourism in advance. The two rode on a huge dinosaur. Whis held the scepter and observed what happened on Beerus' planet through the crystal ball on the scepter. "Whis, don't watch it, Beerus must have been beaten badly." The prophecy fish sighed helplessly. "Oh my, on the contrary, currently, Master Jin and Master Legere have been beaten by Master Beerus." Whis replied with a smile. The prophecy fish was slightly stunned and a little bit unable to react. "Oh my, it's amazing, Master Beerus." Whis sighed. "What's wrong? What happened?" the prophecy fish asked curiously. "Master Beerus has unknowingly raised his level to the peak of level 57. Whis smiled. "Peak of level 57? What level was he before? Level 56? The prophecy fish opened its mouth wide and asked in surprise. Yes, Master Beerus was only level 56 before. Whis nodded seriously. Maybe the battle with Master Bardock in the dream last time gave him a new understanding and raised his level. Prophecy Fish, he can sleep to the peak of level 57. Will other gods of destruction be angry to death? The Prophecy Fish kept sighing. This is also the reason why Lord Beerus is not liked by other gods of destruction and is even excluded by them. Whis nodded. So, it should be those gods of destruction who will be beaten later? The Prophecy Fish was very relieved and grinned. Although I don't like that guy Beerus, I feel bad when I see the destroyer of our universe being beaten. You are right, Prophecy Fish. Whis smiled. Besides, I feel that Lord Beerus will have a new breakthrough soon and may be promoted to level 58. He is really amazing. He can sleep to level 58. The Prophecy Fish praised and pondered. I remember that he was about level 52 at the beginning. He slept to level 56. Yes, that's right. Whis nodded. Planet Beerus. Let's go together. Bu gave the order. Go and fight Beerus one by one. You can't beat him. I still don't believe that we can't beat a sleeping guy if we attack together. Bu and the other 4 gods of destruction quickly entered Beerus' castle. Beerus was still lying on the bed, snoring, and even scratched his head with his claws and yawned again. Snap! Harris drew his bow and arrow, aiming the arrow at Beerus' body. Swoosh! An arrow turned into a purple-red stream of light and shot towards Beerus' body. Achoo! Beerus suddenly sneezed, a sneeze with bubbles. Bang! The sneeze hit the arrow released by Hela's at that time. In just a moment, Hela's arrow turned into nothingness and disappeared completely. And the bubbles that Beerus sprayed from his nostrils whistled towards Hela's. Hela's was terrified. At this critical moment, the tail behind Ligier sprayed out a stream of energy and hit the bubble, which dispersed it. The next moment, Bu and others rushed up and attacked Beerus. Beerus seemed to have a premonition of danger. Not only did he block the joint attack of the 4 people, but he also waved his cat claws and beat Bu and others to a pulp. Snap! Beerus grabbed the tentacles on Bu's head with a claw and slapped him several times in the face. Bang! Then Beerus charged again, knocking Bu flying backwards. Boom! Bu's body penetrated through the walls and landed on the ground outside the castle. Bu lay on the ground, moving his fingers slightly to show that he was still alive. The next moment, Bu soared into the sky, suddenly furious, and immediately appeared above the castle. Boom! Bu was not polite, and immediately burst out with extremely huge energy, directly shaking the castle to pieces. Crash! The entire castle instantly turned into ruins. Beerus' bed also broke and collapsed. At the same time, Beerus was buried in the ruins. Jin, Ligier, Hales, the 3 gods of destruction looked at each other, and their faces were extremely ugly for a while. Is there anyone who fights like you? Little god of destruction, you are trying to wake Beerus up. Run! Little god of destruction. Beerus may wake up soon. Hela's was anxious and hurried forward to Bu. Bu? Just wake up, what are you afraid of? Bu asked back. Little god of destruction, we can't even beat Beerus in his sleep, not to mention that he has woken up, he has reached the peak of level 57, only the great god of destruction can deal with him. Ligier hurried forward to persuade. Bu nodded thoughtfully. What you said seems to make sense. How about retreat quickly? Bu thought about it and asked. Jin, Hela's, and Ligier, the 3 gods of destruction, nodded solemnly together. Then, Bu and the 3 gods of destruction no longer hesitated, immediately took off and evacuated Beerus' planet. Just when the 4 gods of destruction had just left Beerus' planet, Beerus suddenly stood up from the ruins, looking around with his hands on his hips like a tomcat. The next moment, Beerus' face was full of question marks. What's going on? Why did my castle collapse? Whis, whis! Beerus shouted loudly. However, there was no response. Beerus yawned, jumped lightly, flew to the branches of a nearby tree, and fell asleep again. Bu and others looked down at all of Beerus's actions and were speechless for a while. This guy can really sleep. The castle has become slag, but he changed his position to continue sleeping. Blow up that tree again. Bu grinned, stretched out his hand, and aimed at Beerus below. Legere and others hurried forward to stop him. You still dare to fight? If you continue to fight, Beerus will really wake up completely. When he can sense our breath, we will be severely punished by him. Little god of destruction, what we need to do now is to improve our strength as soon as possible, otherwise the gap between us and him is too big. Legere hurriedly suggested. Legere is right. It won't be too late to slowly punish him after our strength is improved. Jin agreed deeply. I think so too. Helles nodded. Bu nodded thoughtfully, thinking that what these three people said was right. The gap is really too big. Just when Bu and others were about to leave. Swoosh! A dark green stream of light came quickly from the distant starry sky and appeared next to Bu and others. Greetings to the great god of destruction. Jin, Legere, and Helles immediately stepped forward and knelt down to pay their respects. Broly? Broly was stunned, looked at Bu and others with bruised faces, and was a little confused for a while. It's a big update. It's a big update. 30,000 words were updated today, a total of 6 chapters. It's not too much to ask for monthly votes. Chapter 198 Luo Tian, Great Elder, long time no see. Is Beerus awake? Broly asked with some expectation. Bu took the lead and shook his head. Broly, you mean you were beaten like this by a person who was sleeping? Broly was really speechless. Bu nodded helplessly. Is he still sleeping now? Broly asked again, looking down. Soon, Broly saw Beerus sleeping without any image on the branch. Great god of destruction, Beerus has already reached the peak of level 57. Jin hurried forward to report. Peak of level 57? Broly was a little surprised, he was level 56 before, right? Jin and other gods of destruction nodded together. So, if he sleeps for a while longer, he can reach level 58, right? Broly pondered. It should be about the same. Helles thought for a while and replied. Then wait until he wakes up before fighting. I don't want to bully someone who is still sleeping. Broly shook his head decisively. Broly has already thought about it. Now he will go to other universes and let the gods of destruction in other universes agree that I can become the great god of destruction. There is no need to bully a sleeping Beerus. Wait until he wakes up and fight him properly, that will be more interesting. Helles and other gods of destruction immediately admired and praised Broly's behavior secretly. If Broly goes to beat up Beerus who is sleeping at this time, although Helles and the others will feel very happy, they will actually look down on Broly. How can you be a real great destroyer if you beat up a sleeping person? If you do that, we can follow you to beat him. A great destroyer must have the dignity of a great destroyer. Of course, the several destroyers present knew clearly that Broly could certainly beat Beerus now. After all, Beerus is still sleeping, and his level is not as high as Broly. Let's go. Broly called, let's go to the 6th universe first. Yes, great destroyer. Helles and other destroyers bowed and saluted. Of course, Helles and Legere both keenly noticed the ball hanging next to Broly. Although they were curious, they did not dare to ask more. Broly left for a while. Where did he get such a strange robot? Before going to the 6th universe, who will go down to get the cosmic essence of the destroyer god realm of this universe? Broly asked. Cosmic essence? Legere was slightly startled, and his face changed color. Jin and Helles had the same expression. The great destroyer wants to obtain the cosmic essence? Then the entire destroyer god realm of the 7th universe will be destroyed immediately. The great destroyer wants to destroy the destroyer god realm? Helles's body trembled and her face turned pale. Only a little bit is needed. Broly said. Before Broly set off, Luo Tian naturally told him to collect the cosmic essence. Everyone was slightly relieved. If it was just a little bit, then there would be no big problem. 12 universes, each universe must contribute a little cosmic essence, and it will be as big as Xiao Ai. Broly issued the order directly in an unquestionable tone. Yes. Great God of Destruction. Jin, Helios, and Legere, the three gods of destruction, immediately saluted, and their somewhat nervous mentality relaxed a lot. Fortunately, it was just a little bit of cosmic essence, which would not have a big impact on the Destroyer God realm. If too much cosmic essence was used, the entire Destroyer God realm would be irreparably damaged. The cosmic essence is the core of the Destroyer God realm. I'll go down and get it. Jin raised his hand and volunteered. Broly nodded slightly. Swoosh! Jin turned into a stream of light and instantly sank into the depths of the earth in the Destroyer God realm. For a Destroyer God, it is easy to enter the interior of the earth. And the Destroyer God realm is so big that it is not difficult to avoid Beerus. About 5 minutes. Swoosh! A purple-red stream of light shot up into the sky. In just a moment, Jin appeared in front of Broly with a cosmic essence about the size of a football. The cosmic essence was shining with bright lights like stars. Although it was only the size of a football, looking into it, it was as if you could see the entire universe. Golden Hands presented the cosmic essence to Broly. Broly nodded with satisfaction and pressed a button on his watch. Cool, Kaka. A set of red armor covered Broly's body. Broly integrated the cosmic essence into his armor. Then, Broly pressed the button on the watch again. Swish! The armor disappeared in an instant, and the cosmic essence turned into a watch together with it. You three, each take a part of the cosmic essence of your universe, and then meet in the 10th universe without harming the Destroyer God realm. Broly ordered King and the other 3 destroyers. Yes, Great Destroyer. The 3 immediately saluted. Swish! 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 The 3 quickly left here and returned to their respective universes to take the cosmic essence. As for Bardock, he was originally going to visit Beerus planet, but he happened to meet Broly who was going to Beerus planet. Broly told Bardock not to come to Beerus planet, and asked him to return to the 9th universe to get the essence of the universe. Bardock had no choice but to do so. On the way back to the 9th universe, Bardock was a little speechless. I seem to have been playing soy sauce all the way, right? Is it because I am too weak? I want to become stronger. I must become stronger as soon as possible. I feel I have almost no sense of existence in the God of Destruction team. Bardock took a deep breath, and the desire to become stronger in his eyes became stronger. But how to become stronger? I am sure that I have practiced seriously, although my level has increased relatively quickly, from level 30 to level 32. I should be content with the 2-level increase, but compared with the real God of Destruction, I am still more than 20 levels away. After sending the cosmic essence to Broly, I will practice hard for a while. Namek. The residence of the Great Elder. Luo Tian appeared in the room of the Great Elder. Isn't this Luo Tian? Long time no see. The Great Elder said with emotion. Yes, when I saw you that year, you were still alive and kicking. Can't you move now? Luo Tian felt a little uncomfortable. The Namekians are considered a relatively long-lived race. You know, the lifespan of Namekians can reach 500 years. 500 years. If this were placed on Earth, 500 years would allow for 20 or even 30 generations of descendants. Even so, seeing the Great Elder in his twilight years, even sitting there unable to move, Luo Tian still felt a little sad. When he met him that year, he was considered a relatively robust existence. The Great Elder did not respond. You use the word alive and kicking, do you think it is appropriate to describe me? Congratulations, Luo Tian, you have finally fulfilled your wish and cultivated to become a god. The Great Elder smiled. Since I have become a god, in order to thank you for taking care of me back then, I will restore your youthful vitality. Luo Tian said, pointing the scepter in his hand at the great elder's body. No need, I have lived long enough, it's time to leave this world. The great elder shook his head gently. Okay then. Luo Tian took back the scepter. The great elder, you are really not polite at all. The great elder was speechless for a moment, and suddenly felt a little lost. Look, you still have some attachment to this world. I thought you could really let go of everything. Luo Tian smiled. The elder was silent. Now, let me restore your youth. Live again, maybe life will be more exciting. Luo Tian sighed, and once again aimed the crystal ball of the scepter at the elder's body. The elder was suddenly moved by what Luo Tian said. Yes, restore youth and live again. Life will definitely be more exciting. It will definitely be more exciting than my current life. And I still have many wishes that have not been fulfilled. Many of my people were killed by that guy Frisia. I don't want to leave this world with regrets. Luo Tian said no more and restored the elder's youth and vitality through the power of angels. While restoring the elder's youth and vitality, Luo Tian suddenly pondered, by the way, elder, what do you think of Piccolo? Pico? He is the child of Kadaz, and he is indeed a very remarkable genius. The elder gave a fair evaluation. What do you think of me training him to be a Kai? Luo Tian asked again. Lord Kai? The elder stared with his eyes wide open and stood up from his seat. The next moment, the elder suddenly came to his senses and looked at his body in surprise. The elder looked carefully and found that his body had regained its youthful vitality. The skin color of the body changed from dark green to grass green. The grass green Namekian means that the buds are in their youth. As they age, the skin color of Namekians will become darker and darker, and finally turn into dark green. I have completely regained my youth. The elder sighed sincerely, and with a slight wave of his hand, a mirror appeared. The elder looked at himself in the mirror and suddenly felt that he had become younger than Niru. The elder, Luo Tian, looked over silently. The elder in his youth looked a bit like Niru. However, in terms of size, the elder obviously looks stronger than Niru, with more muscles. Luo Tian, you are really amazing. You can even do such a thing. I used to think that only dragons can restore youth. The elder sighed. Nothing. Luo Tian smiled. What you mean just now is to train Piccolo to become a Kaishin? The elder asked solemnly. What do you think? After all, he is your clansman, I think you have more say. Luo Tian asked humbly. I don't think it's a big problem. Although he still has a trace of evil in his heart, I think with his character, he will definitely completely eliminate the evil in his heart. At that time, he may become a qualified Kaishin. The elder pondered. It's enough to have the words of the great elder. Luo Tian nodded gently, patted the great elder's shoulder, and sighed, it's a pity that I came late, Elder Mulai and Delta, but it doesn't matter. I think Gaku and the others should find a way to revive the innocently killed Namekians. Luo Tian, can you really make Piccolo raise a Kaishin? The elder asked again with a serious look. Elder, was it stuck just now? I didn't use the time cycle. Why do I feel like I've returned to a minute ago? Luo Tian said with a smile. I'm serious. The elder's face was particularly solemn. I'm serious too. Luo Tian nodded. Then let me give Piccolo a precious gift. The elder seemed to have made up his mind, clenched his fists tightly, and straightened his back. Since you have to live again, you have to live a better way. Are you going to give your body to Piccolo? Luo Tian asked. But after Luo Tian said this, he suddenly felt a little awkward. It means literally, but it has nothing to do with men and women on earth. Yes, I want him to assimilate me. The elder made a decision. Okay, I support you. Luo Tian nodded. The great elder suddenly felt a little confused. No, shouldn't you stop me a little? At least show some respect. You not only didn't stop me, but also supported me. You made me a little overwhelmed. Wait a minute. Did I fall into a pit? The great elder patted his forehead, feeling as if there was a pit waiting for him to jump. Is Luo Tian deliberately letting me live again and then let me dedicate my body to Piccolo? No way. He shouldn't think that far. I must have thought too much. Although he is a god now, he is only a god who has lived for more than 20 years. I have lived for more than 500 years. I believe that Piccolo will have great changes in all aspects of his body after getting your body. Luo Tian sighed, Great Elder, you will lay a good foundation for him to become a Kai King god. The Great Elder, I feel more and more that you seem to have dug this hole and are waiting for me to jump in. What will happen to you after you assimilate with his body? Luo Tian asked again. I will disappear, no longer exist. The Great Elder sighed, but I will live another life in Piccolo's body. When do you plan to leave to find Piccolo? Luo Tian asked with some anticipation. The Great Elder will not do that at all. How much do you want me to assimilate with Piccolo immediately? Let's go now. The Great Elder said in a deep voice, I have a bad feeling. Tell me, what bad feelings do you have? Luo Tian asked. Frisia may come back again, and when that time comes, the entire Namek may suffer devastating damage. The Great Elder's expression became more and more serious. Great Elder, your premonition is really accurate. Luo Tian sighed. Grand Elder, high in the sky. Mels took Kair and floated above the nearby clouds, holding a crystal ball to watch Luo Tian fooling the Grand Elder. Mels suddenly felt that if he were the Grand Elder, he might also be fooled by Luo Tian and sacrifice his body. But Mels thought about it carefully. In fact, this is also the best choice for the Grand Elder of Namek. Luo Tian just played a role in fueling the flames. If you are inside, if you resist, no matter how Luo Tian fools you, you can't succeed. For the Great Elder of Namek, it is more important to live again and help your people achieve fame than to live a boring life in heaven after death. Since Luo Tian wants to train Piccolo to be an outstanding Kai, then as the Great Elder of this tribe, what does it mean to dedicate all his wisdom to him? In fact, Myers was just a little emotional, but he didn't think there was anything special about training Piccolo to be a Kai. Kale, let's go over there. Myers said to Kai. Yeah. Kai nodded. Myers took Kai and flew quickly in the direction of Son Goku and others. The area where Son Goku and others were. After Bardock left, Son Goku and others gathered together to discuss what to do next. Because Frisia had fainted and drifted into space, Son Goku and others couldn't do anything to him for a while. Let's fulfill the wish first. Piccolo suggested, there are 3 wishes in total. Piccolo, you are right, let's make the wish come true now. Sun Wukong nodded without objection. Humph, according to the agreement, one of the wishes is mine. Vegeta gritted his teeth and immediately stepped forward and said. Give it to him. Piccolo didn't hesitate, he said lightly, his mouth slightly raised, and a light arc appeared. Piccolo, you mean Krillin knew it well, and asked in a low voice. Piccolo smiled, looked at Krillin knowingly, and smiled, I heard that making a wish requires Namekian language, then let Vegeta wish for his wish himself. Suddenly I feel that Vegeta is a little pitiful. Krillin laughed secretly, and changed the subject again, but Goku's father looks really strong. He is the god of destruction of the 9th universe. Pico said with emotion. Then let's find the scattered Dragon Balls first. Sun Wukong suggested. No one objected. Krillin immediately took out Dragon Ball radar, looking at the location of the scattered Dragon Balls. These Dragon Balls are actually scattered nearby and have been scattered in the previous battle. However, one of the Dragon Balls was quietly slapped by Frisia to the distant horizon. Frisia just wanted to scatter these Dragon Balls and didn't want them to realize their wishes. Fortunately, Sun Wukong and others have Dragon Ball radar, so it is easy to find the Dragon Balls. In the process of looking for Dragon Balls, Vegeta saw Niru at a glance. In fact, the moment Niru came here, Vegeta had recognized him. This shadow in childhood made Vegeta tremble a little when he saw him now. If I hadn't been able to turn into a giant ape, I would have been beaten by this guy. But Vegeta quickly calmed down, snorted, and looked at Niru coldly. Niru also stared at Vegeta silently. What? Do you think I'm still the Vegeta of the past? Vegeta snorted. Niru didn't say anything and turned to leave. Shua! Vegeta's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Niru, blocking his way. Get out of the way! Niru's face turned black. More than 20 years ago, I admit that I was not your opponent, but after so many years, my combat effectiveness has greatly improved. Vegeta snorted coldly, let's compete again. Niru, but you can rest assured that I can deal with you without destruction. Vegeta said, and raised his right hand slightly upwards, and a sesame-sized purple-red light spot appeared in his hand. Shua! Vegeta casually swung his hand and smashed the purple-red light spot directly on a nearby stone hill. Pa! The stone hill instantly dissipated like a soap bubble and turned into nothingness. How is it? Niru! Vegeta said with a smile. Niru's pupils shrank and his face changed again and again. What a domineering skill! Just such a small light spot, it can easily smash this mountain into slag? No, not even slag is left. It's really terrible. Is this thing the destructive energy that Bardock mentioned? It's amazing. Come on. Vegeta looked at Niru triumphantly and chuckled, don't worry, I will never use that trick just now. Okay, then let's compete. Niru took a deep breath. Boom. Suddenly, extremely powerful energy burst out from Niru's body. The vast breath spread out to the surroundings with Niru as the center. After sensing Niru's breath, Vegeta's face changed color slightly. Vegeta's combat power has not actually increased much. When Vegeta went to Earth, his combat power was at a height of 18,000. Later, he was beaten by Son Goku, returned to planet Frisia, learned Ultra Instinct, raised his combat power to 24,000, and came to Namek. At this time, Vegeta could easily defeat Dodoria and Sabo who had not transformed. But when facing Sabo after transformation, Vegeta's combat power was a bit insufficient. Finally, Vegeta was seriously injured by Sabo and was taken to the treatment chamber for treatment. After recovery, Vegeta's combat power increased to 35,000, far exceeding Sabo's 32,000 after transformation. However, there is still a big gap between Vegeta's combat power and that of the Jinya Force. In the Jinya Force, except for the weak Guldo, the combat power of each member of the rest reached at least 40,000. Therefore, even in the original plot, Vegeta's combat power was still inferior to Rikum of the Jinya Force. What is Niru's combat power? Nilu's combat power is 42,000, almost reaching the level of the Jinya Force members. When sensing Nilu's powerful aura, Vegeta's face changed color. Vegeta never thought that a small Namekian would be so powerful. Then I won't be polite. Nilu said, and rushed up quickly, with a fierce elbow, hitting Vegeta's chest heavily. Puff! Vegeta spit out a large mouthful of blood at that time, and felt that the whole person was not well. Bang! Nilu rushed up again and kicked Vegeta in the face. 2 moves. Just 2 moves, Vegeta fell to the ground with a bang, sitting on the ground with his buttocks. Vegeta was stunned, looking up at the sky, and his spirit was a little trance. Can't I even beat a Namekian? I am so unwilling. Do you want to continue? Niru looked at Vegeta calmly. Vegeta was silent. Sun Wukong and others never expected that Niru and Vegeta would suddenly start a fight. However, after discovering that the two were just fighting for sparring purposes, Sun Wukong and others were relieved. Just now I saw Vegeta provoking Niru. What a poor guy, he was beaten like this. Krillin sighed. Vegeta should work hard, otherwise, how can this be successful, for the powerful god of destruction? Sun Wukong shook his head. Let's go find the Dragon Balls first, Krillin suggested. Sun Wukong did not object. The two of them stopped talking and looked for the Dragon Balls scattered around. I'm going to find the Dragon Balls, you can do whatever you want, Niru said lightly, turned around and left. Vegeta's spirit was still in a trance. I am a dignified Saiyan prince, it's okay if I can't beat Frieza. I can't even beat Kakarot, a low-level warrior. Now, a little Namek dares to show off in front of me. Vegeta began to doubt his life. Am I a genius? If I am a genius, why am I so weak? No, I want to become a giant ape. I want to fight back. Pa! Vegeta jumped up from the ground, his expression became ferocious, and he gently raised his right hand upwards, and a glittering sphere condensed in his hand. Swish! Vegeta waved his hand and threw the glittering sphere in his hand into the sky. Bloom, my moon! Vegeta shouted loudly. Suddenly, the flashing sphere emitted a holy light in the sky and turned into a full moon. Vegeta looked up at the sky, staring closely at the artificial full moon that appeared. Then, Vegeta's body changed rapidly, and black hair and sharp fangs grew on his body. Roar! Vegeta transformed into a black gorilla, and kept beating his chest and making strange noises. Seeing Vegeta's sudden transformation, Sun Wukong and others who were looking for Dragon Balls were speechless. Why are you looking for trouble when you are looking for Dragon Balls? Don't you want to realize your wish? Shua! Vegeta's figure flashed, and he immediately appeared beside Niru, looking at him with a hideous face, and his smile became more and more brilliant. How is it? Name Qian. Vegeta chuckled, looking extremely proud, like a mountain, overlooking Niru in front of him. Niru's mouth twitched. Why don't you have martial ethics? You obviously lost, but you have to transform and fight back? You showed mercy to my men just now, so I won't kill you, you can rest assured about this. Vegeta snorted and slapped him hard. Chapter 199 High Priest? Just born at level 80. Niru was shocked and hurriedly crossed his arms to protect his head. Bang! There was only a muffled sound, and Niru fell from the sky like a cannonball, hitting the ground below and leaving a pit on the ground. Humph! Vulnerable! Vegeta smiled triumphantly and felt much better. Then Vegeta roared to the sky, with endless joy in his laughter. Magic light killing cannon! Just then, a spiral flame shot up into the sky, whistling towards the artificial full moon in the sky. Puff! The magic light killing cannon pierced through the artificial full moon on the spot. Boom! The artificial full moon made a loud noise and immediately shattered in the sky. At the moment when the artificial full moon disappeared, Vegeta's body quickly shrank and deformed, and returned to its original appearance. Vegeta glanced in the direction of Piccolo in anger. Namekians, you can't bully us at will. Piccolo snorted. Damn, you nosy guy. Vegeta snorted and rushed towards Piccolo. Bang! Vegeta punched Piccolo heavily. Piccolo raised his hand to catch Vegeta's fist. Bang! Then, Piccolo's knee thrust upwards and suddenly hit Vegeta's abdomen. Puff! Vegeta spit out a large mouthful of acid water, and felt that he was not feeling well. How is this possible? It's okay that I can't beat Niru. Can't I even beat this Namekian who lives on Earth? During this period, Piccolo trained with Son Goku in the gravity training room, and his strength has greatly improved. Although Piccolo's combat power cannot reach Niru's level, it has at least reached about 35,000. Piccolo's combat power of 35,000 is just about the same as Vegeta's. However, it is worth mentioning that Piccolo is now in peak condition, while Vegeta fought with Frieza for a while, was abused by Niru, and released an artificial full moon, which consumed a lot of energy. His combat power has declined, so he can't be Piccolo's opponent. Bang bang bang! Piccolo launched a fierce attack on Vegeta, and Vegeta was beaten so hard that he condensed destructive energy several times. Pico did not dare to be careless at all. When Vegeta condensed destructive energy, he immediately interrupted his casting. Vegeta was beaten back step by step and was unable to resist for a while. Vegeta was furious and screamed wildly, and immediately exploded his energy to the extreme. Swish! Vegeta soared into the sky. Pico quickly chased up and hit Vegeta hard again, knocking him down from the air. Boom! Vegeta fell to the ground, leaving a big hole on the ground. Then, Vegeta looked at the green in a trance. The sky was green, and tears were about to fall. I was defeated again. Vegeta wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt that this might be the most tragic experience in his life. It seems that among all the people at the scene I can only beat that Earthling and Kakarot's son, right? I am Vegeta. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, the most talented warrior. How could I lose? Humph! Piccolo snorted, slowly landed beside Vegeta, and said lightly, Namekians are not so easy to bully. Vegeta said nothing, just looked up and stared at the sky, feeling that the sky today was particularly green. I'm going to find the Dragon Balls, don't bother anymore. Piccolo turned around and left after saying that. Then, Piccolo quickly appeared beside Niru. Niru smiled at Piccolo, but he was grinning in pain. Just now, Vegeta turned into a giant ape and hit Niru hard, almost killing him. Fortunately, the vitality of Namekians is quite strong, so they won't die immediately. Swoosh! Dendi quickly stepped forward, with healing flames blooming in his hands, and treated Niru. Soon, Niru's injuries were completely healed. Thank you, Dendi. Niru thanked him. Picker extended his hand in a friendly manner. Niru smiled and held Piccolo's hand together. Pico pulled Niru up. Pico, you look cold on the surface, but you are actually very gentle inside, right? Niru said with a smile. Humph, don't mind my business. I just can't stand him bullying us Namekians. Piccolo was touched on the heart, but he snorted and didn't appreciate it. Do you want to treat him? Dendi asked. Let that guy lie there for a while. After the injury is healed, he might make trouble again. Piccolo shook his head, let's talk about it after we gather all the Dragon Balls. Dendi nodded vigorously to show that he understood. Pico and the others were just about to go look for the Dragon Balls again. At this moment, Luo Tian and the Great Elder appeared on the scene. Mers followed with Kyer. It is worth mentioning that Mels was still dressed as the Galactic Patrolman and did not wear the angel costume. As long as the training was not over, Mels would rarely show his true form as an angel. Hey! Luo Tian, where are you going? Vegeta also pricked up his ears immediately and looked in the direction of Luo Tian. Come and treat me quickly. You can't watch us Saiyans get beaten, right? This is Sun Wukong had never seen Mels. He is the Galactic Patrolman Mels. Luo Tian briefly introduced him. Hello, I'm Wukong. Sun Wukong extended his hand in a friendly manner. The people present immediately looked at the elder standing next to Luo Tian. Especially Neru, who was a little confused when he saw the elder. This Namekian looks so familiar, as if he has seen him somewhere before. Who are you? Are you a Namekian who came back from another planet? Neru asked the elder. I am Gaskako. The elder smiled. Gaskako Neru's eyes widened, and his expression changed in various ways. Luo Tian, this is so pretentious I give you full marks. You actually said your name directly. Luo Tian actually didn't know the name of the elder. Today, the elder said it himself. This name Luo Tian felt a little familiar. Luo Tian thought about it carefully, it seemed to be a character in Dragon Ball Dimensional Chaos. As a Dragon Ball fan, Luo Tian had watched Dragon Ball Dimensional Chaos in his previous life, but because it was updated too slowly, he didn't watch it later. In a parallel time and space in this comic, Namek was also invaded by Frisia. However, the Namekians here had made arrangements in advance. Under the arrangement of the Great Elder, all the Namekians assimilated with the Great Elder as the main body. Finally, the assimilated Namekians were named Gaskako. To put it bluntly, it was equivalent to the name of the Great Elder. And the assimilated Gaskako had very strong strength and easily eliminated Frisia and his gang. However, because of this, the Dragon Balls of Namek also disappeared. Now, the Great Elder has regained his youth and brought out his name. This name is both familiar and unfamiliar to Niru. It feels like I have heard it somewhere, but I can't remember it for a while. You are the Great Elder? Niru suddenly had an idea, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face, staring at the Great Elder without blinking. Ah! Great Elder? Dendi was also stunned. Ha ha ha, yes, I am the Great Elder. The Elder laughed. Perhaps because of the restoration of youth, the Elder's personality is no longer as old as before, but has a feeling of youth. Elder, what's wrong with your body? Neilu asked in surprise, have you restored your youth? Not bad, right? The Elder smiled and nodded, indeed, I have restored my youth. How did you restore your youth? The Dragon Balls haven't been gathered yet. Niru asked curiously. Luotian helped me restore my youth. The Elder smiled and answered. Everyone present immediately looked at Luotian. However, Sun Wukong and the others knew that Luotian had the ability to restore his youth, so they were relieved soon. A Namekian who was about to die of old age restored Luotian's youth and turned him into a young man. Just thinking about it makes me feel that this ability is extraordinary. Luotian didn't say much, but walked in front of Vegeta. Vegeta stared at Luotian in a daze, his nose was sour, and tears almost fell. Luotian, teach me. I want to become stronger. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said. I am almost the weakest in this team now. Am I only stronger than that little bald head and Kakarot's son? That little Namekian named Dandy is not a fighting type, so I can't compare with him, right? There is also this newly appeared elder. It seems that he is not a combat type Namekian either. Cannot be compared with them. If I compare with two non-combat type Namekians, I might as well die head first. Vegeta felt bad. Vegeta, you are wrong. Luotian shook his head. Vegeta? What do you mean? Vegeta didn't understand what Luotian meant by this. In this team, apart from the two non-combat type Namekians, you are only stronger than Krillin. Luotian told the truth mercilessly. Luotian knew clearly that a guy like Vegeta could only grow up quickly after experiencing many hardships. Otherwise, his unruly character would be difficult to change. After all, this character is engraved in his bones. Because Vegeta was a genius warrior since birth, he is considered a leader among all Saiyans. As soon as he was born, his combat power reached 800, which was stronger than Sun Wukong, who had practiced for more than 20 years. It is normal for such a child of destiny to have a proud character. This is also the reason why Luotian abandoned Vegeta and kept Broly by his side. Broly is easier to lead. A guy like Vegeta is not enough to make Luotian angry. If Luotian was not a time traveler, if he did not have a little affection for Vegeta, he would have beaten him to death long ago. Ya, what did you say? Vegeta's face changed again and again, and he immediately looked at Son Gohan standing next to him. Then, Vegeta gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, and knelt on one knee in front of Luotian again. No need to be so polite. Luotian said calmly. Vegeta, it's not that I want to kneel, it's that I'm too badly injured. Vegeta snorted, trying to stand up straight, and pointed at Son Gohan next to him and said to Luotian, you mean, I can't even beat such a little thing? Luotian nodded gently. Vegeta felt heartbroken again. I don't believe it. Vegeta shouted loudly, heal me. I don't believe I will lose to such a little thing. Gohan's current combat power has reached at least 60,000, How much is your combat power? Luo Tian smiled and shook his head. It's better not to look for abuse. Vegeta was silent. The combat power of this little thing has reached 60,000? Don't be kidding, how can it be so high? Vegeta, I have already written everything I need to teach you in that book. I really have nothing to teach you. Luo Tian stepped forward and said to Vegeta, your battle with Frieza is not over yet. Come on, everyone. Frieza, is that guy still alive? Vegeta was stunned. He is lucky. He is still alive. Luo Tian nodded. Oh, hey, a few minutes ago, he was taken to the spaceship by the army passing by nearby and put in the treatment chamber for treatment. So you don't have much time left. Frieza will come back in no more than 10 minutes. This is your battlefield. I will not participate. I wish you good luck. After saying that, Luo Tian took off directly and soon disappeared from the spot. Mers, wait for me. What's the matter with you leaving me here alone? Are you asking me to stay and fight? That would be inappropriate. Kale, you should also work hard and believe in yourself. Myers patted Kale's head and encouraged her. Ah? Myers, are you leaving? Kale asked timidly. I'm watching your heroic performance from above. Myers smiled. I know, I'm just a little scared. Kale's young face was a bit solemn and timid. Did you see that kid? Myers pointed at Son Gohan. He's 1 year older than you, you see he's not scared at all. Kale immediately turned her head to look at Son Gohan. In fact, Kale had already noticed Son Gohan. After all, in the eyes of children, there are only children. Son Gohan and Kale are of similar age. For a little girl like Kale, he is a trustworthy big brother. Mr. Goku, Kale will stay and fight with you. Please take care of her. Myers said politely to Son Goku. Ah? Is she going to challenge Frieza with us? Sun Wukong scratched his head, but can she do it? She will definitely work. Myers nodded and said nothing more. Swoosh! The next moment, flames burst out from Myers' feet, and he quickly flew into the sky and soon appeared beside Luo Tian. Both of them were suspended above the starry sky, looking down. You deliberately installed jets on your feet? Luo Tian looked in the direction of Myers and asked with a smile. Yes, it's a disguise, after all, I'm still a galactic patrolman most of the time. Myers replied. You're already at such a high place, are you still spraying flames there? Luo Tian smiled slightly. Myers thought about it and immediately turned off the flames. You can spray fire, find someone who can spray water, and go save your grandfather together. Luo Tian smiled mysteriously. Myers? What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? My grandfather? Myers was slightly stunned. You don't have a grandfather, do you? Luo Tian asked curiously, revealing a gossipy expression. I don't know, the high priest has never said it. Mel shook his head gently. Then where did the high priest come from? Is it condensed from the essence of the universe? Luo Tian was even more curious. Yes. Mels nodded. Luo Tian was still waiting for the next words, but Mels stopped talking after he finished speaking. Is it stuck? Luo Tian shook in front of Mel's eyes. Mels, it's impolite to talk about the high priest behind his back. Mels said seriously. Even if the high priest is here, I will ask him in front of him. Luo Tian smiled. Mels didn't know what to say. You really don't care at all. A short silence. The high priest is Mels started to speak. Forget it, I don't want to listen. Luo Tian interrupted Mel's words. Mels was speechless. You asked me to talk, but you didn't want to listen. I was speechless too. Luo Tian really didn't want to hear Mels talk about the high priest. There is a more gossipy female angel in my body. Wouldn't it be good for me to ask her? Ling Long, are you there? Luo Tian asked. Ling Long, I'm in your body. If I'm not there, who will be? I mean, you didn't sleep, did you? Luo Tian asked again. I just fell asleep, and you woke me up again. Ling Long answered angrily. Look at you. Luo Tian scolded, as an angel, you should have a peaceful heart. Do you look like an angel when you are so angry? Ling Long, no wonder you are so weak. Luo Tian sighed. I am so weak because I disappeared with the 18th universe that I love. Ling Long defended herself weakly. I'm going to ask you a gossip question. Does Mel's have a grandfather? Luo Tian asked with a smile. Why don't you just ask the high priest if he has a father? Ling Long was speechless. You mean Mel's is not his biological son? Luo Tian pondered thoughtfully. Ling Long didn't want to talk anymore. Why do you always jump so much in your thoughts? You've made me lose my temper. No, the high priest is made of the essence of the universe. Ling Long answered the question just now. Then why is he so strong? Luo Tian was a little puzzled. What level was he when he was born? Level 80. Ling Long said truthfully. After hundreds of millions of years of training, he reached the current level 95. Level 80 when he was born? This guy is simply cheating. Luo Tian took a breath of cold air. Be careful with your words, be careful with your words. Ling Long was really speechless and wiped her sweat silently. You actually used this guy to describe the high priest. Are you polite? He shouldn't be able to hear it, right? Luo Tian chuckled. The high priest is now level 95, do you think he can't hear it? Ling Long raised her eyebrows, thinking that Luo Tian really underestimated the high priest, and sighed softly, that's level 95, how many level are you? 59? Think about it, in this world where one level higher can crush the opponent, what does level 95 mean? If the high priest really wants to hear, there is nothing he can't hear, or it can be said that in this universe, there is nothing the high priest doesn't know. He doesn't have the habit of eavesdropping, right? Luo Tian asked again. Who knows? Maybe he is listening. Ling Long replied. Then I take back what I said just now. I have to use a respectful title for the high priest in the future. Luo Tian's expression became serious. That's right. After all, the high priest is the most powerful angel. Even the god of time and space destroyer will give him face when he sees him. Ling Long nodded and added another point. Putting aside the matter of the god of time and space destroyer, I just want to know why the high priest is so powerful? Luo Tian asked curiously. The reason is very simple, because the high priest is composed of Thi condensed from the essence of the universe. Ling Long explained, there were a total of 18 universes back then, and the essence of the universe of 18 universes was condensed into the Grand Priest. Condensed from the essence of the universe of the entire universe? Luo Tian was filled with emotion. No wonder the Grand Priest is so strong. He was actually condensed from the essence of the universe of the entire universe. Such a powerful god, when can I surpass him? I have practiced for so many years, and I have barely reached the height of level 59. It is still 180,000 light-years away from the level 95 of the Grand Priest. Most other angels are formed by the condensation of the essence of the universe from a single universe. Ling Long continued, Weiss and Bardos are formed by the condensation of the essence of the universe by the Grand Priest and the Grand Goddess. I have told you this before, so I won't go into details here. What about the Grand Goddess? Is she also made of the essence of the entire universe? Luo Tian asked again. I don't know. Ling Long shook her head decisively. That's strange. Is there something you don't know? Luo Tian was slightly stunned. Isn't it normal not to know? Ling Long replied, but the great goddess should not be condensed from the essence of the universe. After all, the great priest should be the only one. Luo Tian said no more and fell into deep thought. Luo Tian, are you stuck too? Myers stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Luo Tian's eyes. Luo Tian, you learn pretty fast. The vast starry sky and the vast universe. A flat round spaceship is suspended in the galaxy where Namek is located. In the spaceship, Frisia is receiving treatment in the treatment cabin. In the main control room of the spaceship, a person who looks similar to Frisia looks ugly. Lord Gula, Mr. Frisia will be cured in 3 minutes. Little brother Shaviza stepped forward and saluted. Behind Shaviza, there are 2 aliens of different shapes, they are Dre and Nez. Shaviza, Dre, and Nez are known as the Gula Mecha team. And the man in front of them who looks very similar to Frisia is Frisia's brother Gula. Who beat Frisia like this? I'm a little curious, is it a Super Saiyan? Gula snorted, his face a little cold. According to our investigation, Mr. Frisia has been on Namek before, and seems to be collecting something called Dragon Balls. Shaviza bowed and said respectfully to Gula. Dragon Balls? What are they used for? Gula asked with narrowed eyes. It is said that gathering 7 Dragon Balls can make any wish come true. Dre immediately stepped forward and answered first. Shaviza, why are you still answering? Is that how you play? Master Gula, it seems that Lord Frisia was beaten by someone on Namek. Nez guessed, should we go to help? Don't be silly, Nez, since someone can defeat Lord Frisia, it must be no problem to deal with the 3 of us. Shaviza shook his head. Isn't Master Gula here? Master Gula is even more powerful than Lord Frisia. Dre said with a smile. This is Frisia's own business, let him deal with it himself, anyway, he will be cured soon. Gula snorted and said lightly. Yes. Master Gula. The 3 bowed together. 3 minutes passed quickly. Beep. A signal flashed in the treatment chamber, indicating that the healing was complete. Frisia walked out of the treatment chamber with a cold face, felt his body, and found that he was safe and sound. The place where he was injured by the god of destruction before was completely healed. This hateful god of destruction. Didn't I just glare at you more than 20 years ago? Just such a look, is it worth you to hold a grudge for so long? Sure enough, the god of destruction is petty. Frisia looked around and suddenly found that these brothers were all relatively unfamiliar faces. Are you Gula's people? Frisia quickly reacted and asked the brothers kneeling in front of him with a smile. Just then, Shaviza came from the next room and bowed to Frisia. Oh? Shaviza, long time no see, is Gula here? Frisia asked with a smile. Lord Gula is waiting for you here, Lord Frisia. Shaviza replied. Frisia walked towards Gula's room and met Gula inside. Humph, Gula, why did you come to this area? You are such a nosy guy. Frisia snorted, looking a little unhappy, as if he felt that Gula was meddling in other people's business. If it weren't for me, you would probably die in the universe. If you leave it alone, you will die in no more than an hour. Gula sneered and looked at Frisia. I, Frisia, will not die. Frisia shouted loudly. Who caused the famous Frisia to suffer such a heavy blow? Is it a Super Saiyan? Gula asked curiously, and at the same time, vigilance appeared in his expression. Does a Super Saiyan really exist? Humph, of course not. Frisia shook his head, was silent for a few seconds, and finally answered truthfully, it was a destroyer god in a certain universe. A nosy guy. Today's update is 14,000 words, 2 chapters, 7,000 words each. Chapter. The festival may be a little expensive, I'm asking for monthly tickets by the way. Chapter 200 Myers, level 60. Do you upgrade automatically when the time comes? God of Destruction? Gula's face changed again and again, is it Lord Beerus? This shouldn't be the case. Hasn't our family always been doing things for Lord Beerus? Is it because we didn't do things well? We destroyed many planets for him. Of course not Lord Beerus. Frisia snorted, I'm talking about the god of destruction in other universes. You mean, besides Lord Beerus, there are other gods of destruction? Gula was stunned for a moment, and asked with some surprise. Gula, you are out. Frisia sighed softly and sneered, how come you don't even know these things? Gula's face darkened. No one told me, how could I know? Gula, this universe is much more complicated than we imagined. In addition to our universe, there are 11 other universes, and each universe has a god of destruction. Frisia explained to Gula simply, as far as I know, a long time ago, when we traveled to the edge of the universe, the area at the edge of the universe was called the realm of nothingness. Passing through the huge realm of nothingness, we can reach other universes. There is no one to join the alliance, right? Gula shook his head slowly. Hearing what Frisia said, he was also knowledgeable. I didn't expect that there are other universes. So how did you offend the god of destruction of other universes? Gula asked, swinging his tail. Frisia, don't say these boring words, show me what's going on with Namek right now? Frisia gritted his teeth. He really didn't want to mention the humiliation, so he quickly changed the subject and ordered Gula. What? You still want to go to Namek? Gula asked with his eyes slightly moving. Humph, although I was beaten by the god of destruction, the god of destruction will definitely not stay on that planet for a long time. I have to continue to complete what I have not completed. Frisia clenched his fists tightly, damn it, those little ants should take this opportunity to collect the Dragon Balls. The wish belongs to me, Frisia, and you low-level creatures will never succeed. I immediately went forward to explore Namek and came to report to Frisia, saying that no rat-like humans were found on the scene. Instead, a strange dragon was found. The appearance of this dragon caused the entire Namek to fall into darkness. Strange dragon? Frisia was stunned and his face changed color. Could it be that they are fulfilling their wishes through this strange dragon? After saying this, Frisia immediately went forward to open the hatch of the spaceship, flew out of the spaceship, turned into a stream of light, and whistled towards the direction of Namek. I will never forgive you. You dare to snatch my Dragon Balls and realize your wish first. I will tear you to pieces one by one. Frisia roared, speeding up, leaving a bright flame in the starry sky. Watching Frisia's gradually disappearing figure, Gula fell into deep thought. Lord Gula, should we go up to help? Asked Shaviza. I just said that this is Frisia's own business, let him deal with it himself. Gula said calmly and indifferently. Yes. Shaviza replied. Then Lord Gula, should we leave this star field? Dre stepped forward and asked. Don't worry, let's see the situation over there first. Gula pondered, point the surveillance to the direction of Namek and see how Frisia bullies those little ants. Namek. Sun Wukong and others finally gathered 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon. Porunga floated above the dark night sky, and his huge body glowed with green light. Son Goku, Son Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, Kale, and others present were all stunned, looking up at the huge dragon, their mouths slightly opened, revealing a look of shock. It's so big, much bigger than the Shenlong on Earth. Is this the real Shenlong? Krillin said with emotion. I saw it, I saw the Shenlong of Namek. Son Goku laughed. In addition to becoming stronger and practicing hard, Son Goku usually encounters Shenlong just to see what he looks like. That's all. Therefore, Son Goku's mentality can make him extraordinary in the future. The shape is different, it's completely different from the Shenlong on Earth. Son Gohan muttered. It's the first time I've seen it too. Dendi sighed. Kale was trembling with fear and quickly hid behind Son Gohan. Don't be afraid, Kale, this is Shenlong, it won't hurt you. Son Gohan took Kale's hand and comforted him with a smile. Brother Gohan is not afraid, Kale is not afraid either. Kale nodded vigorously. Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I was also scared when I first participated in the battle. I felt like the end of the world was coming. Son Gohan smiled embarrassedly. Really? Kale felt much better. I thought I was the only one who was afraid. It turns out that everyone has this timid mentality. Here, I will protect you. Son Gohan smiled. Thank you, brother Gohan, you reminded me of my sister. Kale couldn't help but shed tears as he spoke. Sister? Isn't she with you? Son Gohan was stunned. No, I was taken away from the planet by Brother Myers and went to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, Kale explained. Wait until Kale has finished training, then go back to find my sister. Son Gohan smiled. Kale nodded vigorously, feeling much better. Tell me your wish, those who have collected the Dragon Balls, I will try my best to fulfill 3 wishes for you. Porunga's loud voice rang in the air. However, after Porunga's voice fell, he suddenly saw the Great Elder who appeared at the scene. Great Elder, have you regained your youth? Porunga greeted politely. Thanks to Luo Tian, I have regained my youth, and now I feel that my whole body is full of explosive power. The Great Elder smiled and nodded to Porunga. Mr. Luo Tian? Is he the Saiyan who wants to become an angel? I remember him. Porunga said, beads of sweat rolling down his face. It was this kid who didn't make a good wish last time and always teased me. It was a long time ago. The elder smiled awkwardly. Porunga immediately looked at Vegeta again. Vegeta, why are you looking at me? Move your eyes away. This dragon is such a jerk. Is it because I was teased by you more than 20 years ago? Stop chatting. I sensed an extremely huge breath coming from the starry sky. Is that Frieza coming back? Piccolo's face changed color. It is indeed Frieza's breath. Sun Wukong looked heavy. Make a wish quickly. Say your wish quickly. The elder nodded and urged. Great, you are worthy of being a real dragon, you are so generous that you can make 3 wishes. Krillin laughed and quickly became serious, there is no time to sigh now. The first wish is to revive all the earthlings killed by Vegeta, Nappa and the vegetable people. Vegeta, this bastard. Have I killed earthlings? Vegeta's forehead was bulging with veins, and he shouted angrily. Ah Vegeta, I'm sorry after all, you and Nappa came together, and you released the vegetable people, right? Krillin asked. Vegeta snorted, and his teeth itched with hatred. This hateful little bald head. However, Vegeta is still injured now, and he dare not be too presumptuous when making wishes come true. Otherwise, people will not make wishes for you, and you will be anxious and helpless. This is impossible. I can only bring one person back to life at a time. The voice of the dragon Porunga sounded. Ah! Krillin was struck by lightning. Can't we revive many people at once? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Sorry, we can't, but we can make some improvements in the future. The elder took over and said thoughtfully, maybe we can fulfill this wish, but not now. Besides, don't you just want to revive people who have died twice? That's true. If the dragon of Namek can save everyone, there will be no need to waste the Dragon Balls on Earth. Sun Wukong laughed. The elder, this kid. You call this a waste? Then let Jiaozi revive. Piccolo suggested. Dandy, please revive Jiaozi on Earth. Krillin said to Dandy quickly. Yes. Dandy stepped forward and made a wish to the dragon in Namek language. Porunga was silent for a moment. A short silence. The dead person named Jiaozi is currently in the 6th universe, right? Asked the dragon Porunga. Dandy immediately looked at Klin in confusion. It seems so. Klin nodded. Porunga, Shenlong, is this wish difficult to realize? Can't the wish be realized across the universe? Sun Wukong suddenly had a bad feeling. Originally, the wish cannot be realized across the universe, but there is a channel in the direction of the Earth. Through that channel, this wish can be realized, but it consumes a lot of energy. Shenlong Porunga said, his face became not very good. These people have a special relationship with Luo Tian, right? always make such difficult wishes. You are really good enough to make a wish across a universe. It took 10 seconds. The first wish has been realized. Shenlong Porunga's face was sweating. This is really energy consuming. It feels like more than half of the energy is consumed to realize a wish. It is too difficult to realize a wish across a universe. This is because there is a channel on the earth. If there is no passage, this wish cannot be fulfilled. Thank you, Shenlong. Sun Wukong hurriedly thanked him. Tell me your second wish. Porunga's voice was no longer as loud as before. Hey, the remaining 2 wishes are mine. Vegeta was anxious, limped up, and grabbed Dendi's collar. Let him go, I know Namek language, I will help you make a wish. Piccolo said lightly. Humph, that's more like it. Vegeta's face lit up, and then he looked at Piccolo with vigilance and asked, Piccolo, are you so kind? I hope you don't cheat me, otherwise I will make you die ugly. Then do whatever you want. Shenlong, we don't have any wishes. Piccolo suddenly looked up and said to Shenlong. Vegeta was anxious at the time, and immediately flew up and waved his hands at Piccolo. Piccolo, you bastard! Vegeta shouted, help me realize my wish quickly, otherwise when I become the god of destruction, the first person I won't forgive is you. Piccolo, hurry up, Frieza is coming soon. Krillin was anxious, his mentality was a little broken. Don't tease Vegeta, Frieza will arrive at the scene in no more than 3 minutes. Sun Wukong also looked particularly solemn. Say it, tell me your wish. Piccolo snorted, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Say it, tell me your wish. Piccolo snorted, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The first wish is for Vegeta, Vegeta said loudly. You should say the second wish. Piccolo smiled confidently, don't worry, I estimate the time very accurately, and I have enough time. The second wish. Let Vegeta become immortal. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said his wish. Piccolo immediately made a wish to Shenlong in Namek language. Shenlong's bright eyes glanced in the direction of Son Gohan, nodded gently, and replied, I know, but this wish cannot be realized. I don't have the ability to give a human immortality. The Great Elder and Nero looked at Son Gohan sideways, without saying a word. Dandy looked back at Son Gohan, and naturally didn't say much. Son Gohan? Why are you guys looking at me? Frieza was right. Vegeta didn't notice the looks of the Namekians. He clenched his fists and said hurriedly, then let me have a strong regeneration ability. Is this wish okay? Pico slightly changed Vegeta's words in Namek language and told the dragon Porunga. This wish can be fulfilled. Porunga nodded gently, I can give him a regeneration ability similar to that of Majin Buu. Who is Majin Buu? Vegeta asked curiously. The dragon Porunga looked at Vegeta with sympathy. This poor guy, the wish is still the same wish, but it's not for you. To put it simply, the regeneration ability I give is a cytoplasmic regeneration constitution. As long as one cell is not destroyed, it can be restored through regeneration. The dragon Porunga explained briefly. Vegeta was surprised and happy at the time. This wish is really great. In this way, I am equivalent to having an immortal body. This kind of wish does have a very strong advantage over humans. Porunga explained, I will fulfill your second wish now. As he spoke, a ball of invisible divine power flashed in Shenlong's eyes and quickly covered Son Gohan's body. Son Gohan was stunned and showed a look of surprise. Uncle Piccolo Son Gohan felt that there were strange changes in his body. Shut up! Piccolo shouted. Son Gohan, why don't you let me speak? Why do I feel that my body seems to have changed? Okay, if you don't let me say it, I won't say it. Vegeta was also silently waiting for his body to change. However, Vegeta waited for a moment, and there was no strange change in his body. Okay, your second wish has been fulfilled. Shenlong Porunga's voice sounded. Ya, what did you say? Has the wish been fulfilled? Why do I feel that my body has not changed at all? Vegeta felt more and more that something was wrong. It's normal to have a delay. After all, it takes a process to transform your body. Piccolo explained. Shenlong, your explanation seems reasonable, so I won't say anything. Vegeta thought about it seriously, and what Piccolo said seemed to be correct. It seems that there is a delay. You can't immediately become a body that can regenerate. Yes, after all, if your body wants to change, it needs a gradual process. Hurry up and say the third wish. Piccolo suggested. Frieza is coming soon. The third wish. The wish I made just now can give me the ability to survive in space? Vegeta was about to make a wish, and suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly looked up to ask Shenlong. Yes, without changing the Saiyan bloodline, I have given you the ability to regenerate. As for surviving in space, for your physique, it is equivalent to a skill. As long as you understand this skill, you can survive in space. Shenlong Porungal looked at Son Gohan and explained. However, Shenlong's eyes were very big, both pairs of eyes were as big as a human's. Therefore, although Vegeta felt that Shenlong didn't seem to be looking at him, he didn't really think about anything else. Vegeta's face showed a smug look. Humph, if that's the case, then two have no more wishes. You can do whatever you want. Vegeta waved his hand with great ambition. Pico, what a poor guy, should I make a wish for him to have the same ability as Gohan? Just as Piccolo was about to make this decision, the Great Elder spoke. Can the Shenlong on Earth resurrect all the Namekians killed by Frieza and his gang across the universe? The Great Elder turned his head and asked Piccolo. I don't know about that. Piccolo shook his head. You should ask the gods on Earth about this kind of thing. I'm not him. Can you contact the gods on Earth? The Great Elder asked. If possible, ask them if they can resurrect all the Namekians killed by Frieza and his gang? Please. I'll try. Sun Wukong nodded and tried to contact King Kai. After this attempt, Sun Wukong really contacted King Kai. I know, but since it's across a universe, it's not clear whether the dragon on Earth can fulfill the wish on Namek. King Kai's voice rang in Sun Wukong's mind. Then please try it quickly, Lord Kai. Sun Wukong replied. King Kai didn't waste time and immediately contacted the gods on Earth in the 6th universe. Lord Kai? Fortunately, I have been asking Mr. Popo to collect Dragon Balls before it's good to have a rainy day. What did you say? To resurrect the Namekians who were killed by Frieza and his gang on Namek? According to my experience, it's very simple for the dragon to fulfill this wish. It's not a difficult task. The god laughed and said confidently, as long as it's not someone who has died twice, there will be no problem. I mean, can the wish be fulfilled across a universe? King Kai asked. Across a universe? What does it mean? The god was a little confused. You should summon Shenlong and ask him. King Kai sighed. Although the god didn't understand, he immediately summoned Shenlong in the temple and made a wish as King Kai said, to revive all the Namekians killed by Frieza and his gang. Earth's Shenlong was silent at that time. Across a universe this wish, sorry, Lord God, it can't be fulfilled. Shenlong replied. God? What does it mean to cross a universe? The god didn't understand. Simply put, we are not in the same universe as Namek now. Shenlong explained, currently our Earth is in the 6th universe, Namek belongs to the 7th universe. Across the universe to fulfill the wish because the distance is too far, please forgive me for being unable to do anything. The gods were speechless. How did this cross a universe? The gods immediately conveyed the news to King Kai. King Kai was about to reply to Sun Wukong, saying that the wish could not be fulfilled. Just then, the gods suddenly spoke again, saying that Shenlong had just tried it and it worked again, but it was more energy consuming. King Kai, why did it work again? asked the gods. For some reason, we have opened a channel with the seventh universe. Through this channel, I can realize this wish. Shenlong replied, do you want to realize the wish you just made? Then please realize it, please. The gods nodded. It may take a while, because realizing this wish is very energy consuming. Shenlong replied. A full minute passed. Big beads of sweat slid down Shenlong's face, and his huge body trembled slightly, and his body became much lighter. It seems that realizing this wish made Shenlong a little weak. The wish has been fulfilled. Shenlong breathed a long sigh of relief. Do you want to rest before leaving? Asked the god. Shenlong, isn't it good for me to rest in my sleep? Shenlong waved his claws and immediately dissipated in the sky. The 7 dragon balls were instantly scattered all over the world, and the sky became bright again. Lord Kai, the wish has been fulfilled, please talk to Son Goku and the others. The god said respectfully. Okay. King Kai nodded and conveyed the message to Son Goku. The 7th universe, Namek. High in the sky. Yes, that's right, that's it. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction, and stepped forward to pat Mel's on the shoulder. I have to say, Mel's, you are getting better and better now. Just now, it was Mel's who helped Shenlong open a channel, which allowed the Shenlong on Earth to exert his wishes on Namek. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Shenlong to realize his wishes across a universe. It's nothing, just treat it as a small favor for them, after all, it's a way to repay their care for Kai. Mel smiled slightly and withdrew the scepter. Swish! The next moment, the channel next to Mel's disappeared all of a sudden. Mel's, you are becoming more and more like an angel. Luo Tian gave Mel's a thumbs up. Mel's, I am an angel. Is it appropriate for you to say that about me? But speaking of which, Mel's, have you practiced well during this period? Luo Tian asked curiously. It's okay. For me, training at the Galactic Patrol headquarters is equivalent to a kind of practice. Myers replied with a smile. I'm already level 59, and I feel like I've reached level 5 level 9 peak, only one step away from level 60, what about you? Luo Tian asked. You will be level 60 soon? Mel's was stunned. How long has it been? Why did you level up so quickly? I remember the last time I saw you, you said you were only level 58. Do you level up by days? Do you automatically level up after a certain period of time? Yes, level 60 soon, no more than 3 days at most, I have this hunch. Luo Tian nodded seriously. Level 60, that's the level of a real angel. Mel's face was covered with cold sweat. If I reach level 60, who among these angels can I beat? Luo Tian asked with some anticipation. Mel's didn't want to talk anymore. Did you level up just to fight? Let me reorganize my words, what I said just now was not quite right. Luo Tian smiled and said, after all, angels don't have violent tendencies. Are there any level 60 angels? No, the lowest level is above 65. Myers dodged his eyes and smiled awkwardly. What a pity I have to work hard to compete with real angels. Luo Tian said with some disappointment. This little angel doesn't tell the truth. Ling Long couldn't listen any longer and shook her head. Cambly from the 9th universe seems to be the weakest angel in the universe. If you really reach level 60, you can go to him to compete. Oh? Luo Tian was overjoyed. Is Cambly only level 60? At least when I sensed him last time, he was indeed only level 60. Now I don't know. Ling Long responded. When was the last time you sensed him? Luo Tian asked. About 500 years ago. Ling Long pondered. Luo Tian, Ling Long, you are not kind. After 500 years, I don't believe that he has not even upgraded one level. Luo Tian scolded angrily. You don't understand this, do you really think it's easy to upgrade after reaching level 60 or above? Ling Long sighed, My highest level was only 65, and it was difficult to upgrade later. Therefore, if you want to upgrade from level 60 to level 61, perhaps for most angels, it will take tens of millions of years of experience. Luo Tian was speechless. Tens of millions of years of experience.